This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final day of action here at Hornchurch. The men's series finished in explosive style yesterday, but now it's the women's turn to take to the stage. Still 5 games to bring you. It's all to play for here on the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right now. Welcome back. It's a Saturday here in London, and the women of Upminster, Gunnersbury and Hutton are taking to the stage to see who will claim that ECS-W trophy. Of course, yesterday in the men's series, it was the Sharks Cricket Academy who upset the odds. They upset the home team Hornchurch to lift the trophy in the final. In the end, it was a pretty one-sided affair against Old Brentwoods, who went into that final actually in the better situation. They were looking dominant with both bat and ball, but the Sharks Cricket Academy just came good at the right time, and in the final put in a performance that was worthy of champions. But the men, they finish now, and now it's time for the women. Of course, you might remember last Saturday we had the opening 5 games, but they were very much rain affected. Looking forward to hopefully some sun here. There's been a few showers about, but we've got 5 games to bring you. The original schedule was of course 4, but that final game from last Saturday that was washed out will be played at the end of today's play. So hopefully that will level the playing field for all 3 teams. I know there's going to be a few changes and availabilities for the 3 teams as well, so it'd be very interesting to see if Gunnersbury, who were the ones that were dominant really on day 1, will be just as dominant today. The first game is between Hutton and Gunnersbury, and I know both teams are raring and ready to go out there in the middle. Hutton, of course, on the first day, they were probably the biggest victims of the rain. They had a complete washout, and they were on the wrong side of the result in the 2 games that they did play. As for Gunnersbury, they're currently unbeaten, and I'm sure they'd want that run to continue. Nish is, of course, joining me in the commentary box for the last time. I'm looking forward to another day of calling the action with him. And Nish, I know you're going to take me through the coin toss and talk a bit about the teams, so enjoy the last day of action.
Thank you very much for the update. Yeah, looking forward to commentating alongside you on this final day of play here in Hornchurch. It's been an incredible fortnight of cricket here in England. We had a thrilling men's series, a great day 1 of the women's series as well. And it's all going to get rounded out today. We'll take a look at the fixtures which took place last Saturday here in Hornchurch. So match number 1, which wasn't displayed, was abandoned. Hutton batted for 6 overs, made 66 runs during those 6 overs. Hobson top scored with 35 of 17. The second match between Upminster and Gunnersbury. Upminster setting a target of 111 in a rain-shortened match of 9 overs. Gunnersbury in response chased that down with 8 balls to spare. Credit to Georgia Irving for a brilliant innings of 68 of just 27. Shea Daly batted superbly as well, 26 of 15. Match number 3 was between Gunnersbury and Hutton. Gunnersbury ending up with 109 runs, Hutton with 96. And it was another victory for Gunnersbury. Erica Hobson certainly batted well yet again. An innings of 47 for her. She's such a reliable performer for this Hutton side, but just wasn't enough for them to get over the finishing line, although they made it quite close. Match 4 was between Hutton and Upminster. This was also a rain-reduced match. Hutton made 99 runs in the first innings. Upminster had just the 4 overs with a DLS target 56 to try to chase it down, and Upminster took the victory. Credit to Sunette Fillion Low for a fine performance, making 47 runs of 20 deliveries. So going to be Gunnersbury against Hutton in our first match of the day. Gunnersbury currently sitting at the top of the table. They got a game in hand on Upminster as well. Their net run rate is a lot better. There's an enormous difference between the 2 sides' net run rates. Hutton still looking for their first victory of this ECS, and that is going to be absolutely massive for them to get off to a good start in this game. Hutton, we know they've certainly got that talent. There are some very good players in their squad. They have a few changes though, so we're going to get a chance to see a few players who we haven't seen yet this series. We'll talk a little bit about them once the fantasy dashboard comes up. Should be an exciting day of cricket between two quality teams. Gunnersbury, without a doubt, will be the favorites. So much talent in their team, although Georgia Irving not in the lineup for this first match. We know she was a run machine last Saturday, that talented Middlesex cricketer, one of the great emerging talents here in England, and she, of course, had a brilliant preseason, scoring a number of 50s, and she was looking forward to a big, big summer of cricket. So it's time to look at the fantasy dashboard, and as we can see, plenty of changes for both sides. Gunnersbury with 5 changes, 5 for Hutton as well. Lauren Palmenter played superbly last Saturday. It was a very steady batter alongside Erica Hobson. Bethany and Amara Law are in as well. Both of them are daughters of Phil Law, who did such a brilliant job of organizing the Haverhill Limb, and I'm sure he's going to be very proud of the way his daughters have played this series. Abby Little was very solid, as was Darcy Stewart. Rachel Pierce chipped in with some important contributions as well. And then we got Harriet and Scarlett Robinson, Anaya Shankar, Alicia McSeen, and Saba Nassim coming in for this match. Meanwhile, over Gunnersbury, former Netherlands captain Esther de Lange is going to be a player to look out for. Shay Daly was brilliant as well. Incredible performance by her last Saturday. The talented Australian cricketer has made her impact so far this series. Shimako Kato, the Japanese international, certainly made a huge impact with the ball. She was very solid with her bowling, was tough for the opposition to get away. Kylie White is going to be skippering the side and wicket keeping. And then Ellie Shaw and Hannah Cullen played a huge role in getting this Gunnersbury side to their undefeated record so far this series. So we're just a couple of minutes away from the start of play. Big day of cricket. Men's series came to an end yesterday. Congratulations once again to the Sharks Cricket Academy for winning the ECS, and also a shout out to the likes of Hornchurch, Mighty Tigers, and of course the Old Brentwoods for all making it to finals day and having a very successful campaign. Here's a look at the win predictor. Gunnersbury coming in as 65% favorites. Don't know too much about some of these new players who've come in for Hutton. They played for the first time on ECN, but you'd certainly imagine the loss of Erica Hobson is going to be huge for Hutton, and I don't know whether that's been taken into consideration by the win predictor. Hobson was pretty much the only source of runs for Hutton last Saturday, and she's one of the great emerging talents here in England, especially in this part of the country. You know, we saw Zoe Quested in the commentary box a couple of days ago, and Zoe spoke very, very highly of Erica Hobson, said she'd had a chance to coach her and knew that Erica was one of the great talents here. Do have a bit of a delay coming up, unfortunately. It's going to have a 5-minute delay. So match 6 will be starting in 5 minutes' time. Take a look at the stats for this European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch. As we can see, this was for the women's series, and the runs certainly have been flowing. 11.5 and over, a par score of 115. Had a total of 16 maximos so far. The 4 rate certainly up there, almost 15 fours an innings, about 3 sixes an innings. We treated some very exciting cricket, but of the highest quality. The matches have been exciting and competitive to watch. I'm looking forward to today's play. It's going to be absolutely riveting. I'd like to say a very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Johnny Heesham in there, so it's Chris Smith and Paul Kempen. Had a chance to see Tim Harmer this morning as well. Glad to see he's come over to the ground as we're here at the beautiful Harrow Lodge in Hornchurch. Gorgeous part of the world, a gorgeous cricket ground, but an absolute privilege to bring you these last couple of weeks of action. We'll talk a little bit about some of the games we had yesterday over in the men's series, and what an exciting conclusion to what was a terrific couple of weeks of the men's ECS. We saw the Mighty Tigers upset, you could say, by the old Brentwoods. Certainly were two fairly evenly matched teams, but the Mighty Tigers came in with an undefeated record. Also worth adding that the Mighty Tigers' performance in that first semifinal was a real shocker. Bowled out for just 89 runs. One of the most formidable batting lineups in this series, and they didn't last for long. It really took all of us by surprise. And ultimately, the old Brentwoods make quick work of them, thanks to a nice innings by Westfield and Secundar. They were under a little bit of trouble, the old Brentwoods. They lost 3 early wickets, but they were able to rally well after that and went on to win the game. Then Hornchurch took on the Sharks Cricket Academy. Hornchurch, the home favorites, the much-loved side, came into that game as favorites, and, well, what a run by the Sharks. What an incredible run for them. They restricted Hornchurch to just 130 runs. They were able to chase it down in the second innings, winning by 6 wickets with 9 balls to spare. Then we see the bronze final between the Mighty Tigers and the Hornchurch, and the Tigers would roar once again. We just saw them flex their muscles and remind everyone why they were undefeated during the group stages. They beat Hornchurch for the 3rd time at ECS, adding a bronze medal to their trophy cabinet after they beat Hornchurch. They posted 214 runs in that first innings and ended up beating the hosts Hornchurch by 103 runs. Real humbling for the hosts, and I'm sure that's not the way they wanted to end their campaign. And then, well, we had an absolutely thrilling final, didn't we? The Sharks Cricket Academy posting 180 runs in the first innings, and then they beat the old Brentwoods by 36 runs. And that capped off what was one of the most incredible runs we have seen in the European Cricket Series. I mean, you just take a look at how they won. They had just the 2 wins during the group stages. They knocked off the East Londoners, who were undefeated. And then they went on to beat a very strong Hornchurch side in front of their fans, silenced the home crowd, and celebrated long into the night after they beat the old Brentwoods into the final. I'll take a look at the fixtures that are coming up for you today. Got the 5 matches coming up. There's the toss outcome for the first one, which will be coming your way in 2 minutes' time. There's just been a short delay of 5 minutes. We should be able to start very shortly now as the umpires are making their way onto the field. Five big matches coming up, and right at the end of the day is match number 5 that was meant to be played last Saturday. It got postponed. And that will be played at the end of the day on Saturday. Johnny Hesham asking if we got the bad storm last night. Johnny, I gotta be honest with you, I was fast asleep. I heard there was. But nope, I was fast asleep. I had no idea there was a storm on. I was tucked into bed, ready for another exciting day of cricket here in Hornchurch. So here we go. We're about to start play on day 1 of this ECS-W. We should say day 2 of this ECS-W. It was Abby Little to bowl the first over. We need to set the tone early here, pick up some early wickets. If you're Hutton, this game is a borderline must-win for them. It starts off with a fuller delivery here. It was a full toss, really, by Abby Little. Great delivery there by Abby Little. Fuller swung back in a little bit as well. It's well played in the end by Jones, just challenging that forward defensive shot, getting her to play that front foot defense. That's exactly what you want to do as a bowler. Looks to play across the line there, and risky stroke by Jones, but manages to strike a boundary. So the first runs here. Yeah, you've got to get that shot right, don't you? Anytime you're playing across, if you miss, you could get clean bowled. Nice shot there, though, by Jones. Abby getting plenty of encouragement here as her teammates cheer her on. Struck towards square leg. They're going to scamper across for a quick single and get themselves another run here. It's going to be Shaw getting set to face her first ball. Abby's older brother played in the men's series for the Havering 11, Cameron Little. But it has been a bit of a family affair for many of the local sides. They're going to run across for a single here, and that's good running between the wickets there, really was. Had to scamper with great desperation. Let's take a look at this, just plays that towards point. It's well fielded. So back to the keeper there, Bethany Law, who's also skippering the side. Just goes on the back foot there, Jones, and blocks that one out. A good first over here from Abigail Little. Just the 6 runs coming off this first over, and a good time to welcome back Tina Goff into the commentary box as we take a look at some of the upcoming events here on ECN. So, yeah, it's our final day here in Hornchurch. Unfortunately, it really has been a couple of great weeks of cricket here in the east ends of London. And over in Czechia, they've got the start of the ECS-W. We saw the Austrians pick up the T10 crown, so congratulations to them. And yeah, got some other great events coming up for you. So a bumper summer of cricket here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, morning, Nish. I'm a bit sad it's the final day here in London. It's been such an epic series so far. And looking forward to the women finishing off in style here as that one's chipped away past mid-off, and it's going to roll away for Ellie Shaw's first boundary of this game. Just a bit over pitch there from Amara Law. The line was pretty much perfect. But it rolls away, and despite the outfield being slightly wet from those storms that I have to say I missed as well, Nish, it's still quick enough to roll away to the rope.
Straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, Lauren Palmenter. It's going to be interesting here. I mean, Gunnersbury, we know they've been superb this series. Saw the average run rate for this ECS was 11.5, although it is worth mentioning that we had a number of rain-affected games, which also meant that run rate ends up being a little bit higher as this has been launched all the way for a 6, the first Maximo of day 2.
That was a lovely swing of the bat. It was outside off stump, but she just heaved it away to the leg side and comfortably cleared the rope. Good early intent from both of these batters. A couple of boundaries scored already. That's the first 6, but we've had a few 4s. And that expected score well above 100.
It's going to be a wide there. Doesn't quite get that one right. Amara Law, just good idea by her here. She's just trying to keep it inside that wide guideline, really force Jones to try to drag one. It's a good idea, but got it slightly wrong. Oh, they're pushing for a quick single here, and that was a little bit risky, but a risk worth taking from Gunnersbury's perspective. They'll pinch a run.
Good communication between these two batters. They know if the ball doesn't go straight to the fielder, they can run pretty much every time. The fielders are actually quite deep. They're on the ring. I'd quite like to see them slightly closer in, squeezing that single.
It's going to land safely, and are they going to push for a second here? Oh, yes, they will. This is terrific running by Jones and Shaw, and I think that's an early observation here. The two of them have been sprinting hard between the wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not afraid to take a few risks. That one was uppish, stayed in the air for a long time. It landed not too far away from Harriet Robinson and then Abby Little as well doing the fielding. But good intent showed here by Gunnersbury.
Oh, beautifully played there by Shaw. It was just down the leg side, and she's played this beautifully, struck it very firmly, targeted that fine leg boundary, cleared the fielder inside the ring, and has run away for 4 runs. Good start here for Gunnersbury, 25 for no loss after 2. Take a look at the standings. As you can see, Gunnersbury 2 out of 2 so far this series. Hutton yet to win a game, sitting on 4 points. And then Upminster with 1 victory, 1 loss, and 1 match abandoned. Worth mentioning, once again, the last time these two sides played each other was back in match 3. Gunnersbury set a target of 110 for this Hutton side. Saw great innings by Esther Delonga, making 50 of 24 in the first inning. Shea Daly with a 25 of 20. Irving was coming off that brilliant 68 and was dismissed in the most unfortunate of fashion when the bowler just managed to get a hand onto the ball. It was struck back towards the non-strikers and ricocheted onto her stumps and snapped would have been to that point. Very impressive streak of scoring 86 runs in a row across 2 matches and just 37 deliveries. But Hutton in response managed to muster 96 in the second innings, losing by 13 runs. Erica Hobson making 47 of 22, and that's going to be the big challenge here for Hutton, is with no Erica Hobson in this match, where are they going to find the runs in the second innings? Oh, yes. Was it too far away from being a wicket?
It's a good question, but it's a good opportunity for some of the other batters to step up. Of course, Amara Law, she scored runs in game 4, and that was in that loss against Upminster. Lauren Parmenter, she got a quick fire 19 as well, so there's runs there, and often when you lose one of your key batters, it's actually quite a good opportunity for others to step up and take that responsibility.
They're going to push for a second run here, and going to take hard running between the wickets. They'll get a couple of runs.
The running has been excellent so far. It's one of the features actually of all of the women's series we see across the network, that because they might not have the power to clear the rope as frequently, they've got to scramble every run.
Yes, it's struck towards mid-on, and what a take! What an incredible grab there by Saba Naseem, one-handed, and manages to get rid of Shaw. She just put a hand up there, tracked the ball perfectly, and it landed right in the mid. A moment of sheer brilliance this morning.
Let's hope that the camera has got that, because that was an outrageous grab. She just stuck up her right hand, hope for the best, and the outcome was ideal. Fortunately, we didn't see it there, but it was such a brilliant take. Saba Naseem into the side for Hutton, introduces herself in some style with that catch. That's one for the highlight reel already.
The new batter that has made her way out to the middle is Zoe Moses. Towards third, and they're going to pinch a quick single here. So Erica Hobson is playing. I can see her out fielding. So she's the 12th player for this Hutton side. But interestingly enough, she's chosen not to bat. I mean, she does captain this Hutton team. And yeah, I wonder what's the decision making there. I understand she's trying to give some other players an opportunity to play, but surely not at her own expense.
Interesting one. Obviously, for Hutton in particular, it's all about giving the youngsters experience, isn't it? They've got, by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teenagers in their side. And they're certainly holding their own at the moment. They're bowling excellent lines. They're just coming up against a formidable batting lineup in the form of Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury obviously such an impressive side, an impressive club as well, real trailblazer in women's cricket.
Erica Hobson herself is a young talent too. She's only 22 years of age, so she's also a big emerging prospect here in this part of the world. As this is popped up in the air, and it's going to be taken. A great catch off her own bowling there for Palminter. Jones was looking to go big once again, but couldn't quite get the distance. It just popped up in the air. That's a nice grab for Palminter, so they get a couple of quick wickets here, Hutton. And this is the ideal situation for any bowling side. They've got two new batters out in the middle.
Yeah, it was a great delivery. It was just going across the right-hander. In all reality, it was not the right shot selection there to try and go against the angle. And in the end, just gets chipped up in the air by Emily Jones, and it's a nice take off her own bowling by Lauren Parmenter. Decent start, though, from Emily. 13 runs she contributed, including that big Maximo as well, to move Gunnersbury to 32, but they have lost their second wicket now.
So it's Shimako Kato, the Japanese international, who's come in at number 4. Saw her bowl quite a bit during last Saturday's play, but didn't get a chance to see her much with the bat. She works that one away for a run and gets off the mark immediately.
Shimako is such an excellent player. I've had the pleasure of playing with her for the MCC. And again, herself only 22 years old.
That's a top edge, and that's flying away towards third. It's going to be a big chase here, and that's going to be 4 runs. They pick up another single here. Managed to get themselves another run.
I think Gunnersbury from this position will be happy with anything north of 100. 109 was enough to beat Hutton in game 3. Similar conditions out there in the middle as well. Bit of rain about. Luckily now the sun is drying out the outfield. And that was kind of the forecast. Hopefully that is the last of the rain we'll have seen today. Get to the end of the 4th over. 38 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets.
We'll take a look here at the worm for this inning. So going at just about 9.5 and over right now at Gunnersbury. They've not managed to get away from Hutton, so credit to Hutton for keeping things fairly tight. They've managed to pick up 2 wickets as well. So yeah, this matchup hanging nicely in the balance. All right, Robinson is going to bowl this 5th over. And Moses and Kato here, they're going to want to build a partnership for Gunnersbury now that they've lost those 2 quick wickets. They got a decent start from Jones and Shaw. That's a no ball there, one just slipping out of Robinson's hand.
It's good to see an all-female umpiring team out there in the middle as well. Lizzie calling that no ball. Got Mel at square leg, and also in the third umpire's tent as well, you have Rima.
Struck away very nicely there by Kato. That's going to go away for 4 runs and might be worth looking at this one side on as well. We could maybe have another no ball here. Oh, that looks close. That certainly looks. We'll have a look at this right here. Is there a chance of a no ball on this delivery? And maybe just dipping down below the waist, and also Kato just took a couple of paces down the wicket, which might also prevent it from being a no ball. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. So it's been a good over so far, you have to say, for Gunnersbury. They managed to make 7 runs off it so far, and only 2 legal deliveries. Just a little bit expensive from Hutton's point of view.
Yeah, she's got a lovely action, does Harriet Robinson, just straying down with her lines just a bit. That's the better one, and they do have protection out there, so it should just be the one as it's well fielded out there in the deep. Naya Shankar out there doing the work, and of course it's the left-hand right-hand combination, so it's all chopping and changing in the field as well as they drop back mid-wicket for the left-hander.
Looking to just try to sweep that one there, Moses, and just sneaks underneath her bat. This is good bowling here by Robinson. She's come back well after that no ball early in this over. Just a ball to come, only 8 runs off it so far. Gonna push this towards cover, try to pinch a quick single, and Moses will make it to the non-strikers and safely, and keep the strike heading into the 6th over as Gunnersbury are 47 for 2. A good chance to welcome you into the commentary position. Looking forward to this game. Hutton still don't have a win so far this series, but I think they'll be pretty pleased with the start here. They've contained Gunnersbury well and managed to pick up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. They're coming up against a formidable Gunnersbury batting lineup, but they've held strong. They've used a fair few different bowlers as well, just trying to see which combinations work. But apart from a few extras here and there, they've bowled decent lines and haven't allowed Gunnersbury to get away from them.
Yeah, they certainly have. You got to give them a lot of credit for that. It's going to be Lauren Palmenter to bowl this 6th over. She bowled superbly in her first over as well, and it's going to have a big part to play with a bat in hand as well as we return to live action. A full toss, cross-batted stroke here by Moses. Brilliantly played away. Very, very good shot. It was a full toss there by Palmenter. And Moses does really well to get that away. Takes a step back, and we're just checking if this is a no ball or not here. It's certainly going to be a tight one. And Moses just pulled that immaculately, got her side of boundary. Gets a round of applause from the people in attendance as well. Get towards mid-off. Goes towards Saba Nasim, who took a brilliant catch earlier this innings. An incredible one-handed take.
My mind is going 10 a dozen with, we had Church yesterday, we have Moses today. I
feel get a parting the Red Sea pun at some point?
I feel the pun's coming. My Moses and Bible knowledge is not that deep. Well, I'll see what I can come up with.
Bowled beautifully in the channel over there around that 4th stump line. This is really nice bowling, you have to say, by this Hutton side. Push towards cover, and they'll pick up another single here. So you're just doing a good job, Hutton, of ensuring they don't really get away here, Gunnersbury. They have hit a boundary, but it's just, they haven't seen consecutive boundaries really at any point this innings. They've maybe let them strike the odd one here and there, as this is going to come rolling into the commentary tent. That's going to be 4 more runs as we come to the end of the 6th over. That was a decent one there for Gunnersbury. Managed to strike a couple of boundaries in that over.
I was ready to field that one and it hit the edge of the tent, but I was almost about to go down the long barrier. It wasn't required. I didn't want to get my trousers dirty. That was a lovely hit though, straight down the ground. Excellent effort.
It's going to be Amara Law to bowl her second over. First one was a little bit expensive, went for 19 runs. I should be hoping to do better this time around. Bowling to Zoe Moses. Full toss again, just played towards mid-wicket. They're contemplating a single here. Will they be able to make it safely? Yes, just about. Kato running to the danger end. Had to commit there. Gunnersbury, their running between the wickets has been exceptional so far. There's a little bit of yes, no indecision, but then Kato committed and managed to get safely to the strikers, and it just snuck underneath Darcy Sturt's hands, and they were just waiting to see if it got past her. Once it did, that was the green light to pinch the run. Oh, good bowling here by Amara. That's a terrific ball. Just looking to keep that line nice and wide out of the batter's hitting arc.
It's good to see several left arm over actions as well being employed by Hutton. We've obviously got Amara Law. Disadvantage though is that you're never going to get those LBW appeals with that one pitching outside leg. You've got Lauren Pimenta as well. Left arm over is, I don't want to say it's a dying art, but we didn't see too many in the men's series in the last 2 weeks. It's such a lovely action to see in full flow. It's a nightmare as well for the right-handers as that ball just cuts across them. Go back to live. And that one has been hit away beautifully through the covers, 4 runs. I'll have to see that one on replay.
A good use of the feet there by Shimako Kato. Danced down the wicket and met that ball in the half volley. Stroked it beautifully through cover for 4 runs.
Both of these batters well set now. It's a nice little partnership building between the two of them. It's worth 27 so far. She's going to be up to 31 after that boundary. Gunnersbury moved to 63 for 2. This one goes high up in the air. There's cause of catch it, but it will land safely between the two fielders. So the fielding is done there by Lauren Pimenta. And again, though, excellent running from Gunnersbury as they scamper through for 2 more runs. That takes the score to 65. The scoreboard just being updated at the bottom of your screens. Hopefully you'll be back right about now. You can see a really conscious acceleration from these two batters now as well, as they're trying to go after every single ball. And similar to what we saw in the men's, if you swing hard, you're going to get rewarded, as that one rolls away to the boundary. Shimako Kato, she moves into the 20s, 21. She scored off just the 11 deliveries. Gunnersbury looking ominous here.
Certainly looking good, and they're just starting to accelerate a little bit here, Gunnersbury, after a quiet period during those middle overs where we saw them only get about 22 runs between overs 3 to 5. So they've been looking to just put the pedal to the metal here and try to accelerate. They've still got a lot of wickets in hand. Some very talented batters still to come. Shea Daly listed to bat. Esther De Longa, the talented Dutch cricketer. So I want to get a move on here. And if they lose a few wickets, it's not going to matter too much. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up today over in Czechia. So a big day of women's cricket here on ECN. Czechia, Gibraltar, and Croatia about to take part in what should be an exciting tri-series.
And the first game over there is just about to start. Croatia have won the toss and decided to bat against Czechia. I'm interested to see that game. Obviously, Czechia went through the whole T20 series without picking up a win. maybe that game against Croatia, though, does provide them with the opportunity. As we go back to live here, Nanaya Shankar is bowling the 8th over here for Hutton. Starts off with a brilliant delivery just outside the off stump of Zoe Moses.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning that Czechia took on Croatia last September, I believe, in, when they traveled over to Zagreb, and they managed to win it very comfortably. Clean swept Croatia, so yeah, Croatia will be looking to return the favor now that they've made their way over to Prague.
It's a tough few days for those players as well to play those T20s and then go straight into the T10 format as well.
Oh, struck nicely into the gap, and oh, it's a terrific bit of fielding out in the deep there by Rachel Pierce. Certainly saved her side 3 runs.
I'll have to check this one just in case, because her foot does hit the rope. It's just whether the ball is clear when she does so. Ball's in hands there, and it comes back out. And, oh, that might actually be a 4, which will be really unfortunate because it's an excellent piece of fielding. You can see her right leg there just pushes out against the rope, and it looks like her hand is on the ball there. Doesn't deserve to go for 4 in terms of that fielding, but still, it was a good hit off the bat of Zoe Moses. Now shall not bowl short to Zoe Moses. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll certainly take that. Struck straight back to the bowler. Oh, does Shankar force the run out here? Yes, she does. Brilliant athleticism. And that is the important wicket of the Japanese international, Kato. Great work here by Shankar. Some good fielding off her own bowling. It was a terrific ball as well on the good length, just around the top of middle and off. It was struck straight back to her, and she has the athleticism and the presence of mind to just whip the bails off right there. And it was certainly an easy decision for umpire Lizzie Condor. Raised her finger, and that was the end of what has been a good partnership for this Gunnersbury side. They just helped their side recover after that early wobble. Partnership ends up being worth 42 runs, but it is snapped thanks to some great work by Anaya Shankar.
Excellent work from the youngster. It's so difficult to get out of your delivery stride, do the fielding, and then have the presence of mind to turn around and whip the bails off. You can absolutely see what the batter was trying to do there, Kato, just trying to sneak a single. But Shankar was equal to it. Shimako has to go for 21 off 11. Still a brilliant innings from her. I love the drift that Shankar gets into the left-hander, going around the wicket, just targeting the top of that off stump. It's been an outstanding over from her. The youngster goes for just a handful of runs from her 6 deliveries, and of course affects that run out. It will be the 6 singles, well, it's the 4 and then a wide coming off that over. As Gunnersbury move to 75 for 3, 2 overs left. They probably still eyeing up, trying to get somewhere near that 100 mark. The expected score currently 96. And you can see the wickets at decent timings for Hutton mean that they haven't got away from them, have Gunnersbury. It'll be a big 2 overs coming up here as they turn to Harriet Robinson again to bowl the 9th.
A big appeal over here, and maybe just struck outside the leg stump. Not the case, the finger has been raised, and Moses will depart as well. It's the first wicket for Robinson, certainly deserves that after some brilliant bowling, and that is huge. That is absolutely huge. Moses departs here, who helped construct that important partnership with Kato. We'll take a look at this one more time. Yeah, maybe a few Gunnersbury players might feel the impact was slightly outside the leg stump, but Hutton won't care one bit whatsoever. This is the ideal situation here for Hutton. They get 2 new batters out in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to try to keep Gunnersbury down as much as they can now. As it will be Esther who came in on that run out, and she's now joined out in the middle as well by number 6 bat for Gunnersbury. They've got license though really here, the 2 batters out there in the middle. They don't have too much time left, just the 11 deliveries to see how high they can get this first innings score.
looks to rock back there and plays it towards mid-on. So it's going to be a single here for the new batter that has made her way out to the middle and Bhumika Bhatt. Gonna hammer that one away towards mid-wicket there, Dalanga, but this is terrific bowling by Robinson. She just kept things so tight. It's hardly given the opposition anything to work with. Her lines and lengths have been spot on so far. Up in the air, and it's just gonna land safely. Will Dalanga push for a second? Yes, they will. Good running between the wickets here. The throw is fired back in. And Dalanga will get a couple of runs here to get off the mark. Yeah, so Sky Quest, he's been talking about this a few times in the chat, as this will just get pulled away, and that's going to race away towards the boundary rope for 4 runs. This is a good situation for Dalanga to come into. She's a very talented batter, someone who's been able to make some quick fire runs, so she's got the license to tee off here. And just going back to Sky Quest, he went to his first ever cricket match yesterday, I believe, and he was talking about it for a few days now. Excited he went to a Major League Cricket game over at the Oakland Coliseum. So yeah, glad to see that you enjoyed your experience, Sky Quest.
Yes, Major League Cricket kicking off over there, isn't it? And they've got the stars out in those teams. Looking forward to following that one. So that one's clubbed away, and it's a classic situation there where the fielder just runs underneath it. Would have been better off staying on the rope, but it was such a big hit off the bat of Esther. There was really no stopping that, but you can see actually lands inside the rope, despite the effort of, I think it's Anaya Shankar out there. Will be 4 runs.
End of the 9th over. Gunnersbury are 86 for 4. We'll take a look at these bowling figures. Anaya Shankar is going to bowl the final over. You'd expect went for just 6 runs in the sole over she bowled, and also forced that run out to get rid of Kato. It's been solid bowling performance so far. Abby Little with figures of 1 for 11 in her 2 overs. Lauren Palmenter will be very pleased with her figures as well. Just been a good all-round bowling performance by this Hutton side, who restricted Gunnersbury really well. Just keep in mind, the last time these two teams played each other, that's most definitely going to be a no ball. No problems there whatsoever for umpire Mel Juniper to signal that a no ball. It was well above waist height, so a free hit is coming up here. But yeah, just going back to that point, the last time these two teams faced each other, Gunnersbury managed to get to 109. And they did that, of course, in a full 10-over match. We did have a few rain-affected games last Saturday. At the moment, it certainly doesn't look like they'll get that far. So yeah, an improved bowling performance for Hutton. As free hits coming up here for Bhatt. And of course, we'll clean her up there. It's a free hit, so it won't matter. They will manage to pinch a single, though. Good ball there by Shankar.
I always love that little quirk where it hits the stumps and you take runs. It feels harsh to call that, presumably called byes, because I don't think there was any bat on it. The wicket keeper can be duly upset with that one. It's Bethany Law with the gloves on.
So width to work with here for Dalanga. She's going to cut that to point. Yeah, glad that you enjoyed it, Sky Quest. You said the tickets were rather pricey. But this was at the Yoko Coliseum. This would be the A's old playing field, wouldn't it, where the Oakland A's played. Do the Oakland A's still play there? I'd like to ask that question. I know that there were talks of them moving to a new stadium, or I don't know if I'm just imagining that as this is struck away for a single. Yeah, whenever I saw scenes of the Oakland A's playing their home games, it just looked so depressing, especially in the stadium. I believe it was the cheapest ticket in the MLB. Yeah, they've not been doing well, have they, the A's? Really haven't.
I think they're not even called Oakland A's anymore because they have moved out of the Coliseum. I think the Coliseum was falling down, so hopefully they've made some improvements to it for the cricketers. That one is a brilliant shot. It's pulled away by Esther Dalanga. It'll be 4 runs as they're looking to accelerate here with just a couple of balls left. They'll move up to 98, so 100 is still on the cards here.
So what are they called now?
I think they're just called the A's. It might be one of those situations where they're looking for a new name. You know, we had the Washington football team for a while.
Yeah.
Before they went to the Commanders.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it took them to work out that one. They probably hired a crack marketing team for millions of dollars to come up with the Commanders. So 2 balls left here then, and certainly Gunnersbury will want to get to that magic triple figure mark, and they'll certainly get there when Esther de Lange is at the crease, and she pumps that one away, and that'll be a big 6 runs. Just a short arm jab, slightly back of a length, as Esther just clears that front leg and goes away for a 6.
Yeah, just gives her the room to bring down that bat with real ferocity. And she launches that away for a 6, and yeah, it did seem like this was going to be the ideal situation for de Lange to just come in these last few overs, tee off, play with complete freedom. And I mentioned that they'd done well to restrict this Gunnersbury side, but it looks like they're going to get close to that 109 again. Well, goes away for 4 runs, so they do end up with a similar total to what we saw them get when these two sides last faced each other. There was a full toss, and that's beautifully played there by de Lange, who strikes that behind square leg for 4 runs. So Gunnersbury end up with 108 here, a very strong total by them, very similar to the total that they posted when they beat this Hutton side. That time around it was 109. So Hutton certainly have a lot to do in the second innings. It just got away a little bit those last couple of overs, scoring 33 runs in the last 2. And after a fairly quiet start for this Gunnersbury side, they'll be pretty pleased that they end up on 108.
Yeah, good acceleration there from an experienced Gunnersbury side, and maybe just the lack of experience there for Hutton showed as they just let it get a little bit out of control in the final couple of overs. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights. And certainly it was an impressive performance from the young Hutton side. They didn't give away too many extras at all. In fact, just the 3 wide balls and the 2 no balls in the extras column. And that was a first wicket to fall as Zaren Pimenta did the fielding off her own bowling. Emily Jones fell for 30, and that was a nice catch. Never easy to do it when you're doing the bowling, and the commitment shown in the field was excellent. Amara Law tumbling away on that occasion. Good to see smiles on faces as well. But for Gunnersbury, the boundaries kept on coming. In fact, every single player got into the boundaries column. There was a slight few times where maybe the Hutton players could have got that run out. I think I'd like to see them in the next couple of games just really tight in that field to stop those singles. But Gunnersbury, credit to them, they bowled, they batted well, and as soon as they hit the ball, they went for every single run. This was a brilliant run out in the end from Anaya Shankar. That was Shimako Kato departed for 21 off 11. So that brought Esther de Lange to the crease along with Bhumika Bhatt after Zoe Moses departed. LBW, Harriet Robinson getting a wicket to her name. And then Esther, she came in and scored 25 off just the 8 deliveries, including 4 fours and the big 6. And that's really what boosted the score for Gunnersbury. We thought maybe it would be around that 80-90 mark, and they'd be delighted to get over 100. They got there and then some, as Esther was hitting it very cleanly through the leg side. So they get to 108 in the end. Hutton, though, they'll be happy, I think, with that performance against a very experienced Gunnersbury side. And they've got a chance now to go and chase down the runs.
We'll take a look at the scorecard for this innings. The top score was Esther de Lange making 25 runs of just 8 deliveries, strike rate 312.5. Good innings there by Kato as well, 21 of 11 for her. Zoe Moses was incredibly steady with her 21, helped build that partnership with Kato when they needed a period of reconstruction after losing a couple of quick wickets. Jones and Shaw got this side off to a good start as well. Then Bhumika Bhatt right at the end, striking an important boundary in the 4 balls she faced. We'll take a look at the bowling card here for this Hutton side. A great bowling performance for Abigail Little, 1 for 11 with a 2 over she bowled. Lauren Palmenter was 1 for 18. Harriet Robinson bowling superbly as well with 1 for 20. And credit to them for keeping extras to a minimum as well, just the 7 runs of extra. So we're halfway through this one. Gunnersbury have set a target of 109 for Hutton. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the start of the second innings.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're in the final day of action here after this epic 2-week tour, but there's still a lot to be played for out there in the middle. And it's Hutton's task now to chase down the 109 target set by Gunnersbury. If they do it within 7 overs or less, the bonus point win will be theirs. As for Gunnersbury, they are looking to remain unbeaten, and if they restrict Hutton to 75 runs or fewer, then they will take all 4 points off the field with them. So it's interestingly set up here. Let's remember the game between these two sides on last Saturday, match 3. It was pretty much identical, with Gunnersbury putting 109 on the board, 109 for 3 on that occasion. Hutton got close, getting to 96 for 3 in response, losing that one by 13 runs. So they've got a chance to get revenge here on Gunnersbury, with Shimako Kato opening the bowling for Gunnersbury. And it will be Lauren Pimenta out there in the middle with Alicia Maxin looking to get the run chase up and running. And they're going to have to start well here. I think Hutton, if they get a decent power play, get to 20 or 30, then they've certainly got themselves in contention. You can see the equation at the bottom of the screen then. Hutton needing 109 runs in 60 balls to take the victory here in what is the first of 5 games coming your way on the network, which will round off this series of Hornchurch in style as we go into the first ball of the run chase. It's on the money straight away from Kato, but it's a little misfield out there, and it will actually go all the way. Zoe Moses, who was so impressive with the bat, just lets that one sneak through up. Bit of an unfortunate bounce, and by the time she tried to catch up with the Grizzly, it's already made its way to the rope. So the perfect start here for Hutton in their chase of 109. 4 runs off the bat of Lauren Pimenta, who scored a runner ball 19 in game 1. That was an unfortunate rain intervention for Hutton there. So they got to 66 for no loss against Upminster before the rain came down, but they've got a chance to make amends here, and that's an outstanding shot from Lauren. Just uses the pace of the bowling, opens the face of the bat and works it in between the diving point and the 45. It's back-to-back boundaries to start the chase here for Hutton. Just as Esther De Lange there, just having a little chat with her bowler and also marshalling the troops in the field. Remember, the first 3 overs are the power play, during which time you can only have 2 fielders outside of the ring. No ball called there by umpire Lizzie. Must have been a front foot fault there from Kato. Either this or a fielding misstep, but yeah, I think she did just misstep with her front foot there. Nothing behind the line, so a free hit coming up for Lauren Pimenta. It's a good comeback from Shimako as that one crashes into the pads and will be a dot ball, but still 9 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries here. That run rate just a touch above 10, but every time they get an over in double digits, that will be a tick in the box for Hutton. They've got to take this run chase as deep as they can. As a reminder, Gunnersbury go into this game unbeaten. They've won the 2 games they've played so far. They did have the washed out 5th game, which will be rescheduled for the end of today. And Hutton still searching for their first win. They also had 1 game washed out, and the other 2 games were, if not rain affected, then certainly the rain was lurking in their loss to Gunnersbury, that one I mentioned previously, by 13 runs, and then the DLS loss to Upminster. So I know they're looking forward to playing the full 10 overs here, really showing us what they're made of. lifted away into the leg side. It lands safely. There is a fielder out there in the deep, so it will just be the 1 run, but that's the perfect start for Hutton. 10 runs on the board after the first over, and right on the run rate. So looking like this could be an intriguing chase setup, and Nish joins me back in the commentary box as we have an interesting 9 overs coming our way.
Certainly do, and Hutton, we said the big challenge would be how they would be able to replace those runs. They're not going to be able to get from Erica Hobson. Lauren Palmenter is a very talented and steady batter, a classy cricketer. Had a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. It's incredible. We've been here almost 2 weeks now, still haven't had a golden ball. This is it. Today's our last chance to get a golden ball, and fingers crossed we're able to break the streak.
To be honest, we've only really been close on one occasion. We had 1 final ball finish. Apart from that, in the men's series, we didn't even have too many final over finishes. It was quite a series dominated by the bat, especially going into those knockout stages. There were so many comfortable run chases. So the women, hopefully they can deliver a few thrillers here.
The wicket there, so Palmenter managed to make 9 runs, will have to depart. Butt gets a wicket on her very first ball. A little feather edge through to the keeper. That's really well taken there by Kylie White, who's skippering this match as well for Gunnersbury. You can just see, just looking to work this one through cover, and it takes a fine edge through to the keeper. She was up immediately, wasn't she, Kylie White? She knew that was a wicket. Huge moment here for Butt, who gets a wicket off her very first European Cricket Series ball. And it's the massive one of Lauren Palmenter.
Excellent delivery. It actually turned a bit as it pitched, and it's one of those awkward ones for the batter where you don't know whether to play it on the front foot or cut it. Ended up doing kind of neither nor, and the wicket does fall. Good grab as well from Kylie White behind the stumps, and Bhumika into the team, straight into the wickets as Hutton lose their first 10 for 1. Rachel Pearce is the new batter in for the chasing side. And not entirely sure what's happening here. Maybe just a change to the batting order, because it was certainly Pearce who went out into the middle. But it will be Saba Nassim who comes in at number 3 for Hutton. She's a very experienced player, an explosive batter as well. We saw what she was made of in that first innings with the outstanding one-handed catch at mid-on. And she's got a task here to try to guide her side to this run chase. Brilliant delivery though from Bhumika. Saba, she was eyeing up that leg side boundary, had to readjust at the last minute and just get her bat down on it.
Blocks that one out here, and now that they've lost Palmenter, just going to have to keep scoring runs. Nassim is a very talented cricketer. She's going to be helped out with a slight misfield out in the deep. A rare mistake from Daly. That was a talented cricketer from Australia. Don't tend to see her make mistakes like that. That was the ball before, the one that was struck for 4. We'll take a look at this one again. Just pitching outside the off stump, around that 4th stump line. She rocked back, pulled that away so nicely, and got it away for 4 runs. They're going to need an innings here from Nassim. Caught a brilliant catch in that first innings. Full toss, and that's going to go out towards mid-wicket. Really well fielded there by Daly, who fires in a strong throw back towards the keeper. Stride out there and stroke that one away towards mid-wicket. Single. Despite that boundary, only the 5 runs off this over so far. It's tapped towards mid-on. And Emily Metcalf will be there to field that. So brilliant over for Butt. She picks up the wicket. Was unlucky to even go for the 5 runs because of the misfield. Terrific first ever over in the European Cricket Series as Hutton are 15 for 1, a couple of overs into their innings.
And this is where a run chase starts to get a bit difficult, especially in the T10 format, because just 1 over that goes below that run rate, and suddenly it's jumped from around 10 to over 11.5. As we take a look at the standings, Upminster, we'll see them in the next game. For now, though, Gunnersbury looking to remain unbeaten, and Hutton looking to notch their first win of the series. Going into the third over, then it will be bowled by Shay Daly, such a talent. Herself only 25 years old. Starts off with a brilliant delivery, just teasing outside the off stump, and Saba Nasim does well to actually not get an edge on that one.
Nice bowling here by Daly. Getting those dot balls in, and each dot ball just continues to build the pressure on Hutton. Got some football training happening out there at Long On. Oh, just struck back towards Daly, almost carried through. Would have been a brilliant catch if Daly had been able to grab that, but yeah, this is superb bowling by the Australian cricketer. Just took a bounce before it got to her, so there's a wide, the first run of this over.
Yeah, they start them young over here playing football. It's like, I think they call it pee-wee soccer over in the US, don't they? Which is a good description, because they often wear bibs that come down to about their shins. They don't really make toddler-sized bibs, apart from the ones for when you spill your food. But yeah, it looked like they're having a nice time. There was the park run out here this morning as well. Have you ever done a park run?
No, I've never done a park run. I've done a lot of cross countries. I mean, our school used to force us to do them as well. But
Yeah.
I used to sign up for some of those cross country runs as well.
Brutal. Forced is the operative word for me when it comes to running, or cross-country running especially.
I think it's also because there are probably not as many parks in Cyprus as there are here. I mean, the country's a lot less greener. I mean, it's Southern Europe, drier, more arid conditions. This is wonderful bowling by Daly. That was a superb over, just the 2 runs coming off it. And after a good first over for Hutton, they just kind of been stuck in neutral these last couple of overs. Find themselves 17 for 1 at the end of the power play.
And Daly rattled through that over in record time as well. Blink and you miss it. She pushed through 5 dot balls, the wide and the single. And that run rate is just going to go up and up now, over 13. And this is where Gunnersbury really show their experience, their quality as a side as well. They didn't panic in that first over when Hutton got exactly what they needed from the run rate. As we take a look at the head-to-head, and Gunnersbury certainly winning the power play. They were 31 for 1, Hutton 17 for 1. Throughout the following 7 overs, Gunnersbury were steady, but then they did have that big magical final over as well, which boosted their score into the hundreds. So it'll be Ellie Shaw to bowl this 4th over for Gunnersbury.
Away towards mid-wicket, and this is just good fielding, you've got to say, by Gunnersbury. I mean, Hutton were often conceding singles in those sorts of positions, but the Gunnersbury, they've just been on it in a flash. They've not given Hutton these little opportunities to just pinch singles and keep rotating the stripe, keep the scoreboard ticking. Down the ground, and they'll pick up a run here. Esther Dalanga is there to field that. Yeah, the difference, if you look at the first innings of this one, was that Gunnersbury were always rotating the strike. They kept the scoreboard ticking. They always got those singles, those doubles, and then they hit a boundary or 2 every over. And then right at the end, Esther Dalanga really went off and got them to that impressive score of 108. So dot ball there. I think Maxine just been a little bit disappointed she's not been able to get that one away, yet to get off the mark.
I still would like to see the Gunnersbury fielders inside the ring just 3 or 4 paces closer in. You've got the protection now on the boundary now that we're out of the power play. And I think you really want to put the squeeze on the Hutton batters. Make sure they can't sneak any singles inside of this ring. Equally, I would have liked to have seen that from the Hutton fielders when they were out there. I think Gunnersbury were able to burgle about 15-20 singles, which if the inner ring fielders were just a few steps closer in, they might not have been able to take those runs. But again, it's just learning for these players, a lot of them still relatively new to the game, and of course extremely new to this T10 format.
They're going to try to get a run here, and Maxine is off the mark, charging towards the non-striker's end, and good early call there by Nassim. Saw the opportunity there and immediately called for the one. Just the 2 runs again off this over so far, and you look at these last, let's say about 14 deliveries, we've only seen 5 runs scored, so they've got to get a move on here, Hutton. They've got to start finding the boundary, got to start picking up those singles and doubles as well. She's been very busy at that position, hasn't she, Emily Metcalf? Another sensational over for Gunnersbury, only a couple of runs off at 4 of the last 2. They're the commanding position here as the required's now gone up to almost 15.
Ellie Shaw is such a star, isn't she? She's another one of those left arm seamers that are on display this morning. She's got a beautiful action. She's just 13 years old. She's quite tall, and I assume she's going to grow a bit taller, so she's certainly one to look out for in the future. She'll only get faster and more accurate, but that was a brilliant over from her. Just the 2 singles coming off it, and these last 2 or 3 overs have really just put the brakes on this Hutton run chase. Another teenager, 14-year-old Hannah Cullen will bowl this 5th over. I think Gunnersbury can kind of compare to Hornchurch in that they are an established local team and they're keen to give the youngsters a go. They've had such a successful few years as a club. Gunnersbury founded all the way back in 1925 as well, celebrating their 100th year this year.
Yeah, great club with so much history, so many talented players. And they are in a very strong position right now in this European cricket series. Managed to win a couple of games so far. Looking to make it 3 wins out of 3 to start. They managed to pick up this victory. I'll probably just move Hutton out of contention for this European cricket series, and then Upminster really face an uphill climb, just trying to catch up with this Gunnersbury side, although they will play them a couple of times today.
Yeah, Gunnersbury featuring 4 of the 5 games that we've got today, because of course that final bonus game was added in. It will be match 5, which will come after match 9, because that was called off at the end of last Saturday. And that will be Gunnersbury against Upminster, which would maybe be a title clash, but you imagine also Gunnersbury would want to seal the win before that final game. And so far they've delivered the goods, played 3, won 2, only stopped by the rain gods on the other occasion.
Another run here. Boundaries needed though. They need to start finding the boundary rope here, Hutton. I haven't seen a boundary since the 3rd ball of the 2nd over. That required now. It's shot up quite a bit, and we're at the point where we're showing the graphic for how many runs they need just to pick up a point from here. 54 of 32 to get a single point.
Sneaked run there from Hutton. It was a good call actually from Saba Nassim to run to the danger end. She knew that if there was any trouble, she would be in the deepest of it. And Alicia manages to hustle her way to the non-striker's end. But that's what Hutton have to do, pick up every single run that's on offer here. But Gunnersbury, you hear them, the fielders shouting easy as well. They know that singles won't be enough for Hutton. So anytime it doesn't find the boundary now, it's pretty much a win for Gunnersbury. As we take a look at what's happening over in Czechia at the end of the halfway stage at Hutton, 24 for 1. And Czechia playing against Gibraltar in the first game over there. And well, that game's already finished actually. And it was a win for Gibraltar. As they put on 137 on the board in their 10 overs, lost only 2 wickets thanks to a 71 off just 33 deliveries from Amy Valverde Benatar. In response, Czechia managed to get to the 101 for 3, but they fell 36 runs short and into the second game over there with Croatia playing Czechia, and Croatia put 65 runs on the board, still 2 overs left to play over there. So make sure you have the women's action on here, of course, and over in Czechia. As unsurprisingly, Ellie Shaw, after her outstanding first over, comes back to bowl her second in this 6th over of the run chase.
Shaw's been very, very impressive, and you can see a lot of praise for her in the chat as well. A number of people saying that she's incredibly impressed with the way she's bowled, and certainly has been the case. Putting on a terrific display here, just not allowing this Hutton side to score the runs they need to. Gonna clip this one towards square leg. Grab another run here. Brilliant bowling. This is just top-notch bowling here by Shaw. It's been a wonderful spell. She's very unlucky not to have gotten a wicket. It would certainly deserve one.
Yeah, absolutely. If that one was on the stumps, I think Saba would have been struggling, because she's trying to clear that front leg now. She knows that she needs to get a move on if they want to even pick up that point. It's almost 2 runs every ball for that. Ellie Shaw is just giving them absolutely nothing. On this occasion, though, it will be a full toss. We'll have to check that one. And it will be a run out first and foremost. Gonna have to check the no ball anyway, because it could be a free hit for the batter coming in, and they had to go for the run there. Almost a catch, actually. Saba Nasim, she knocked that one up in the air, landed safely. So take a look whether it was a no ball. Oh, it's a 50-50 again. It's one for the match referee to decide. And we can see what happens after that, as it gets knocked up in the air. Throw comes in, and it's a easy stumping or run out in the end for the wicket keeper. So take a look at the whole sequence of events. So it goes up in the air. Ellie Shaw goes into reverse gear, but actually allows the throw to be put in by Emily Metcalf. It's an inch perfect throw from her, and Kylie White, the captain and wicket keeper, does the rest. In the end, has it been signalled? I'm not too sure. Still waiting. Well, the new batter is in. I haven't seen a free hit signalled. So it will just be a run out, so a dot ball. That's a brilliant delivery. First up from Ellie Shaw. That's not the kind of delivery you want if you're coming in. Rachel Pearce just angles across it, manages to get a feather on it, and goes away for a single.
And in the 6th over, Hutton are 27 for 2, and that was just a wonderful spell of bowling. Absolutely brilliant by Ellie Shaw. Was extremely unlucky not to have picked up a wicket. She just has such a lovely bowling action. Nice flowing run up as well. Got a very bright cricketing future ahead for her. As we'll take a look at the scorecard here. It's been a struggle for Hutton, in all honesty. There's no other way to put it. Going at under 5 and over. You can tell that they're seriously missing Erica Hobson in this lineup. We know that she's been their main run getter so far this series, and just not quite able to replace her presence at the moment.
SkyQuest in the chat saying switching back and forth between the 2 windows on his laptop, and that's exactly the way to do it. Make sure to give a like on both channels as well, as we've got wall-to-wall women's cricket action coming to you live on the European Cricket Network on this sunny Saturday. Well, I haven't checked the weather over in Czechia, but it's sunny and beautiful here in London after a bit of a rocky start this morning. The covers were on, as always. The Hornchurch locals did an excellent job to get the pitch up and running for the start of the first game. Hannah Cullen is coming back to bowl her second over here. It's knocked away nicely by Rachel Pearce. She'll get her first boundary of the day. Just a slight misfire down the leg side on this occasion from the 14-year-old Cullen, and Rachel Pearce on it, quick as a flash.
A wonderful bit of batting there. Just took advantage of the fact that the line was just down the leg side there. Pearce, a little tickle on that, and is able to score 4 runs. Still need to go at 13s just to get the point from here. The victory probably eludes them. It's past the point of no return. The required for the win is up at 22.4. Firmly out towards mid-wicket and well fielded once again by Shea Dealey, who really owns that mid-wicket position. Fires the throw back in. Clip towards mid-wicket and pinch a quick single here. Good running between the wickets by Naseem and Pierce.
I've still liked the acceleration by Hutton. They've shown intent. Yes, it hasn't quite paid off for them at times, but they're going to these aggressive shots, and when they get hold of them, they do fly. This one will be stopped in the ring by Emily Metcalf, but they still get through for the single. I think it was just those killer second to fourth overs where they just got a little stuck in the mud, and that's why the run chase did get away from them. But they keep plugging away here, get to the end of the 7th over, 34 runs on the board as we take a look at what's coming your way in just about 40 minutes time. It's the only game actually today that doesn't feature Gunnersbury. It's Upminster against Hutton. Hutton remain unchanged. As for Upminster, they bring in 3 new players for their debuts on the network. Georgia Hayes, Karen Burley and Holly Minnie all come in, with Minnie also taking the wicket-keeping responsibilities. So that one's coming up for you at the conclusion of this game, which looks like it will be going the way of Gunnersbury. Into the 8th over we go then, and Bhumika will come back into the attack. Polling her spin, picked up a wicket on her very first delivery on the network. Keeps plugging away here. What I will say for Gunnersbury, and it'll be interesting to see who they employ in the last 2 overs, they have just used the 5 bowlers so far, and I think this would be the perfect opportunity to give some of their youngsters a go. Admittedly, they have just bowled with a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old, but maybe just the opportunity for someone who might not bowl as much on the network, and of course maybe in their club games as well, to have a go in this game where the victory is all but guaranteed.
Not just victory, but also the bonus point at this stage. They're going to pick up the bonus point here, and that would just give them such a massive advantage over Upminster in the table. That would mean Upminster would have just an uphill climb to try to get close to this Gunnersbury side. It's incredible. We didn't see a single bonus point win during last Saturday's play. And one of the reasons, in all honesty, was the fact that most of the games were rain affected. It was just the one full 10-over game. And the weather expected to be a lot better today, and Gunnersbury look like they're heading for a bonus point win in the first match of the day. Pierce hits that out into the deep. So that looks like a nice cricketer here, Pierce, going at about a run a ball. Certainly think this innings will earn her a promotion up the order. It's also very good running between the wickets, and that's the key difference that I've noticed for this partnership since Pierce has made her way out to the middle. She's very fleet of foot, which means that Hutton have now been able to pinch those singles. I mean, just a few overs ago, they weren't getting runs on shots like that, the one we just saw.
Yeah, you've certainly seen the acceleration. They've gone up a couple of gears here, which is excellent to see, as that one might go straight through the 2 fielders. It's an outstanding shot off the bat of Rachel Pierce, as she bisects those 2 fielders expertly. There wasn't too much room to work with, as there was 2 fielders out there, but she hit it with such power that it raced away down that hill. And that's exactly what we were saying, Nish. Hutton have accelerated here. It's just a shame that it comes a bit too little too late, but again, that's a learning they can take into the next game, which is coming up in less than 40 minutes now. I think they can go with this intent from the start. They're playing low-risk cricket. It's not like they're playing wild shots. And if they do that in the next game, then I think even if they're chasing something like 100, or if they're batting first, then they can get those runs on the board. So it will be Zoe Moses to bowl the 9th over. That one just a bit of a misfire. It will be a no ball. This is what we were asking for, and exactly what Gunnersbury have done here. Clearly they're listening to us, Nish, as they bring on a 6th bowler to bowl this 9th.
And Zoe Moses just starting off with a no ball there, so a free hit coming up here for Nassim. She's been out there for a while and struck 1 boundary so far. Can she get a 2nd? Gonna nudge this one towards cover, and they'll be able to get the single quite comfortably here. That is well fielded by Bhumika Bhatt. Some bat down there, Pearson picks up a single. This has been a really, really good innings by Rachel Pearson. I just wonder what things would have been like if she'd come in at number 3 or maybe even opened the batting. Couldn't. As Hutton side have managed to get themselves a few more runs and even made this a little more competitive.
Yeah, certainly questions for Hutton going into the next game. Maybe mix out around their batting order just a little. You've also, of course, got the likes of Amara Law. She scored 31 off just 24 deliveries in game 4. So they do have options with the bat. I think still trying to find their best lineup.
That's going to be a wide, so might just take a look at this side on as well, because it could be a no ball as well. Of course, a no ball would take precedence over the wide. Let's just see, is there a chance here of it potentially being a no ball? Ooh, dear.
I think so.
Could be, should be, and yep, the call has been made. It is a no ball, so 2nd no ball of this over. Another free hit coming up here, and this time around it's the dangerous Rachel Pierce who's going to be facing it. That could be another no ball. It will be another no ball. So 1 more free hit coming up here, this time for Nassim.
Zoe's lines are almost perfect here. She just needs to get her length under control. She's going to be taken off here, and Nish, I don't like this. It's by the letter of the law, okay. It's 2 head height no balls, and then it says that you can be taken off for dangerous bowling. In what world is that bowling dangerous? It's a youngster who's bowling. She's 20 years old. She's getting the experience, and she's taken off now. But I don't think neither Saba Nassim or Rachel Pierce, who have shown themselves to be accomplished batters, are that troubled by those head height full tosses. They're not going that quickly. If I'm a batter, I'm saying, okay, if you want to bowl at my head, I'll hit the ball. I don't like seeing it. It's something I've mentioned before, and I would love to see the umpires apply a bit more of their discretion, because it is in the laws that it's the umpire's discretion whether it's dangerous bowling or not, and I don't think that bowling's dangerous.
Hit out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a run. Yeah, Corey, I mean, he's been calling for the batter to have the decision of whether or not they want the bowler to continue. I mean, if you've got a bowler who's bowling full tosses after you're getting free hit after free hit, and you've got a chance to maybe get a 20, 30-plus run over, as a batting side, you'd be very disappointed to see that bowler going off. I mean, it's almost giving a get-out-of-jail-free card to the bowling side.
And I think especially in women's cricket, you see it happen relatively often. And I just don't think it helps anyone. Zoe Moses, she's bowled 3 deliveries. Her lines were excellent. It was just the length that was the problem. And 2 balls, and she's off for the game. Of course, here it doesn't make a difference to the outcome of the game, and she would have only bowled the 1 over anyway. But it's a real bugbear of mine. And I know the umpires are just doing their job. They're applying the laws as they see them. But I'd really much rather see a bit more discretion.
Would you like to just see it be at the batter's discretion? The batters get to choose if they want the bowler to be forced off or not, as this one is struck high up in the air, and there's Zoe Moses going to field that one back.
I still think the umpires can make the call there. They can see the situation of the game. Zoe Moses, she's not bowling 90-mile-an-hour beamers. She's bowling balls that are just coming out the hand a little wrong. The batters are not troubled whatsoever by the fact that it is a no ball. Just let her keep bowling. It's frustrating, and I see it too often in women's cricket, and I absolutely know why the umpires have done it. No judgment on them. I just don't like it. Rant over.
No, that is a really good point, and I do agree with a lot of what you've said. And yeah, I think it's bad for the bowler, especially when you look at a game like this with the results pretty much been already determined. But if this were a tight match, and they bring on a bowler to bowl the penultimate over, that's going to be a wicket here for Kato. Pierce's innings comes to an end. She batted superbly, well-deserved 17 of 17 deliveries for. Just gave her side that little bit of an acceleration after they slowed down during those middle overs. But just to go back to that point, I mean, let's say this was a tight game. Moses comes in to bowl that over. 16 needed of 12. Bowls a few no balls. It looks like Hutton are just going to jump ahead of the rate and have a chance to win. And then the umpire bails the bowling side out by forcing her off.
Yeah, I think there's better ways of resolving it. And I don't think a young bowler being taken off in this situation helps anyone. As Rachel Pierce then, her innings comes to an end, but it's a good one from her. Runner ball 17. Did try to accelerate towards the latter stages and was just up against a brilliant delivery on that occasion by Kato. I think giving the call to the batters is an option. I think that could also, it feels like you have the umpires there for a reason, and they're there to be neutral, and I think they are more than capable of coming to that decision that it's not dangerous, and that the bowler, in the situation, the game we're in, can carry on.
Yeah, suspension like that, it can often help the bowling side in tight games, and that's my thing, I think. You see him just going to knock that one away towards point for a single.
Well, I had the conversation when we had the Portugal-Austria, Portugal-Norway series, sorry, just a couple of months ago in Santarém. Two relatively new sides. I went out to the umpires in the middle with the match referee and the captains, and I said, I've seen it too many times that a game has been, well, not the game has been ruined, I think that's a bit of an over-exaggeration. That's a no ball, another front foot one there from Shimako. A young bowler's day has been ruined by her just bowling a couple of no balls that then take her out of the game. And I said, can we please apply a bit of judgment here that if she's not endangering anybody, then let her bowl, because the best way you can improve as a bowler is by having bad balls and having to come back and keep on bowling in these situations.
And who knows better than what's a dangerous ball than the person facing them?
Exactly.
The person facing them is perfectly happy with them, then I don't see how the umpires can have any complaints. We come to the end of this match. Hutton end up posting just 57 runs, a convincing victory for Gunnersbury. They take this by 51 runs. A commanding display, and they pick up the first bonus point victory of this European Cricket Series. They'll take a rest as Hutton will be right back out there, who now falls to an 0-3-1 record. They'll be taking on Upminster. No changes for the Hutton side. They'll play the same team they had in this match. Looking for Upminster income, Georgia Hayes, Karen Burley, and Holly Minnie. Looking forward to that match. Will be coming on your screen in just under half an hour. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Gotta say, Gunnersbury, they were certainly dominant throughout this innings. Hutton got off to a good start. They managed to make 10 runs in that first over. Palmenter hit a couple of boundaries, but unfortunately from Hutton's perspective, just dismissed it a little too early for their liking. A brilliant ball there by Bhumika Butt, picking up a wicket on her very first European Cricket Series ball. A little razor edge through to Kylie White, the captain and wicketkeeper. We saw Hutton try to score a few boundaries, but they just slowed down during that middle overs phase between overs 3 to 6. We saw just the 12 runs scored. They weren't quite able to get a move on and go at the rate they would have liked to. And they did keep things pretty steady there, Maxine and the scene. The scene managed to strike a boundary. Eventually, Pierce would make her way out to the middle, struck a couple of fours before Shimako Kato got rid of her with a brilliant ball. And Hutton would fall in this match. Yet to pick up a victory this European Cricket Series. Well, take a look at the scorecard of this innings, and the seam with a top score of 18 in 27 deliveries. Pierce's innings, though, you'd say was the best one for this Hutton side. A run of ball 17 for her. Palmenter struck a couple of boundaries in that first over before she was dismissed on the first ball, the second over. 3 runs for Maxine, and then Shankar came in at the end, faced 3 deliveries, and managed to get a run. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling card for Gunnersbury. Kata with figures of 1 for 15. Bhumika Bhatt took a wicket off her first ever ECS ball. Shea Daly bowled just the 1 over that went for 2 runs. Ellie Shaw, well, she was in many ways the standout bowler and was extremely unlucky not to get a wicket. There was plenty of praise for her in the chat. A superb bowling performance by her. Hannah Cullen did superbly with figures of 0 for 11. Zoe Moses, we talked at length about the fact that she was suspended from bowling because of those 2 beamers, and we shared our opinions on it. I can see a few opinions coming in on the chat as well. Dave agreeing with what Tina said. And then we saw Bolton come in to bowl those last 3 deliveries in the 9th over. So we've come to an end. Match number 6 is in the books. Gunnersbury take this one by 51 runs. A dominant victory for them, a bonus point victory. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back on your screens for the start of match number 7.
I'm gonna get one. I've been meaning to do that. Where's his hat? I quite like not having my phone. It makes me feel like zen. Yeah. I actually don't need it to keep it away from me. I know. Makes you think, doesn't it?
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch Cricket Club, where we're into the final day of action here, and it's the ECS-W featuring the three sides from Upminster, Hutton and Gunnersbury. The second game is actually the only game that doesn't feature the favourites Gunnersbury. They've got a big schedule today, playing 4 out of the 5 games, including that one at the end of the day, match 5, that was rearranged from last Saturday. But this one then features Upminster and Hutton. Let's go straight out into the middle with Tyrone Peters for the coin toss.
Hutton to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head.
We will filter.
They're going to have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Ty. So there you have it. Upminster have won the toss and they will have a bowl. For them, it's about getting wins on the board. If they want to try and ride on the coattails of Gunnersbury and try and get that win later in the series that will even leap them into first place, then they need to get this win against Hutton. I've been really impressed with Hutton so far, though. They haven't picked up a win yet, but they've been a really impressive side with the ball. They're playing with so many youngsters. In that first game, I think they had 6 teenagers, and they've just been bowling consistent lines. I love the 2 laws that are out there, and one of them is the keeper and the captain as well. And I think if they can just keep on building on the performances, then a win for them is just around the corner as well. So it's going to be another exciting game, and Nish is in the commentary box waiting to take you through it.
Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this game between Upminster and Hutton. It's a borderline must-win for both these sides if they want to keep up with Gunnersbury. So looking forward to this match. Should be a hotly contested encounter between 2 quality sides. We can't wait for it to get underway. Upminster have won 2 games so far this European Cricket Series. Hutton yet to get a victory. Should be a brilliant encounter. As we're just moments away from the start, we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. So Upminster 1-1-1 so far this ECS. Sunat Philyon-Lo playing once again, the talented South African athlete, member of the South African Sports Hall of Fame, silver medalist in the Olympics, 2-time Commonwealth Game gold medalist, one of the most brilliant athletes we've ever had the pleasure of having on ECN. Georgia Hayes is in for this match, as is Karen Burley and Holly Manita, led by Zoe Quested. Paige Roche will not be taking on the wicket-keeping duties in this match. It's going to be Holly Minnie who's going to be doing the wicket-keeping. And Angela Green, the captain of the second 11 for the Upminster side, will be starting in this match, of course. So she is the mother of Jamie Green, the talented batter who we saw playing for the Havering 11 earlier this week. Had some good news from Jamie that he will be recovering, and I'm sure his mother will be very glad to hear that. Here's a look at the win predictor. Upminster, 83% favorites for this match. And yeah, Hutton come in as real underdogs, and they're going to be batting first here, so we'll want to try to get a good score here. Maybe try to get something in the 80s or 90s just to give them something to bowl at. They seem to have shuffled their lineup a little bit. They're going to have Rachel Pierce opening alongside Lauren Palmenter. Pierce batted really well in that previous match, and I think this is a good move for them to move her up right at the top of the order to open alongside Palmenter. 2 of them will have to get this Hutton side off to a steady start. I'll be hoping they can hang around for about 3 to 5 overs and then allow that middle order to come in and score some quick runs. They're a little bit top heavy, I have to say, this Hutton side. They've been very reliant on Erica Hobson for most of the series. She's unavailable this morning. So a lot of pressure here on Lauren Palmenter and Rachel Pierce to score some runs for them. Zoe Quested will open the bowling for Upminster, as she so often does. I had the great pleasure of having her on commentary last Saturday. She told us a lot about the setup at Upminster, the number of sides they have, both for the men's and women's game, the youth development teams they have as well. Here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball. Just asking the keeper to come up a little bit closer here. That's Holly Mini. And it's time for the first ball. And it starts off with an absolute beaut of a delivery. Had a little bit of everything there. That was almost unplayable for Palmater. Just take a look at this. It swings in and then just moves, seams away. Oh, it's so hard to play. It was full. It was just forcing her to come forward and is very unlucky. Doesn't catch the outside edge of the bat. That's a full toss and Palmater will push that towards mid-wicket. Will pick up a single here. That's Lois Gable who managed to get a hand to it. Pierce coming off a brilliant run of ball 17 in the last matchup. Hit towards mid-wicket, a really good shot there, and nice fielding on the deep by Sanette Fillion. Nice bowling here by Zoe Quest. Just getting it right up there in the block hole. Exactly the kind of bowling this Upminster side need nice and knowing the captain. She just so often sets the tone in those first few overs by keeping things nice and quiet. Leading by example right from the front. Gets that one wrong though. It's going to be a beamer and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Palmater deals with that incredibly well. This just kind of goes back to the conversation Tina and I had in the previous innings where, you know, this is deemed a dangerous delivery, but Palmater's probably pretty glad to see it as she can negotiate that quite well. Gets it away for 4 runs. I mean, by the letter of the law, if Zoe Quested was to bowl another one of those, and Palmater were to strike it to a boundary, Quested would be suspended. And I'm not sure Palmater would like that, nor would the skipper, nor would anyone watching at home. But yeah, I'm sure when Tina's back in the commentary box, she can certainly chime in on her opinion regarding that. That wasn't too far from the off stump at all. Of course, it was a free hit, so wouldn't have mattered if it struck the off stump. Oh, beautiful bit of bowling here by Quested. That was a terrific over. Just the one that slipped out of her hand. But outside of that, some exceptional bowling. Just some beautiful balls that's swinging in and seaming away. It's gotta say, some very elite bowling there by Zoe Quested that many a batter would have struggled to go up against. Well, take a look at the groups for the ECS-W. So over in the emerging division, we have Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden. Czechia, Croatia involved in the ECI-W over in Prague right now. Over in the Challenger division, got Italy, Germany, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. In the Premier division, absolutely stacked with quality. And I'm sure some of the players who we're going to see throughout today's play will be taking part in that ECI-W. Just to give you an update from match 2 over in Prague. Struck away and just going to beat the fielder inside the ring, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Good looking shot there by Pierce. Hit a nice boundary out towards mid-wicket in the previous innings as well. That is just a get of 4 here. So yeah, just to update you on match 2 over in the ECI-W in Czechia. Czechia managed to beat Croatia. They took that one by 8 wickets with a couple of overs to spare. So yeah, good to see Czechia getting some wins in T10 cricket. Things didn't quite go their way during the T20Is, but they continue their winning streak against Croatia. Nudge towards mid-on. That's going to be a dot ball. Just inside the tram line. Really good ball there by Plum. Looking to hit that wide Yorker, and she really executed it perfectly there. Good time to welcome back a German international, Tina Guff into the commentary box. And yeah, interesting start here. They've changed that opening pair. They decided to promote Pierce after that good inning she had in the last match.
Yeah, it's a positive move, isn't it, from Hutton, who are still looking for their first win. But they've started off excellently here, swinging the bat, swinging it hard. I have been on a little rule hunt clarification about the no ball situation as well. So in ECN, we do try to keep it as clear as possible. I know the ICC rule starts talking about things like discretion, and they have this coffin, this box over the profile of the batter's head, and if it's in that coffin, then it's deemed dangerous. But ECN, we give 2 warnings to the bowler, so they can bowl 2 no balls at head height, and the third one you're off. In the ECN, there's no umpire's discretion. There is in the ICC, so sometimes, of course, we play on the network with ICC rules if we're covering T20Is, and then there is discretion used, or can be used by the umpires, whether they deem the bowling to be dangerous. Of course, there's discretion on the wide balls as well, if, for example, a batter steps inside the line of the ball. ECN, we try to keep things simple, so there's no discretion for the offside wides and no discretion for the no balls either. Just to clarify that one, as that's a lovely hit away from the bat of Lauren Pimenta, guided away through backward point. Another 4 runs added to the collection. That's the second one of the over, finishes the over, in fact, 9 runs coming off it. Continues to be a decent start here from Hutton as they move to 16 for no loss. You can see certainly a point of no return for them if they want to contend with Gunnersbury near the top of the table. They've played 4 games and they desperately need to get a win on the board. As for Gunnersbury, top of the table at the moment, 4 points clear of Upminster in second. So Gunnersbury, they're putting in an impressive campaign so far, and of course we'll see them in all of the remaining games after this one. Into the third over we go then, and it will be bowled by Lois Gable. Another teenager on show today, just 17 years old.
Thought Lois Gable bowled wonderfully last Saturday. Picked up some important wickets for Upminster, but more importantly, she was just bowling really tight lines and lengths that batters struggle to deal with. It's a good time to bring her in here, right in the final over of the power play. They just sneak another quiet over in here. Upminster, it'd be wonderful for them. Starts off with a wide, though, pushes that one down the leg side.
She's got a lovely up and over action, doesn't she, Lois, on that occasion? Just a bit of a loosener, but she gets lovely dip on the ball. Just trying to find her lines here early on. Her first bowl, of course, of today's action. It's never going to be easy bowling against the left-hand, right-hand combination. Left-handed Pimenta back on strike. That's the perfect line. It's the ball she actually bowled on the previous delivery. This time, though, for the left-hander, it just goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, we're trying to use the old Control F as I'm going through the ECN rule book to try to find just a letter of the law so I can spell it out for some of our viewers, but I haven't quite been able to find it just yet. Yeah, there was an incident a few days ago. I think it might have been on your day off where I just was able to dive into this PDF. You can, of course, find it online. The ECN T10 playing conditions, they're freely available on our website for all of our viewers.
Love a bit of laws chat every now and then.
Yeah, I was once told that I should have considered being a lawyer instead. So there's always that part of me which just wonders.
Well, we had that quirk in the first game, didn't we, where it was a free hit and it clattered into the stumps. It did just go for the 1 by, but I always feel like it's so harsh on the wicket keeper. You see it a few times. This one, while direct hit will be interesting, and the throw does come in. Good backing done out there in the deep.
I've always thought that, I mean, if you hit the stumps and it's a free hit, it should just be a dot ball.
Regardless of where the ball goes. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'd go along with that. I mean, you've seen it a few times where, more in the men's game, where it hits the stumps and goes flying away for 4. Because there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You can't account for a ricochet off the stumps as this one's chipped up in the air, or they'll just scamper through for a single. And it seems so harsh on both the bowler, who's clearly got a free hit for whatever reason, so they've put in a great comeback ball, is extremely harsh on the wicketkeeper, who then has byes to their name, and it only rewards the batting team who've missed out on a free hit.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to punish a guy for bowling 90 miles an hour?
Oh, I agree. Again, a direct hit would be interesting. The throw comes flashing in from Georgia Hayes. This time, though, they will be able to run for the overthrows as the race is on, and Kea Shah does well to mop up on the boundary there behind Fine. She just comes.
Take a look at the height on this one again here. Look to come down the wicket there, Palminter, which just might have saved this from being a no ball. Yeah, well below the waist there, no problem whatsoever. It is a legal delivery.
Will be the end of the third, end of the power play then, and it's been steady if not spectacular so far from Hutton. 22 runs coming off the opening 3, but a nice little partnership building between these two. You do think that the majority of the runs have to come in Hutton's top order, don't they? We've seen Lauren, she can score runs, as can Rachel Pearce. Otherwise, they're relying on the likes of Saba Nasim. I saw she was padded up in the dugout. I'd like to see Amara Law get another bat at some point. She, remember, scored 31 not out back on the first day of action. So they do have a few options still, but you imagine there has to be runs from these two openers. As we go into the 4th over then, which will be bowled by Lauren Plum. Great name, by the way, for a bowler who's looking for an LBW, Plum.
No, it certainly is a great name, and Plum's bowled really well. I mean, just imagine all the puns we can get into if she gets an LBW at any point.
Well, it's very much one pun.
Yeah. Well, one quality pun. That's the thing. Quality over quantity. I mean, I know you've been firing the pun gun throughout these last couple of weeks.
The pun gun. Dear. That's a brilliant delivery. It's actually going to be flashed through, and again, it's excellent work done by Kea Shah on the rope. They do run through for 2. Just wondering if there's any kind of bat on this one. There's no signal from umpire Lizzie. It came right off the bat. I thought for a moment it might have come off the side of the stump. That would have been quite something, but off the side of the bat it came, and they run through for 2. I was just in the pavilion a moment ago, and I did see that another wicket fell in the World Test Championship. I'm not saying anyone should go over and watch that, because we all know Test cricket is dead. Jokes. But 248 for 4, South Africa, so they just need the 34 runs to win with 6 wickets remaining. Markram's still there on 1, 2, 3.
They'll take this. They only need another. I had a look. Was it another 34, did you say?
34 runs.
Yeah, they'll do that.
This is chipped up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, but it's actually a perfect lob onto the green over the head of Danny Cox, but it's outstanding fielding done out there in the deep by the skipper, Zoe Quested, to stop the boundary.
Yeah, she's a terrific athlete, Zoe Quested. We had the great opportunity to have her on commentary last Saturday, and she really went into depth and explained a lot to us about this Upminster side. It was great to listen from her. She really went into just how many different sides this Upminster team has, the quality players they have throughout their club.
It's been a good over so far from Lauren Plum. Chance for direct hit. Direct hit, in fact, would have been gone as it comes flashing in from Sunette, who, well, has a pretty impressive arm, as I'm sure you spoke in detail about last Saturday.
Yeah, an arm that's won her a couple of gold medals in the Commonwealth Games and a silver medal in the Olympics. Got to be very risky if you're trying to pinch a single off her, isn't it? Got your heart in your mouth. If anyone's going to land a direct hit, it'll probably be her, as this full toss is smashed away for 4 runs. Great shot there by Pearce. Plum just leaves a full toss hanging around her pads, and a nice little pull there. It goes away for 4 runs, so a fine knock here. Once again by Pearce. Back-to-back good innings for her. And this has been a steady opening partnership for Hutton. Probably look to pick up the run rate a little bit from their perspective. They're going at 8s, but haven't lost any wickets, and they're building a solid foundation.
They absolutely are, with 10 runs coming off that over. Finished with a flourish with that 4. They get to 32. Expected score 80, and I think anything 80 plus is something that can be defended here, especially with the tight bowling that we saw on display this morning. exactly the start that Hutton needed. The win predictor still firmly in Upminster's camp, but the more this opening pairing start to pick up the runs, maybe the more chance it gives them in this win predictor. Going into the 5th over then, and it will be Lois Gable back for her second. Yeah, it was good to see that Sunette was had an interview that we put on our social media channels as well, just talking about her career and her experience in cricket. And I think she's never experienced anything like this, despite her long and illustrious career playing T10 in the glorious London sunshine here in front of the cameras as well. It's a new experience for a lot of these players, and that has to be taken into account as well, as this one goes up in the air, but it drops in between the wicketkeeper and Kaya Shah, who then throws it in. I think safely home was the batter. We'll take another look at this one though. It's a lucky escape actually. They've been riding their luck on a few occasions, have the Hutton openers, but that's what you've got to do when you've got to put runs on the board. There's no point dying wondering on that occasion. They do scamper through for a single. Good piece of keeping there from Holly Minnie, who's new into the side and has the keeping responsibilities here. Picks it up nicely. I think there was no movement from the back foot of Lauren there. I will take a look at it just in case, though. She does actually shuffle forward. In the end, gets back home safely. This one's clipped away nicely into the leg side. Again, there's that figure, the sliding figure of Zoe Quested once more does the fielding. She's absolutely an immovable force on that boundary, isn't she?
Oh yeah, Zoe Quested, just a incredible athlete, and has done so well patrolling that boundary. They've got a number of very good boundary riders. You've got Phil Yoon out at mid-wicket, and Side, who very good at just applying the squeeze, choking away all those run-scoring opportunities.
Clubbed away to mid-wicket, and it's a great catch taken there. It will be the first wicket to fall as Hutton put in a good opening partnership, but it's broken here as Rachel Pearce holds out, and it's the sliding figure of Danny Cox who takes the catch. It's an excellent catch at mid-wicket. Wasn't easy, stayed low, but she got her hands down towards it and took a brilliant effort.
And right there is an example of why this Upminster side is so good in the field. Danny Cox, she got such a nice and safe pair of hands, got down low, took that catch. But a wonderful knock by Rachel Pearce. It's a back-to-back good innings for her, just proving she's a solid run getter for this Hutton side. Makes 15 runs here. They've gotten off to a fairly steady start here, Hutton, and we're just looking to accelerate in these last 5 overs and try to get to something which they've backed themselves to defend in the second innings. At the moment, the expected score is 74, probably just a little too low for Hutton's liking. They'll want to try to at least get into the 90s, maybe even the high 80s.
Rachel Pearce, 15 years old, gets 15 runs to her name and has built a solid foundation here for Hutton as Saba Nassim comes in at number 3. Can she accelerate the score? Well, it's a brilliant first delivery actually from Lois Gable, who finishes her spell with outstanding figures of 1 for 9. Has really bowled well, the youngster for Upminsters. You can join us once more in the commentary tent, which is heating up out here, and it's heating up out in the middle as well. The sun is out, and it's looking again like it might be a tight little chase here if Hutton can continue the platform that the openers have built.
Absolutely. They could make things interesting. Hutton's still looking for their first win of this European cricket series. We've seen them bowl well throughout this series, so if they can get into the high 80s, the 90s, then could be an interesting second innings as they look to get their first win of this series. We'll now make our way back out to the middle as we're about to start the 6th over. It's going to be Paige Roche to bowl this over. Now, Paige is wicket kept at times during this series, and certainly done a wonderful job fielding it long on, but hasn't been bowling too much. Very talented batter as well. A powerful hitter, usually opens the batting for this Upminster side. Let's see how she does with the ball. Haven't seen her bowling too much this series.
It's good to see, in fact, all 3 sides giving different bowlers the opportunity. As that one is clubbed away, and it's going to take some stopping. It just slows up, but despite the valiant chase from Kaya Sharp, it does go through for a boundary. Lauren Parminter moves into the 20s. She's 21 off just the 19 deliveries.
It's good batting here by Lauren Parminter. Very steady out in the middle, and I think when she opens the batting with Hobson, the two of them really complement each other well. They got a right-hand, left-hand combination. Hobson looks to attack. Parminter tries to play the role of the anchor. Now Palmenter's got that pressure to try to score boundaries as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how she deals with that. They'll be able to pick up a second run here. Good presence of mind, good awareness there. And by Hutton to see that opportunity and pick up the second run.
Zoe Quest said in her desire to field that one, almost overran it, but I think just clipped her legs on the way through, was able to stop it once more. Would have been a bit of a fielding commentator's curse after we bigged her up if that one went through, but she stops it well, does the skipper. This one goes up in the air and it should be taken, it will be. And as you said, Paige Ross, she's often seen with the wicket-keeping gloves. This time she delivers the ball, and it's Holly Minnie who takes her first catch of her European Cricket Network career. And it is the second wicket to fall. And it's a big one as well, as both openers are now gone. Lauren Parmenter has to depart, 23 off 21. It's the classic 4 and out for her. And she throws her head up in frustration, as that one was there to be hit, wasn't it? She was looking at that vacant fine leg region, only manages to chip it up. And Hutton lose their second, 41 for 2.
Just tried to swipe at that one there, Parmenter. Get it away towards square leg, ends up catching the edge of her bat, pops up. And Holly Minnie took a good catch. This is a big wicket. This really is a huge wicket here for Upminster. As we've seen, this Hutton side are fairly top heavy with their batting. I just wonder where these remaining runs will come for them, as they want to try to get to something, as I mentioned, in the 80s or the 90s.
Scarlett Robinson, Saba Nassim are the two new batters, having lost those 2 wickets. Hutton in the space of 4 deliveries. Scarlett Robinson gets herself off the mark on her very first delivery. Just 14 years old is Robinson, so again, great to see Hutton employing the youngsters here. In fact, this time I think they've got even more youngsters in their lineup. Well, it's the same team, isn't it, as the first game, but still, so many young players on show here. It's great to see their talent.
Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide, and throw fired in towards the non-striker's end, and great running there by Robinson. She'll make it safely to the other end.
Saba Nassim, I've been very impressed with her running between the wickets. As soon as the ball doesn't go into hands, she's off. And this time clubs it away. It's well stopped by Sonette on the boundary. But when she's at the non-striker's end, she's just looking to see if there's a little fumble either by the keeper or one of the fielders, and then she just races down to the other end. So it's positive signs from her as we get to the end of the 6th over. 46 on the board. Nassim will be on strike. Expected score up in the 70s. Certainly they'll want to look at 70 as a minimum from here.
Yeah, they'll certainly need to get to 70, but you feel that against a side like Upminster, 70 might not be enough for them. Take a look at the scorecard here. Lauren Palmenter with 23 runs of 21 deliveries. A good opening partnership with her and Rachel Pierce. Their opening partnership was worth 35 runs. They did lose those 2 openers very quickly, which wasn't particularly desirable for this Hutton side. Nassim will knock this towards mid-off, and that's going to be Shah bowling this over. And we saw skipper Zoe Quest speak very highly of Shah. Last time she was on commentary, called her one of the real exciting talents in this Upminster side. She famously had a 6-wicket haul near the end of the season for Upminster in their Essex League games.
Yeah, just 14 years old, of course, picked up a wicket in Upminster's only win so far. That was against, of course, this Hutton side. It was a DLS victory, but she bowled one over and bowled it 1 for 9. No exciting talent on show here for Upminster. Just 2 short of the half century now, Hutton. That one will fly away, and that's the disadvantage of being a fast bowler there. Kea Sharp does nothing wrong with that delivery, just maybe a bit too much width on offer. Allows Saba Nassim to swing her bat at it, and she gets a little under edge on it, and that will bring up the 50 for Hutton. 52 on the board for them. Kaya Shah, she's got a lovely action as well. She's got this great snap of the wrist. And Saba Nassim on that occasion had a bit of slice of luck on her side. Time a low full toss, just clubbed away into the leg side. Should just be the single. And they're not going to take on Sunet's arm even when she bowls it in underarm. But her underarm bowl is, I think, longer than a lot of people's overarm throw.
Certainly got a very strong arm, Sunet, and that was something which we saw Zoe Quested mention during her stint on commentary last week. Said that she is carrying an injury right now, so her arm isn't quite as strong as it normally is. So, yeah, I wonder just how strong that arm would normally be. As we get to see a slight chance for a run out there at the non-strikers, and a little nervy moment for Hutton. They almost lost their third wicket.
Yeah, there's a slight difference between, I suppose, positive running and risky running. And even that little bowl in, Kaya Shah, she hit the stumps there, might have been out. An excellent over from her so far. Just that under edge that went for 4. That one's clubbed away though, and it will go away for 4 despite Danny Cox lurking there on the boundary. Take a look, it's a low full toss. Probably just gets away with it. We'll check it just in case. And such was the power off the bat of Saba Nassim that Danny Cox out there wasn't able to stop it. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I think just about okay. She's collapsing there at the crease, getting down low to get underneath the ball. And it will just be a 4, which is unfortunately for Kaya Shah because she went for 12. I don't think it was an over that really deserved to go for 12. Hutton 58 for 2 after 7. Taking a look at the events that are currently on the network and of course coming up, as the second game over in Czechia has finished now, and it's a win for Czechia. So congratulations to them. They've got their first victory on the board, of course, having gone winless through the T20s, but they beat Croatia by 8 wickets in their first T10. Into the 8th over here, and it will be Paige Roche back to bowl her second over. Picked up a wicket, of course, in her first over. An important one as as Lauren Parmenter fell for 23, just chipping it up to Holly Minnie behind the stumps. So that one's clubbed away nicely, and it will race away for 4. Saba Nassim does get the boundary despite the last-ditch effort there from Kaya Shah. It would have been a wide ball, but she throws her hands at it instead. Goes back-to-back boundaries on her last 2 deliveries.
That's a really good shot. Some width on offer there, and she cut that one hard and went away for 4 runs. Nassim batting superbly here, 16 of 8. It's just lovely watching the way Nassim's batting in this inning. She'll push for a second run here. There just seems to be a lot more positivity and intent, as there was a slight chance there for a run out. Roche just a little bit frustrated. They weren't able to get the run out here. Push hard for the second run. They saw the opportunity. And at this point, he just thought maybe Robinson would be in a little bit of trouble. She's able to make it back safely. Pulled away magnificently there by Nassim, and she's going to get another 4 runs. This is some glorious hitting by Nassim, her 4th boundary.
She just clubs that one away to the leg side, and Danny Cox again makes that kind of mistake where you see the ball and you run towards it. I think on that occasion she would have been better off just staying on the boundary rope, let the ball come to you. You're going to give away a 1. Whatever happens, you don't want to give away a 4, but that's exactly what's happened. Saba Nassim, like she threatened to do actually in the first game, but has done it more successfully on this occasion, is really accelerating, going through the gears. 22 off just 10 deliveries for her, putting in a great shift here for her side. I know she was playing 2020 yesterday as well, so she's been in the action so far over this weekend. It's doing well for Hutton here as they move towards that 70 mark. Again, a slight misfield. This time it's through the point region as Angela Green is not able to stop it. Again, Saba Nassim just throwing her hands at it and is rewarded with another boundary as Hutton move into the 70s, 73 now. She's got power in her hands and just throws at the ball.
It's been magnificent by Naseem. I think just the intent and the positivity that we've seen from her this innings has been wonderful to watch. At times, maybe she's just a bit more tentative in the last match. Oh, it's going to be a wicket right there. So a little bit of a jinx as Paige Roche will pick up the wicket. Although I'm not sure this is going to count because that was a 7th ball in the over. So,
Yep.
oh dear, oh dear. Well, that over had already been completed. This is a wonderful ball, the upset at Paige Roche. Absolutely brilliant delivery, top of the off stump. That's going to be gutting here for Paige Roche. She's just going to be told that that's the 7th ball of the over, so that's going to end up being a dead ball. Well, so unfortunate, and what a break for Naseem when she's on 26 of 12.
Such a good delivery, isn't it? Just clips the top of off stump. Not too much in the way of celebration from Paige Roche because she did go for 15 runs in the over. But I think that was the 7th ball by our count. It was started off with a leg bite. And then there was a 4, a 2, a 4, a dot, and a 4.
Well, 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 there'll be a lot of chatter about this. A little moment of controversy here. But I think it's just going to go down as a dead ball here. I mean, you can't bowl that 7th ball. Oh, it's been given in the end, so this is just going to go down as a 7th ball over.
Interesting. My finger's gone up, but I think there may be just double checking it. I mean, there was the 3 boundaries for sure. There was the leg bite on the first delivery. That got Saba Naseem back on strike. She then scored the 4. Then there was the 2. Then there was another 4. Then there was the dot ball. And then another
6
4.
balls.
I think that's 6 balls. I'm just making sure to check it here. That's why if we do have a situation like this, we're always going to take the time to come to the correct decision. There's a bit of colour clash as well. You can't really tell who the umpires are, who the Upminster players are, and Hutton as well. Just standing off to the side there as Saba Naseem awaits her fate here. It's the longest potential dismissal I'm sure she's ever been a part of. I have to say though, it was an outstanding delivery, wasn't it, from Paige Roche? And in the end, the decision is wicket. So I don't see Saba Naseem out there anymore. And there will be the new batter striding out. Looks like it's Darcy Sturt coming out here in the 5th spot for Hutton. So after that confusion, it will be a wicket. And in fact, yeah, it looks like the dot ball was a phantom dot ball. So maybe they just cycle back on the stream, and it was back-to-back 4s then from Saba Naseem, but then she was bowled, and the very next delivery as Kaya Shah comes back in, she picks up a wicket, and it's 2 and 2 here for Upminster as Hutton fall to 73 for 4.
It's going back to the over. It was deemed that there was no dot ball. So the 8th over goes 1 leg by 4, 2, 4, 4, and then a wicket. So that was indeed the 6th ball. The confusion was at our end. So yeah, so no dot ball in that over. That was what it was deemed. Ends up being a 6 ball over. There was just a little bit of confusion about how many deliveries had been bowled in that over, but the confusion was cleared up. And the 8th over had 6 deliveries, and the 6th ball was an absolute beauty by Paige Roche, the bowl. Naseem, who was on 26 of 12, and yet just before Naseem got dismissed, I was about to say that she just looked a completely different batter to the one we saw in the first match.
Kaya Shah here could get at least a team hat-trick. Gets that full and straight delivery, but this time it's clubbed away by Alicia Maxson, who's been dropped down the order. It seems to be a role that suits her because she can go out and just play with freedom. That's exactly what she does on the first delivery there. Great hit through mid-wicket. .77 on the board then for Hutton. 4 wickets down after those 2 wickets in 2 balls. 2 new batters at the crease then. Darcy Sturt, she hasn't faced a delivery yet, the non-strikers. Alicia Maxson came in after Scarlett Robinson was clean bowled by Kaya Shah at the start of this over. See if Hutton can get into that 90 zone. Expected score currently 92. A couple of boundaries would certainly help them here. And this one comes off the boot of Alicia Maxson. They go 3 for 1. It probably would have been a wide actually had she got inside of that one, but they get a run nonetheless.
It's been a completely different mindset by Hutton the way they have batted this innings. Much more positivity, being aggressive with their shots, and have expected score is at 92. Certainly expect them to at least get into the 80s from here. They're going to push it this one, and they'll take that single. I think it was little things like that. They weren't taking the singles in that first match, and now they'll play that drop and single. They'll push for those runs. They'll take those risks. I think in that first match against Gunnersbury, they're just being a little overcautious, a little too tentative at times, but now they're playing with much more freedom. Oh, beautifully played there by Maxine. That's going to be struck out to Georgia Hayes.
Okay, Charlotte picked up a wicket on her first delivery and still got 2 balls left here. 1 ball left, in fact, after that single. She finishes with brilliant delivery. Excellent bowling from the 14-year-old. She finishes her spell with figures of 1 for 18. It's never easy to bowl that 9th over as well with the batters coming at you hard. She kept on bowling that probing line, and after the wicket only gave away 3 runs in the final 4 deliveries. Interesting to see here what Upminster do. They've just used the 5 bowlers so far, and it looks like it will be the captain, Zoe Quested, who will bowl the last. So just going with their 5 frontline bowlers. I suppose they've still got their eyes on Gunnersbury at the top of the table. They want to win every possible point here.
And knowing their mentality, they're going to go for the bonus point. They're going to really, really look to attack in that second innings. Maxine will strike this towards mid-wicket where Phil Yoon will field it. Yeah, Quested bowled superbly in that first over. I think she was unlucky to even go for the 7 runs she did. Just getting the ball to really hoop around, and also had some lovely seam movement as well. Often bowls the 1st and 10th over, so the captain certainly takes on these pressure overs. That's going to go away for 4 runs here. Beautifully played by Sturt. It was a full toss there by Quested. She was trying to go for that leg stump Yorker. Just goes a little too full. This is a wonderful shot. Just doesn't look to overhit it. Nurdles it around the corner for 4 runs.
Just the 4 balls left. Hutton have got to 85. And if they can sneak their way up to 90 here, then I think they'd give themselves a good chance actually of defending it, especially if they do get early wickets. We know Upminster have got some excellent batters, but they haven't really had their middle order challenged or tested so much in this series. So they need to be happy with what they've done so far, do Hutton, especially given that Upminster have just used the 5 bowlers, so they're absolutely not taking their foot off the gas here.
He's giving some instructions here to the fielder at point, Zoe Quested, about precisely where she wants her teammate to stand. She's trying to get that pinpoint accurate.
3 balls left of this first innings for Hutton. Again, just sweeps it away, does Alicia Maxson. It's a good shot. It's one that's not without risk, especially with Zoe Quested pretty much bowling stump to stump, but she gets some bat on it. Could move to 87. It'll be interesting to see what kind of batting lineup Upminster go with as well. Of course, we're used to seeing the likes of Sonette at the top of the order. Paige Roche's carded at 2 as well. And we have the likes of the captain, Zoe Quested. a couple of new batters and new additions as well.
Hit away towards mid-wicket. Gonna get 1 run here. Great bowling by Quested this over. I think for the final over of the innings, 8 runs of 5 deliveries isn't bad at all.
Final ball then coming up for Hutton. 2 would get them to that 90 mark. We'll certainly go for the 1, and it's a good call actually from Darcy Sturt as it's rolled to the non-striker's end. I think the bat slide saves her there, Alicia Maxin, but in fact, no, it has been given out. As we take a look at this one on replay, let's see how close she gets here. It was certainly the right decision to go for the run. Oh, I thought I saw the... Oh no, the umpire, of course, was given byes. I saw the finger raised, but her finger was being raised with all 5 fingers in the air to give byes. I didn't think she was safe, and my eyes aren't failing me quite yet. So Hutton do manage to sneak the single. Don't quite get to that 90 mark, but they do then put 89 on the board, which will mean 90 will be the target for Upminster. Decent effort from Hutton, you'd say, given that they do have a lot of youngsters in the side. They're relying on maybe 1 or 2 batters to go big, but it's pleasing to see that everyone contributed. Lauren Pimenta and Rachel Pearce at the top of the order got themselves off to a brilliant start. Partnership of 35 before that was eventually broken, but both of them scoring boundaries, and the left-hand right-hand combination really seemed to work a treat because it did put off the Upminster bowlers just a little, and it was nice to see more intent in their batting as well. That was the first wicket to fall. Rachel Pearce went off the bowling of Lois Gable. Is an excellent catch by Danny Cox. Lauren Pimenta then carried on with Saba Nassim, who put in an excellent knock, 26 off 12. Pimenta eventually went just chipping one up to Holly Minnie, and then Saba Nassim was probably the most impressive batter in terms of intent showed. Her strike rate was over 200, and she really just went after the ball and tried to hit it hard, and she knew then if she broke the ring, got past the fielder, she'd get the 4 runs.
Absolutely, and I think just the way they battled through those middle overs was brilliant, particularly over 6 to 8 where they had 11, 12, 15 runs in those 3 overs. Stark contrast to what we saw when they played this morning against Gunnersbury, where they just couldn't get that acceleration during the middle overs. This time around, though, Hutton, they got those nice partnerships. They were able to accelerate. They hit plenty of boundaries, and they managed to strike 12 fours this innings. A lot more than what we saw from them in the first match. They end up with 89 runs. I still feel that it's slightly below par, and that Upminster will be quite happy and will certainly back their chances of chasing this down the second innings, but Hutton have given themselves something to defend, and their bowlers will feel encouraged. If they pick up some early wickets, they really could go on here and pull off the upset. We'll take a look at the scorecard. Saba Nassim with a brilliant knock, 26 and 12. She was clean bowled by Paige Roche. Absolutely beautiful delivery. The scoop back in, clipped the top of her off stump. There was a little bit of confusion there where some of us wondered whether it was the 7th ball of the over, but then clarification came in. That was indeed the 6th ball with no issues whatsoever. Lauren Palmenter batted steadily on 23 of 21. Rachel Pearce, another good knock for her. A couple of decent scores for Pearce. Let's see now if she can convert these starts into a big innings. We'll take a look at the bowling cart for this Upminster side. Zoe Quested bowled superbly, gave 15 runs in the 2 overs she bowled. Lauren Plum came up 19 in her 2. Lois Gable, another fantastic spell of bowling for her. She's been such an impressive bowler throughout the series. 1 for 9 in the 2 overs. Paige Roche going for 25, and more importantly, getting that crucial wicket of the scene. That was 1 of 2 wickets she would get. And then Kea Shah, the talented young cricketer for this Upminster side, ends with figures of 1 for 18. Upminster need 90 runs in 10 overs in the second innings to pick up their 2nd win of this ECS. We'll take a quick break, and I'll be right back on your screens for the start of the chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where we're halfway through match 7. Hutton have the runs on the board, 89 of them, and it's now down to Upminster to try to knock them off. Certainly Upminster will be looking at this as a chaseable target, possibly even a bonus point win, but Hutton, they bowled well in the first game against Gunnersbury. It wasn't enough as they fell by 51 runs, but they're still looking for that first win, and this might be the opportunity as we take a look at the bonus point equation. So if Upminster chase the target in 7 overs or fewer, then they will take home all 4 points. As for Hutton, they have to restrict the chasing side to 62 runs or fewer, and that would be all 4 points going for the first time in the direction of Hutton. It's going to be an intriguing chase. Certainly Upminster have batting firepower, none more so than Sunette Viljean-Leu, who is opening and facing the first ball for Upminster. She's joined out in the middle by Georgia Hayes. So certainly the order of the day for Hutton will be early wickets, and if they can break that opening pairing and maybe even get 2 or 3 early wickets, then they're going to be looking at the middle order of Upminster that hasn't really been tested so far, hasn't in all honesty needed to bat because of the power of Sunette at the top of the order. So it's still delicately balanced. Let's not forget Upminster, they've tasted defeat as well. They lost game 2 to Gunnersbury by 9 wickets in the end. It was quite a comfortable win for Gunnersbury. Upminster, though, they want to get every single point they can, as they did have their first game washed out. And that was the game against Hutton, where Hutton started promisingly. Got to 66 for no loss after 6 before the heavens opened. So still seeing which of these two sides can get the better of one another as we go into the first ball of the run chase that we bowled by Abby Little. It's a bit of a full toss, and it's stopped actually brilliantly on the rope by Darcy Sturt out there. I think probably just about okay. It was a big leap forward by Sunette Viljean. In fact, yeah, it was just standard low full toss, but it was clubbed away. Early promising signs from Sunette as well. She found the middle of the bat, but also, unfortunately for her, found the fielder out in the deep. Of course, a 3-over power play, during which time only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. First delivery faced by Georgia Hayes, and she just chips it up in the air. Lucky actually that she doesn't quite get hold of it, as Saba Nassim there was lurking on the mid-on ring. Of course, took a spectacular catch in that first game. Stuck up her hand like the Statue of Liberty and held on that occasion. This time it does break through the ring, and Georgia Hayes gets her run chase up and running with a 4 through point. Elegantly played. She just waited for it. She planted her front foot forward, realised that it's going to be a bit shorter. Played with a lot of patience on that occasion, and it gets knocked away for 4 runs. So far the win predictor firmly in Upminster's camp, 71% to 29, but again, a wicket or 2 could change everything here for Hutton. It's almost an action replay on that occasion, this time slightly straighter. Round of applause from all the fans there. It's lovely to see so many fans out here enjoying the weather, enjoying the cricket on this Saturday afternoon. Georgia Hayes certainly enjoying those back-to-back boundaries. Just a little too much width on offer there from Abby Little. Just needs to target those stumps a touch more. Don't allow Georgia Hayes to throw her hands through it. As a result of that, they have pushed the fielder back onto the deep cover boundary. The other fielder in the deep is at cow corner. Much better delivery on that occasion by Abby Little, just a lot straighter, doesn't allow Georgia Hayes to throw her hands through the ball. This one squeezed away. It's unfortunate. It doesn't deserve to go for a boundary. Abby Little can be frustrated with that one, but Georgia Hayes, she gets her third boundary of the over, and it's a brilliant start for Upminster as they get 14 runs on the board. This time, lucky that it actually didn't go back onto the stumps. A bit of a guilty look back from Georgia Hayes there. She does get 12 of those opening runs, and it's been exactly 50 matches since a golden ball. We can raise our bat to the pavilion. We'd love to have that ticker go down to 0 by the end of today. And while Nish is having just a little break, the women power on the European Cricket Network continues. Of course, we've got Czechia action over in the T10 series there, but I'm very happy that I'm joined in the commentary box by Gunnersbury and ICC legend Esther Delaga. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I'm having a great day so far.
Well, the sun is out. The cricket is top quality as that one just goes slightly too wide from Ananya Shankar. But so far, Gunnersbury have been loving their time on the series in the network as well.
Absolutely, we've really enjoyed the opportunity to play in this event.
That one's clubbed away, and Sunet's not going to miss out on that one. Slightly too full from Anaya, and Sunet is ruthless on anything down the leg side, 4 runs. Yeah, you seem to have enjoyed it on a personal level. You got a few runs on day one, and today, a bit more of a cameo as the top order did the business, but looks like you're enjoying your time out there in the middle.
I'm definitely enjoying my time. I've adopted quite a positive mindset, and yeah, I've got little plans for myself of how I want to approach it, and so far it seems to be working. I mean, if I'm honest, I've played a few silly shots and got away with it as well, but I think that's part of being in this format. You have to go for it sometimes, play positive and take risks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think silly shots is one of the trademarks of the European Cricket Network, and I suppose this T10 format is just a little freeing as well, because if you do get out, you've got so many batters still to come, and it's actually quite nice at some point to give other people an opportunity. As Sunet knocks that one in for a single. Is this the first time you've played the T10 format?
Yes, it is. It's first time for pretty much all of us, I think. There's not a lot of T10 experience. A lot of T20 and 50 over, but never T10.
It's a completely different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Did you have many conversations as a side before you came into this tournament? Obviously, I suppose in the context of your season, it's a friendly tournament. But you still must have had a few conversations about how you want to approach this format, and maybe how this can be a development opportunity as well for the rest of your season.
Yeah, we've had some conversations mostly around kind of how we want to approach the game, and we've managed to spread the opportunity around a little bit in the games that we've had so far, and different people have stood up at different times. But yeah, fielding is absolutely key in this format as well. That
one's knocked away, and well, fielding you said is key, and certainly there have been some impressive fielding performances. There was that outstanding catch by Saba Nassim in the first game against Gunnersbury, and of course Zoe Quested, she's the one who just throws herself around the captain of Upminster. And it's great to see the commitment, and that was a delightful shot from the batter. And it will go all the way. Sunet, she's not just about the power, also about the placement. She kind of just does a front arm jab on that one. It gets a little big on her, but she just pushes it away for 4 runs, and she's such a talented player as well, isn't she? Absolutely, yeah. She's been very successful so far. But yeah, on the fielding, we've talked about putting your body on the line and making sure you get behind the ball, because every boundary really hurts you. So the more boundaries you can stop, the better, and sometimes that means, you know, diving around and sliding around and really going for it. So yeah, just trying to take the opportunities that we can, and even if you miss it, but you're still trying, then that's what we want to see as a team. Yeah, absolutely. And given you have so many youngsters in your side as well, as we'll talk about that in a second, it will be Abby Little to bowl again, and she gets the wicket, gets through the defences of Georgia Hayes. And Upminster, they race to 25 off the first 2 overs. But Abby Little strikes on her first delivery of her second over, and it will be the first wicket to fall. Upminster 25 for 1. That was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it? Just clipping leg stump. And, well, she did get away with a couple in the previous over, did Georgia Hayes. Got that one that just sneaked behind the stumps and went away for 4. But on this occasion, she does depart. Upminster, 25 for 1, and that was a great ball from Abby Little, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's for the bowlers. The key message is just to bowl on the stumps and don't give any width, don't give any width away to the batters, because they can just get underneath it. But if you just bowl the tight line that she just did, and she got the ball to move a little bit as well, then it's difficult to put away.
And if Hutton do get a couple more wickets here, suddenly this run chase might get a little tricky for Upminster. They need 65 runs in 47 deliveries, so that run rate just above 8. As Paige Roche is the new batter for the Blues. Just knocks that one away and will get herself immediately off the mark. Yeah, Esther, I wanted to talk about some of Gunnersbury's youngsters. You've got the likes of Ellie Shaw, I think she's 13 years old, Hannah Cullen, 14. And they are bowling like players who've been playing cricket for 10, 20 years.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. We've got some really good young players coming through, and for them to stand up on a day like today is fantastic. So credit to them.
Abby Little bowling well here as well. She herself, she's not exactly what you'd call old. She's 17, and she's such a frontline bowler for Hutton as well. She's been steaming in, sometimes not got the reward she deserved, but she's 1 for 15 so far, got just a handful of deliveries left in the power play as well. So that's a lovely shot though, chip down the ground. Sunette Viljean-Le has so much power. And that one was power and timing in equal measure, and not much Abby Little did wrong there. It was not a bad delivery, maybe just a bit of a half volley, but Sunette again just pumps that one down the ground.
Yeah, great shot from the veteran player. That's probably one of her strengths, being able to hit it down the ground nice and straight between the two fielders as well.
Just loses her length a little bit there. It's clubbed away. It will be a Maximo, and it might be a 7-up as well. We're going to have to see if this one falls foul of the no ball line. It's a 50-50 one, isn't it? Sunette is slightly out of the crease. She's slightly hunched over as she was knocking that one away for 6. It's a call that could go either way. On ones like that, I'm always happy I'm not in the match referee's tent.
Yeah, well, I think it's the right decision not to give that, to be honest. It was on the way down, so it probably wasn't going to be a no ball. Yeah.
Still waiting for the call. If there will be one, also waiting for the ball to be returned. As well, we had a lot of people watching the cricket over the last week or so, and the amount of times the ball's been flying in their direction. It wasn't a no ball, so it's just a 6 for Sunette. They have different reactions. We've called them now the Park 11. So all the fielders that are the extra fielders around the Harrow Lodge Park here are now part of the Park 11. I think they've got a big squad at this point. But we had a lady as that one's punched away as well. 4 runs, Sunette really hitting her stride. Now we had a lady, the ball was going about into that direction, and she was just wearing flip-flops, and she tried to do a bit of foot fielding, and it popped up and hit her right on the ankle. I think that'll be the first and last time that she tries to field a ball with her feet.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate for Abby Little as well. I don't think she really deserved to go for all those runs, but Sunette is such a strong batter. She's not going to miss out on any kind of length going down the leg side. So it'll be 15 runs from that over, 40 for 1 Upminster at the end of the power play. Let's talk a little about Gunnersbury. I know it's a centenary year for you. How were the celebrations?
It's been fantastic so far. There've been a couple of events that the club has organised, and we've got quite a few left still this year. But there was a get together of former players from the Guns, where we celebrated some careers of some legends of the English game, not just of Gunnersbury. So that was quite special. There was a celebration match against the MCC. There was a committee meeting on the day that we had our centenary on the original ground.
Going into the 4th over here, Robinson will bowl it, and again it's clubbed away, this time by Paige Roche. Will again be 6 runs, and once more we will have to check the height. But Hutton here just unfortunately losing their length a little bit, and the batters of the power of Paige and Sunette aren't going to miss out. Will be 6. Wait for the call on the no ball. It looks like it's maybe just about okay. It's always with a leg spinner. It's going to be dipping, isn't it? And we do go back to live. We'll just be the 6 up then. That's a better delivery, but this time it's clubbed down the ground. It will be back-to-back 6s for Paige Roche. That's actually 5 boundaries in a row for Upminster as they bring up their half-century in style, 52 for 1. So you played against the MCC. I heard Bhumika had a bit of an incident in that game.
Yeah, she got unfortunately got hit in the face and broke her nose. But fortunately, she's now back to playing, and we're very glad to have her back, because she's a quality addition to the side. Yeah, but that was very unfortunate. I wasn't there that day, but the stories were pretty gruesome, unfortunately.
Well, Kylie was obviously, your captain was saying that it was looked like some kind of crime scene, but Bhumika came back strong today. First ball she bowls, gets a wicket, so that's her European Cricket Network career up and running. Good to see her out there with a nose intact.
Absolutely.
So what's planned for the rest of the season? I know you had an amazing season last year, and well, firstly, maybe let's talk about that. T20 exploits last year.
Yeah, the T20, we managed to win the national final. I wasn't involved myself in any of it, to be honest. But the club had a phenomenal year last year, winning the T20 Cup, the ECB Cup, and then also winning the 50-over competition in the Southern Premier League.
It's pretty much as good a season as you're going to get, as that one's half stopped, but such as the power of the middle of Sunet's bat that's going to race away for four, and Hutton just losing their way a little. It's actually not a bad delivery from Harriet Robinson. Gets a nice fly and dip on it. Slight misfield mid-off, and it will be another boundary. Yeah, you had almost the perfect season, and then I think it's right that you won the T20 competition. That means you've got a trip to Lords this year.
Yes, that's right.
That one's going to go down the ground as well, and it will land, I think, just over the rope. It was right in front of the match referee's tent, so they will have seen it perfectly, and the 6 is called as Sunet moves to 34 off just 10 deliveries, and this over has already gone magical. 23 runs coming off it, and Upminster at the moment galloping to victory. This time it's knocked into the off leg side, and it's unfortunate there, as it was Abby Little who did almost all of the work perfectly. It came at her hard. She stuck out her right hand, half stopped it. I think it came off her own boot in the end, went into the ground, went to try and pick it up. It's just the boot that put it over the rope, so it will be 4 runs. It was a big over for Upminster. Went for 27 runs in the end, and now they just need 23 runs for the victory. So a trip to Lords this year. I bet everyone's queuing up to play in that squad.
On the 8th of August, we'll be playing at Lords in the MCC Women's Day, which is a fantastic opportunity. I think, absolutely everybody will be wanting to play in that fixture, either for Gunnersbury or for the MCC, for those of us that are MCC members as well. So I think that's going to be a great occasion. And you can look out for us on the 19th of July as well, during the innings break between India and England, because the Guns will be being honoured on the outfield at Lords during that game. So that would be a great opportunity.
Oh, excellent. I'll certainly be tuning in for that. Do you get free tickets for the game as well? I mean, that would also be
There's a few that will get free tickets, I believe.
Very
but
nice.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to be there myself. That will be the rest of the club will be enjoying that opportunity and bringing out hopefully some of those legends that we've reconnected with recently. Will be coming and to join us on that day.
Mara Law coming in to bowl this over. This one's clubbed away through the covers. It'll be another 4 runs. Paige Roche has mostly been watching from the non-striker's end, as Sunet has been doing the damage, but she's going along nicely herself. 18 off just 6 deliveries. You've almost timed it perfectly then, haven't you? You've got your centenary year, you've got a trip to Lords, you're being paraded around the Lords outfield. It couldn't be better, could it?
Yeah, it's a spectacular year for Gunnersbury, and a great opportunity for everyone involved, and especially for the young players who are coming in to a club with such a long legacy.
Clubbed away. Will it go all the way for 6? It absolutely will. Again, we're going to have to check it for height, as I saw that with my own eyes. That just dropped over the fielder out there in the deep. I think it's Saba Nassim. But because Sunet, or Paige on this occasion, is so far forward, I don't think you can make a call on no ball there, but it will be another 6 runs, and they've just cranked it up a notch here, have Upminster. They've got to move on, and they need less than a run a ball for the bonus point win. So, of course, that's something they might not be familiar with in this format, but if you win within 7 overs, then you do get that bonus point. I think they're hot on your tails at the moment, Esther.
Yeah, very much so. the next game will be crucial. Obviously, we're looking to get another win over Upminster, which would put us at the top of the table with only 2 games to go. So very much looking to put in a good performance next game. And from the looks of it, we'll have to, because Sunette is having another good day today.
Yeah, she often has good days, doesn't she? As Amara Law, well, she's not having the best of days so far, because that was an outstanding piece of fielding, actually. But she just got one clubbed onto her foot trying to do the fielding. She actually half stopped it. They managed to run through for a single. But she looks like she's hurt herself just a bit here. So maybe you can join us in the commentary tent while Amara Law gets some treatment. I'm happy to be joined by Esther de Lange, of course. Dutch legend as well. I didn't even talk about that in the intro. But Gunnersbury, I know they're absolutely loving their time here. You've got just the 1 game off now, and then you're going 3-3. But what are your ambitions for the rest of the day as well? I know you want to maybe give some of the youngsters a go, but surely you want to claim that trophy as well, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I think Upminster is our next game, and that's going to be a crucial one for us to put in a good performance. We're going to have to put some runs on the board to really kind of make it competitive. But yeah, I guess if we can get Sunette out early, then that will give us a good chance as well. So yeah, no one knows what's going to happen, but we know we're going to have to play pretty well in the next game to get on top. And then after that, hopefully, if we're in a quite a comfortable position, we can kind of spread the opportunity around a little bit, which on a day like today with the sun out and with these conditions, you just want everyone to get a good game in, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Given that we didn't have the best conditions last weekend as well, and it was a great effort actually from everyone to get those games on that we did manage to get on. But it's good that you've got that final game at the end of the day. You might not think it when you're into game 4 out of the day, and it's going to be a long day, but the sun is shining. I know there's quite a few fans out here as well, and it couldn't be a better date for cricket. Let's talk a bit about what you've got upcoming this season. So you've got those trademark events like the flagship ones at Lords. But what's your regular season looking like? Are you still in the cup competition as well?
Yeah, we're still in the cup competition. I think we've got the next fixture for that is in the beginning of July. So that obviously is a must-win game. It's a must-win game every time. So there's always lots of pressure on it, but we kind of enjoy playing under that pressure. So I think we'll back ourselves going into that game as well. And then we've got the 50 over competition that is carrying on. But the club has got more than one team. We've got a second 11, and we've even got now a third 11 that's playing some T20 fixtures. So there's lots of cricket still ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an absolutely action-packed calendar for you. And well, how many girls do you have at the club now? You said you have a second team. Obviously, you've got this 100-year history. There must have been a lot of changes in that time, but it seems to be growing and growing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's an attractive club for players who want to play at the highest level and want to really challenge themselves. But that also causes problems for us because a lot of our players are involved in county cricket, and then there's obviously a lot of clashes with that. So from an availability standpoint, we might have a list of 50 players, but only about 14 are available on the weekend. So that can be quite tricky.
It looks like Amara Law is not okay to continue. So we wish her well, the 17-year-old. You don't want to get in the way of Sunette Valjean when she's hitting the ball, and Amara just instinctively put her foot down, actually fielded it tremendously, would have gone for a boundary. Hope the magic spray does its job there for the youngster as Darcy Sturt will come on to finish this 5th over, just the 12 needed for Upminster. And that's might come and join us in the commentary box. Esther, how's your fielding? As that one crashes into the table. You wouldn't believe the amount of times we've had the ball flying into the commentary boxes. When we see the live footage, both of us up on our feet. And well, Nish usually goes for the just throw out the one hand and hope for the best. But we were at least a bit more athletic in our efforts there. But it will be 4 runs to Sunette. Yeah, the county tier system, obviously, we do not have time to get into that with just the 8 runs needed. But it has wreaked a bit of havoc with club competitions and with club players as well. But it looks like you guys, as that one flies away to the rope as well for another 4 runs, it looks like Gunnersbury are such a strong club. You seem to have great spirit as well, and also a massive history. So certainly getting those accolades, going to Lords, winning the cup, it certainly means that I think you're one of the standout clubs of the country.
Yeah, it's quite a rare thing to have a women's cricket club that is run for and by women exclusively, and to have that history of a century of Gunnersbury Women's Cricket Club is really quite extraordinary. And yeah, hopefully we're a force for good within women's cricket, and I think the club has been around for pretty much the whole history of women's cricket in England. So there's so much there, so much history. So yeah, sometimes we'll call somebody up who hasn't played for maybe 10 years, and they're still willing to come out and put the green and gold on for us.
Just 4 runs away now are Upminster, but maybe a quick word on the other two sides as well, Upminster and Hutton, especially Hutton. They've got such a young team out, and it's great just to see so much cricket and women's cricket being played in the local area.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the growth. I had a lot of conversations last week with the players from both sides, and just to see the growth of the number of teams and the standard going up, and lots of young players getting opportunities is fantastic to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it will be Lauren Pimenta to bowl this 6th over. It is just a matter of time though before Upminster take this win. Just the 2 runs needed now, and that really sets up a grandstand game next up between Gunnersbury and Upminster. And well, you've had a glorious history, and maybe you'll have a glorious future on the European Cricket Network as well. One of these 3 sides will have that glorious silverware, so maybe you're gonna have to put a space up in your shelves in the clubhouse.
Yeah, we love a bit of silverware at Gunnersbury, so.
Well, we're still not there quite yet. Of course, we've got 3 games to come after this, as Paige Roche, well, she clearly wants to get a move on. Needs to make sure, though, to not run herself out. Just the 2 runs needed. And this time, a bit too eager to get down to the non-strikers. Then direct hit, actually, she would have been gone. But yeah, I think just having an ECS-W like this as well, it's the beauty of the European Cricket Network. You saw the graphic in the middle of those overs as well. We've got a T10 series, an international one going on over in Czechia as well. And it's just great to see the growth of women's cricket throughout Europe. And I know you're heavily involved with that in your day job as well. We might not even have time to talk about that, such has been Upminster's speedy run chase. But women's cricket as a whole in Europe is just on the way up, isn't it?
Absolutely. The growth in the last 8 years since I started with ICC has been absolutely phenomenal, and to see those teams get opportunities through ECS, through ECN, and through the T20Is that they're playing is really great to see, because there's so many more countries now that are playing women's cricket than there were, even 6 years ago. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, the only way is up, I think, for women's cricket, and well, Upminster will win this game in maybe not the most of spectacular fashions, but it will be a leg bye to finish the run chase, as Upminster in the end take the victory comfortably. They get the bonus point as well. That's something Gunnersbury will have to be looking at in their rearview mirror, as Upminster are roaring up behind them. They beat Hutton by 9 wickets, but a spirited effort once more from Hutton, as they bowled well at the start, just kind of lost it in the middle overs, but certainly they made sure that they made a game of this. So it will be a win by 9 wickets for Upminster. And well, what are your thoughts, Esther? Because you're playing them very soon, and it's going to be an absolutely mouth-watering game, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think we'll see some big hitting from both sides, hopefully. But I think it's going to be fireworks next game.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. That's coming in just over 40 minutes time. But in the meantime, we can take a look back at some of the highlights from this run chase. And it started as they went on with Sunette van Valjean finishing 47 not out, just 15 deliveries, striking at over 300s. There was a little light at the end of the tunnel though for Hutton, as Abby Little got one to go straight through Georgia Hayes as she departed for 13 off 9, but that was the one and only wicket to fall for Upminster, as Paige Roche came in and she did the business as well. 27 off just 11 deliveries, smacking 3 Maximos. Still though, a spirited performance from Hutton, as that was one that crunched right onto the ankle of Amara Law. She wasn't able to continue her over, but fingers crossed that she's okay, because of course both of these sides have big games still to come. But for Upminster then, they'll be more than happy with that effort, as we take a look at the batting scorecard. Just the 3 batters required. Sunette, she's the key wicket surely, 47 not out off just 15, but Paige Roche, she came in, showed exactly what she could do. The likes of Zoe Quested, Lois Cable weren't even needed to bat. As for the bowling then, Hutton, they spirited throughout, and it's a weird bowling scorecard with that injury to Amara Law. Darcy Stirk had to finish off the over, and Lauren Pimenta brought herself on towards the end, at which point it was already a thankless task. So there you have it, match 7 is in the bag, and it's a comfortable win in the end for Upminster as they beat Hutton by 9 wickets. But that does set up a grandstand game coming up between Upminster and Gunnersbury. I know Esther very much looking forward to that one. It's been brilliant having her in the box, if it was all just a bit too short with that run chase being completed in 5.5 overs. So there you have it, the big game coming up in exactly 40 minutes time. Gunnersbury will take on Upminster. It's a top of the table clash, surely one that you won't want to miss. In the meantime, I'm going to have a spot of lunch. Esther's going to warm up, and Nish will be joining you back in the commentary box for that one here at this ECS-W England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final day of action here in London, and it's match number 3 of this ECS-W, and it's the two big heavyweights at the top of the table going at it, and it's Gunnersbury against Upminster. Let's go straight out into the middle for the coin toss.
Upminster to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call, and it is a head.
We will bowl first.
They are going to have a bowl first.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Upminster have won the toss and they will have a bowl. I've been particularly impressed with all the youngsters so far on show in this series. Of course, you've got Kaya Shah for Upminster. She's just a teenager and she's been such an impressive bowler. She initiated that run out in the previous game as well. They do rely on the likes of Sinet to get some big runs, but I certainly think they can trouble this Gunnersbury team, who themselves have got so many impressive youngsters. Ellie Shaw, she bowled magnificently, and they've got so many players coming through, and I'd like to see them actually try out a few new bowlers. Okay, it doesn't always work, but Gunnersbury have such strength in depth that I think they can afford on some occasions to give the ball to someone else. But I know they're super competitive and they'll certainly want to keep their spot at the top of the table. Remember, there's no semi-finals, no finals, it's just a group stage. And Gunnersbury, you imagine if they win this one, they are firmly in the driving seat looking to get that, of course, that beautiful ECS-W trophy. So both sides aren't going to give an inch here. They're teams that know each other very, very well, and it's going to be an absolute clash of the titans. Nish is in the commentary box waiting to talk you through this one. And the news from the toss, Nish, is that Upminster have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for the update. Looking forward to this clash of the titans between Gunnersbury and Upminster, two quality teams. And this game could well determine who is going to go on and win this ECS-W. Two very strong sides. They've got so many wonderful players on both sides. It's going to be an absolute joy to bring this game to the umpires, making their way out to the middle. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming games. So Emma Bernstein is in for Gunnersbury. Georgina Abel-Plant in as well as Lucienne Mercer. Over Upminster, Tony Woodgate has been inserted into the lineup. Otherwise, their team remains unchanged. So 3 changes for Gunnersbury, 1 change for Upminster. Massive matchup. Upminster with a couple of wins this series. 3 for Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury also have a bonus point, as do Upminster. So just 2 points separating these sides right now. At the top of the table, victory would be absolutely vital for either one of these teams. Let's take a look at the win predictor here. Upminster coming in as 57% favorites according to the win predictor. Last time these two sides played each other was last Saturday when they were involved in a very exciting affair that Gunnersbury would win rather comfortably in the end. It was a range-shortened match, a 9-over match. We lost just the 1 over. Upminster scored 111 runs in the first innings, thanks to some good batting performances by Goody and Phil-Yun Loh. Then in response, Gunnersbury were able to chase that target down with 8 balls to spare in the innings, which the 9-over game in particular is very, very impressive. They did that thanks to a wonderful batting performance by Georgia Irving. Seems to be unable to play in today's game. A huge, huge loss for Gunnersbury. She was one of their star performers during last weekend's action. But they still got so much talent. That's a full toss to start off here, and Daly pushes that towards cover. She'll charge across and pick up a single. Nudged towards the leg side. That's going to be another run there. Paige Roche fielded that. So Quest has just done a superb job in these early overs to get her side off to a good start. She gets this lovely shape, gets it to move back into the right-hander. Captain typically takes on the pressure overs, bowls the first, bowls the 10th. That's what you want from your leader, to just lead by example, lead from the front, take on those difficult challenges. Daly strikes that down the ground, and there's K.S. Shaw, one of the emerging talents in this Upminster side, to field that one. This is going to be a really absorbing match. Could be a very, very close and exciting affair. Gets a little bit of bat on that, goes towards square leg. They'll pick up another single here, so a great first over from Upminster's perspective. Just the 4 runs coming off it. They won't mind that one bit, as Daly and Jones each get 2 apiece. We'll take a look at how many matches been, well, until we go to the ECC-W. And here's a look at some of the pictures coming up. So the emerging division, you can see some of the sides involved there. Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden. Over in the Challenger division, got Italy, Germany, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. And then you can see that stacked Premier division with some real quality sides. I think some of the players we're watching this weekend will be playing for the England 11 in that Premier division. Nice ball to start off for Plum, just maintaining that wide line. It's really good to bowl there. T10 Courage trying to force the batter to drag one to the leg side. This time she goes straighter. It's clipped away by Jones, and very good looking shot. Will just trickle over the rope for 4 runs. Watch how she closes the face of the bat right at the end. Very wristy stroke, good use of the wrists. That goes away for 4 runs. The first boundary of the innings for Gunnersbury. Towards mid-wicket, and they will pick up another run here. Oh, it's a wide down the leg side. That's going to go away for a minimo. Yeah, he just managed to get that one wrong over there, Plum. Let's just take a look at this ball. Yeah, it's quite wide in the end, really. Would have probably been wide to a left-hander as well. So a rare mistake here from Upminster. Just kept things nice and tight these first 9 or so deliveries. Take those extra runs, Gunnersbury. Don't need to be that generous to them. Got such a strong batting lineup, so they should be looking to keep extras to an absolute minimum. Oh, looks to go big, and that's going to be caught out in the deep by Phil Yoon. Is never going to make a mistake. One of the safest pairs of hands. Yeah, nice bowling here by Plum. Just enticed Daly to take that shot on. Daly went for the big one. Was backing herself to clear the fielder in the deep. Just couldn't quite get enough on it. Good use of the feet here, but just didn't quite have the power to get it past Phil Yoon. And Phil Yoon Low is never going to put those chances down, is she? One of the most talented athletes we've ever had here on ECN. Shea Daly makes her way back after just scoring a couple of runs. So this match is absolutely crucial for both these teams. They're currently tied on points. Gunnersbury with a slightly better run rate. Gunnersbury sitting on 2.79, whereas Upminster on 2.35. However, Gunnersbury have played that one extra game. Gunnersbury lucky enough to not have any washouts on Saturday. They managed to get a result in every game they were involved in, even if they were rain shortened. Had their last fixture of the day postponed to later today, so Gunnersbury been fortunate enough to not lose games to rain. But just sliding down the leg side there. End of the over. Great comeback by Plum, considering she's given up 10 runs in those first 3 deliveries. She managed to pick up an important wicket of Shea Daly and then concedes just the 1 run in the next 3 balls. So that's just what I said there, why this match is so important. They're tied on points, but Gunnersbury do have that 1 game in hand. Upminster had their fixture washed out against Hutton, so they did potentially lose out on some points in that game. Of course, if they lost, then they would have got just a 1 point or 0 if it was a bonus point defeat. But looking at their 2 victories over Hutton, certainly feel like that fixture was either 1 or 2 points lost for them. Oh dear, it's been given a wide there as Lois Gable disagrees with the decision, but the umpire has deemed this a wide. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, just keep in mind, just has to kiss that wide guideline for it to be a legal delivery. Ball just has to touch a little bit of that wide guideline. Just imagine you were to put a little 3D plane above that wide guideline. If a bit of the ball just shaved that plane, it would be a legal delivery. That's probably the best way to picture it. Oh, there's a wicket. There's a wicket for Lois Gable. Second for Upminster. A brilliant ball. Tossed it up. And the batter looking to play across, a dangerous shot to play there, but Jones always plays with that attacking mindset. Gunnersbury lose their second very early. They're down to 17 for 2. Let's just take a look at this. It was tossed up. It was inviting the big shot. And it goes right through the gap between bat and pad, clatters the stumps. And that is the prettiest sight for any bowler. Goes on to hit leg stump. Both the openers ultimately end up getting dismissed quite cheaply. Just the 7 runs for Jones, 2 for Daly. That means the experienced veteran, Esther de Lange, former captain of the Netherlands, has made her way out to the middle, and we're very fortunate to have her in the commentary box during the last innings when Upminster recorded a convincing win against Hutton. She'll push this one and pick up a single. Was batted superbly as well. Mind you, earlier this morning against Hutton had a very quick fire innings where she was batting with a strike rate of 300. Just coming into this game with some real good form. Push to cover again and thrown to the keeper's end. They might look to get another run here. So overthrows. Overthrows. Are they going to even go for the third? Ooh, dear. Well, that might be worth looking at. Just make sure that she doesn't make contact with the rope here. That ball ended up traveling quite far away. Ball's been released. Oh, well, that's going to be a tight one. I'll pick up another run over here. Towards mid-wicket, and throw's going to be fired in, and Let's just take a look at this. It seems to have... Oh dear, it struck the umpire. That will be painful. End of the power play. Gunnersbury are 22 for 2. Going at a run rate just above 7. Yeah, certainly say that Upminster will be the happier of the two teams right now. Power play comes to an end, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. Can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring now, but yeah, Upminster seem to have really gone with just the 3 outside the ring at the moment. Got a fielder at long on, cow corner, and a deep backward square leg in place as well. Nicely played there by Esther De Lange. Goes out to Filiun low in the deep. Just the 1 run. They do so well, this Gunnersbury side, is just keep that scoreboard ticking. They don't face too many dot balls. And then when the opportunity to strike boundaries comes, they certainly go for them. Just want to build a little partnership here, Cullen and De Lange. Just try to reconstruct after Gunnersbury lost a couple of wickets. And then build that platform to really look to attack in those last 3 overs. They still have some good batters to come, in particular Shimako Kato. Ellie Shaw listed to come in at number 5. We got a good look at how Ellie Shaw bowls. And we'll see how she bats as well. Ellie Shaw received a lot of praise in the chat for her bowling this morning. In the air could be a chance for a catch, just gonna fall short of Danny Cox, but it could be a run out. It is gonna be out. Well, the catch didn't carry. Well, she did manage to get the run out, and this is an enormous wicket, absolutely massive. The dangerous batter in Esther De Lange has to depart on 3. Let's just take a look at this. Cleared that front leg, was just had to reach out at it a little bit. The catch didn't carry to Cox, but then she fires in a great left arm throw. This is very good bowling. Just going for that wide Yorker. Kind of scooped up in the air a little bit, and then Cox fires a throw in. Laser guided accuracy. That's another huge wicket here for Upminster, and the dangerous De Lange has to depart. It's going to be Hannah Cullen coming in here at number 5. Hit through extra cover, that was into the gap, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played there by Hannah Cullen. What a elegant way to open your account. That might be the shot of the day so far. It's perfect placement. It's a gorgeous looking cover drive. It's just one of those that deserves a few extra runs for style points. Yeah, I beg your pardon, the new batter is Shaw. Hannah Cullen has already been out there. Came in at number 3. Looks to go big. This is going to land safely. Yes, it will, just about. What a terrific bit of fielding there by Filiun, and covered a lot of ground, but equally good running between the wickets here by Cullen and Shaw. It was hauled out in the deep, and many a fielder would have let that get past them, but you just anticipated that so well there, Filiun, and was able to cover a lot of ground, get to it, fired a strong throw back in, but credit to Shaw and Cullen for the way they ran. They ran that first run hard, which gave them the time to come back for that second easily. Full toss, up in the air. That's going to be taken. We'll have to check the height on this, though. There could be a chance of a no ball, so let's just have a look at this side on. It was a full toss. It was flat batted down the ground, and here it is, the decisive angle. Is this going to be a legal delivery? Oh, dear. This is going to be a tough decision. Well, well, well. It would be heartbreaking for Upminster if this was given a no ball. But just the kind of break that Gunnersbury need when they're in a spot of bother, especially with Cullen batting as well as she is that just dipping down below the waist to Let's just take a look at it right here. That right there. Those are the decisive frames. And it's been given out. So it's been deemed out in the end. I'll breathe a sigh of relief here, Upminster. Gunnersbury will be disappointed. Hannah Cullen was batting superbly, and well, this is the moment where the decision came in, and well, look at the cheers from this Upminster side. They know how much this wicket means. Absolutely enormous wicket. Cullen has to make her way back to the dugout. Was batting superbly, was off to a great start, and she'll be gutted that she couldn't convert that start into a bigger innings. She'll be disappointed in the manner she got dismissed in as well. New batter is the Japanese international, Shimako Kato, who makes her way to the non-striker's end. This is an ideal situation for any bowling side. Got two new batters out in the middle. Both of them are yet to face a ball. It's going to be a wide there. That's a good move here to go with Lois Gable. I think they just want to keep the pressure on here. Upminster, see if they can grab another wicket. They're bowling out Gable in the 5th over. Hit into the gap, and I'll pick up a run. Kato about to face her first ball. Clips that away for a single. Huge responsibility on these two shoulder. Got to construct a partnership. They haven't really had any kind of a partnership so far. Biggest partnership they've had is 14 runs. That was the first wicket. Partnership could be a stumping here. It will. Another wicket falls. Well, this is turning into a collapse for Gunnersbury. Brilliant bit of bowling by Gable and terrific wicket keeping. That is sharp, sharp work by Georgia Hayes behind the stumps. Let's just take a look at this. Whips the bails off, and yep, she is a goner. That is definitely gone. No doubt about that one. Shaw will depart, and the entire Gunnersbury top 5 has been sent back to the dugout. A dream start here for Upminster. Here we go. 3 balls left in this over. Abel Plant is the new batter. Hit this into a vacant part of the field, and no player around that. It's going to be a dot ball, and Gunnersbury do take a lot of risks when they're running between the wickets. We saw that. It led to Delanga's downfall. Oh, well, has to be very careful there, Abel Plant. I'm sure she was looking at her back foot, and she knew that if she lifted that back foot, then Georgia Hayes would be right on it, ready to whip those bails off. Already seen her do one brilliant stumping in this over. And that's going to be another dot ball, so a terrific over here for Lois Gable. Just the 3 runs conceded, and a wicket falls as we come to the end of the 5th over. Gunnersbury are 33 for 5. A good chance to welcome you here into the commentary position. And it's been an interesting matchup so far. You look at this Upminster side, they desperately need this win. They're tied on points right now with Gunnersbury, but Gunnersbury do have that game in hand. So you feel like it's even more important for Upminster to win this fixture. But a win in this match for Gunnersbury would move them clear of Upminster in the table, and it would be a massive step towards going on to win this ECS-W. So a lot on the line in this high-stakes match. This is just terrific stuff. I mean, they're on in the field, aren't they, Upminster? They aren't giving this Gunnersbury side an inch. It was played straight to the fielder, and Georgina was just looking to pinch a run there. Abel planned to just about manage to scramble back in time and got home safely. Into the gap, 4 runs. A good shot there by Kato. The first boundary we have seen since the 4th ball of the 4th over. It's been a bit of a boundary drought here for this Gunnersbury side, who typically hit 2 to 3 boundaries and over. That's the kind of rate they go at. But that's what wickets can do. It just builds pressure. It's just force you to go into a shell. And in T10 cricket, where an innings flies by in no time at all, you don't really have that time to reconstruct. You can maybe give yourself 1 ball, if that, to settle in, and then got to be out there ready to score boundaries. And Gunnersbury's certainly done that very well throughout this series, but under some serious pressure for the first time this ECS. Down the ground. Oh, it was a chance. It was a tough chance, but the chance for Paige Roche, who's very disappointed with herself. That would have been a huge wicket to get rid of Shimako Kato. She managed to get a hand to it. Just coming off the fingertips of the left hand. Struck into the gap. Good shot there by Kato. That's going to go away for 4 runs. A very classy looking stroke. I'll take a look at this one more time just to admire how brilliant it is. Stands tall and places that perfectly. And a couple of boundaries here for Gunnersbury. Really need them. This time just looking to make some room to cut that ball away. Just didn't quite have the width to play that shot, and didn't really get up as much as she expected either. It's a good back and forth. This is a good battle between 2 very talented cricketers. Struck out down the ground, and once again, Roche managed to get a hand to it. And it's still going to go away for 4 runs. I wonder if she's just diverted this past the fielder at mid-off, who may have had a chance to field this if she didn't get a hand to it. Let's just take a look at it. Yeah, gets a hand to it there, and oh, it's just wrong-footed. Danny Cox, if she'd left that alone, it probably would have gone straight to Danny Cox and been a dot ball or maybe a single. But it ends up just deviating it past her teammate. That deflection meant that Danny Cox was wrong-footed and went away for 4 runs. 3 boundaries in that over. That was the biggest over that Gunnersbury have had this innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Shimako Kato top scoring with 13 of 7 so far. Hannah Cullen was batting superbly on 12 until she hauled a full toss out to Kea Shah, who took a good catch of Lauren Plum's bowling. And here is Kea Shah. Starts off with a wide. Got an update from over in Croatia. Gibraltar managed to beat Croatia. That looks to have been a very exciting match. Smith struck away for a run. They're going to run hard between the wickets here and get that run. So, yeah, Gibraltar set a target of 122 for Croatia. And Croatia coming managed to get to 107. In the end, losing by just 14 runs. Pavla Senjug with a 50 of 34 deliveries and a good innings by Lydia Kravaric as well, 24 of 13 for her. Second wide of the over there for Shah. That's a good effort, you have to say, by Croatia. Obviously a developing side in European cricket and going up against Gibraltar, who are slightly more established cricketing. They certainly have a lot more cricketing heritage. And for them to give Gibraltar a real run for their money like that is something to be proud of. So I'm looking forward to match 4 in that European cricket series. And an attempt at foot fielding out in the deep, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. So this is a wonderful innings here by Shimako Kato, just releasing the pressure valves a little bit when our side's just been feeling the heat, both literally and figuratively, considering how hot it is out there. A full toss, hammered away. I think that's gone the distance for a 6. Is that a Maximo? Could that be your first Maximo of this innings? It was a full toss. Came down the track, and yeah, great hand-eye coordination by her there to just react so well to that ball, which was going down the leg side. Swiveled into the right position and managed to thump that away for 6 runs. Let's just take one more look at this. There it is. Yeah, lands well clear of the rope. That's going to be 6 runs. Signal has been made there. It's been given a 6. Cleared the rope by quite a bit. It was a few feet beyond that boundary rope. That's going to go out to the deep, and it's fielded well this time. Dealt with much better. They're just starting to pick the run rate up a little bit here, aren't they, Gunnersbury? These last 10 deliveries have brought them 16 runs. And it's just the acceleration they were hoping for, and Shimako Kato has just provided that to her side. That's a wide, a third wide. This over for Kea Shah. I like this move here, really do. Wonderful move there. Skipper Zoe Cuesta just going to have a word with Kea Shah. Just overcompensates a little bit there, Shah, and ends up pushing one down the leg side. Spoken very highly of Kea Shah, Zoe Cuesta. We heard her last weekend talking to her quite a bit, and she just went to have a word with Shah, just told her, calm down, take a few deep breaths. She's a very talented bowler. I mean, if she managed to pick up a 6 for right at the end of the season, you know that there's some quality there, and you can certainly see it with the way she bowls. Got a lovely action and almost had a wicket there. It's a good thing Abel Plant managed to get some bat on that. Otherwise, she'd have been walking back to the dugout. That's a really good comeback delivery there by Shah. Oh, there'd be a chance of a run out here. Oh, this could be tight, and oh, it'd be such an unfortunate way for Kato to throw away her wicket. Well, did we just see some suicidal running here from Gunnersbury? Let's take a look at this side on. So Kato just set off, and oh, as she made it back in time, she looks like she's in trouble, and she is. Oh, my word. Well, Shimako Kato, who is batting superbly, might just have thrown away her wicket. Seems like there was no real communication there. Oh, an absolute mix-up, and what an unfortunate way for Kato to get dismissed if this is indeed given out. And yep, you can see she was well short of her ground. Oh, this is suicidal from Gunnersbury's perspective. Kato, who was batting superbly on 24 of 10, will have to make her way back to the dugout. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. She really was treating us to some brilliant shots. It was such a nice innings, but it's sadly going to be cut short. So brilliant bit of fielding there by Kea Shah, forcing that run out along with Georgia Hayes. A big appeal here, probably just going down the leg side, and end of the over. You got to say Kea Shah came back really well there, but just looking to clip that one towards mid-wicket, and yeah, you can see all the stumps over there. That was definitely going down the leg side. So 7th over comes to an end, and Gunnersbury are 62 for 6. Let's have a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series. So alongside us, we got the action going on over in Czechia. Just mentioned that Gibraltar, well, breathed a sigh of relief when Croatia just fell short in that chase, 14 runs short in match number 3. And now the hosts, Czechia, will be taking on Gibraltar in match number 4, which should be starting very soon. Czechia won the toss in that match. And the host deciding to bat first, takes a outside edge and runs away for 4 runs. Quested, interesting bowling the 8th over here. She normally bowls the first and the last, but I think Quested just sees an opportunity here that if they can grab 1 or 2 more wickets, they really are into this Gunnersbury tail, and then they could really get them to fold for something paltry. And then all of a sudden, that opens up all kinds of opportunities for Upminster, not just the win, but they were to get a bonus point victory in this match and open up a 4-point gap between themselves and Gunnersbury. That could be massive. And there it is. That's why Quested brought herself back on. Abel Plant looking to play across. Ends up missing the ball, and it's you miss, I hit. Quested strikes the stump. The captain gets her wicket. It's a lovely delivery, really is. Beautiful full ball. Pitching around middle stump. Just shapes back in a little bit and clatters onto middle and leg. It's just top quality bowling, really. Right in between that gap between bat and pad. It's always a risk when you're looking to play across like that. Maybe in this situation, considering they've lost a few wickets, might have considered just playing that with a straight bat. But it is T10 cricket after all. You do look to go big, and Abel Plant will have to make her way back to the dugout. Lucienne Mercer is the new batter. Mercier just getting set to face the first ball. That's a lovely shot. Just played that with a nice straight bat. The full face of the bat. That's really how you got to play when Quested is bowling there. It's just such a risk to look to play with a cross bat. Oh, lovely bowling here by Quested. This is top-notch bowling, and Gunnersbury really struggling against this. It's bowling of the highest quality here by the Upminster skipper. Got Juan James joining us in the chat, saying he's come online. Let's say receive some congratulations for South Africa winning the World Test Championship. Well, you'll certainly get that from me. Congratulations to you and all South African supporters. Huge moment for South African cricket. Of course, we've got a few South African members here in the blue crew. Match referee Tyrone Peters. Got Jared Newton doing the scoring as well. They're two very proud South Africans right now. And Quested will be a very proud captain as she picks up yet another wicket. The second one this over. We'll end up with figures of 2 for 9. And they are running right through this Gunnersbury side. And, well, if they pick up another couple of quick wickets, then all of a sudden that bonus point looks very realistic, and it is certainly on in the second innings. Bhumika Bhatt will depart for a duck. Not quite how she would have pictured playing her first ever European Cricket Series inning, but she came up against some real top quality bowling in Zoe Quested. Take a look at the worm for this Gunnersbury innings there. Been going at just under 8.4, but it's not just the run rate that's an issue. It's the fact that they've lost 8 wickets. That's the real concern here for Gunnersbury. If you take your mind back to their match this morning against Hutton, they were going at just under 9 and over at this stage, and then the Langa was still there at the end, and she scored, I think, about 30 plus runs in those last couple overs, somewhere like 30 to 35 runs in those last 2 overs, and that really propelled Gunnersbury to a good total. Issue here is all the wickets as Angie Green is bowling here, captain of the Upminster second 11, and of course we saw her son Jamie Green playing in the men's series. Good fielding. That was struck straight to Danny Cox. And Another dot ball. Hit towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Another run here, so we're into the lower order now for Gunnersbury. It's just a case for them of trying to get those singles, trying to rotate the strike, but then putting away the odd bad ball when it comes its way, and also just stepping inside on these wides, taking these wides. Hit out into the deep, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. A great shot there by Bolton. Just takes a step back, gets deep in her crease, and is able to smoke it away for 4 runs. Will beat the fielder out in the deep. That's a good boundary there for Gunnersbury, who are still fighting their lower order. Tried to battle hard as we're coming to the end of the innings. Oh, we've got a few kids who've come out here, and there's a lot of families in attendance, and I think one of them just accidentally kicked a football onto the pitch, and Cuesta just kicked it back beyond the boundary rope. It's just happened off camera. That's going to be a no ball, lands off the pitch, so this could be the over where Gunnersbury just try to get a few runs, and even if they don't get enough runs to win this game, at least get enough runs where they could avoid a bonus point defeat in the next match. I mean, when you're going up against a rival who's challenging you for the ECS-W crown, to be a hammer blow to suffer a bonus point defeat to them, as, oh, that might just have gone over the rope and could be 6 runs. I think he just flicked the boundary rope along the way. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, I think it's a 6. I had to look at it real time, and it just felt like it may have cleared the rope, just hit the far edge of the boundary rope. And it has been indeed been signaled a 6, so some nice looking shots here by Bolton. Another wide here, so just got to keep taking these wides, keep taking these no balls that come their way, and then hit the odd boundary. This over's gone for 15 so far, the biggest over of the innings. It's going to be another wide over here, so this has been signaled a wide as well. Oh, strikes this towards fine leg, and good looking shot there by Bolton as this over finally comes to an end. It's a magical over, the first one of this innings. And this is just what Gunnersbury needed. They got one more over to go here. They can certainly crack the 90s, maybe even the 100 if they can get a really big over here. That is just what Gunnersbury needed, and you feel now they might just have at least given themselves a chance to pick up at the bare minimum 1 point from this game. But if they get a really, really big 10th over here, then all of a sudden, they'll certainly believe that with some good bowling by picking up some early wickets, they might have a chance in the second innings. Yeah, take a look at that win predictor now. It's gone up to 29% for Gunnersbury after that over. Huge swing in momentum. Down the ground, and I'm going to pick up a run here. That's low Scable out in the deep. Straight down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs there for Bolton, and she's playing a wonderful innings right at the end here. Might earn herself a promotion up the order. Bolton came in at number 10 and is now batting on 18 of 6. Yeah, surely batting too far low down the order with this kind of an ability to hit. Leading edge, and it's going to land safely. They'll scamper across and pick up a single here. Hit towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single there. So smart batting here by Mercier. Just gets the dangerous Bolton back on strike. Just make sure she doesn't chew up a dot ball. And now we've got 2 balls left in this inning. 6 runs for Gunnersbury to get to 100. Struck firmly down the ground, and this is coming straight into the commentary tent. Just trying to field that one, but snuck underneath. That's going to be another boundary, so 2 runs away from bringing up 100. Oh, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide, and oh, is this going to be a minimo as well? Yes, it will. So they bring up their 100 over here. Oh, let's just take a look at this. Just nutmegs the keeper. There's a wide going down the leg side, and oh, costly error there. So Gunnersbury do bring up their 100. And this is a decent total. They will certainly back their chances of defending this in the second innings. They just had an explosion in runs these last couple of overs. Has taken a very good catch over there. Bolton's innings comes to an end on the final ball, so it's really just a dot ball to wrap things up. And that's a good catch there by Lauren Plum, just looking to beat the fielder. An extra cover and a good catch there by Plum, just saving her side some runs on that last delivery. But what a fine knock here by Bolton. 23 runs of just 9 deliveries, and she's single-handedly just given her side a chance in this game. Gunnersbury looked down and out at one point, but this brilliant knock means that Gunnersbury will be heading into the second innings with some hope. Keep in mind, we were talking about whether they could get enough runs just to avoid a bonus point defeat, but in the end, they're now in a position where they have something to defend in that second innings. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. Daly opened the batting alongside Jones, and it was a rough start. You have to say they lost a couple of early wickets. Daly departed for 2, Jones for 7. Hannah Cullen was batting superbly on 12 of 8, played some very pretty shots, but unfortunately for her, she just hauled one out to Kea Shaw. Here's a look at the dismissal of DeLanga. It just took a bounce before going to Cox, and then she unloaded a terrific throw there to run out DeLanga. That would be the end of her innings. Cullen, as I mentioned, played some lovely shots and then hauled this one up to Kea Shaw. There were some checks about whether it was a no ball or not, and it was deemed to be a legal delivery, so Hannah Cullen would have to make her way back to the dugout. And then we saw a cluster of wickets fall. Shaw would depart on 1. Some great work there by Georgia Hayes to stump her. We saw a very interesting over here by Paige Roche. A nice battle between her and Shimako Kato. Kato was batting nicely on 24 of 10, and then she'd get run out in, well, rather suicidal fashion. Some poor miscommunication. And that would be the end of Kato's innings. Just cut short too early for Gunnersbury's liking, and then another wicket would fall here. Brilliant bit of bowling by Questet to get rid of Georgina Abel-Plant. And then Putt would depart shortly after that. A good catch off her own bowling by Zoe Quested. And at that stage, keep in mind, they were in all sorts of trouble at 67 for 8. We just wondered if they could just wrap this innings up for less than 80 runs. But credit to Bolton at the end. Struck 5 boundaries in her innings, 4 fours and a 6. Got her side to a very respectable total. And they will end up with 103 runs. We'll take a look at the scorecard for this innings. Kato top scoring with 24 of 10. Catherine Bolton with 23 of just 9. As the Gunnersbury launch a late fight back. One of the better innings we have seen from a number 10 batter. Catherine Bolton has surely earned herself a promotion up that order. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Upminster, and some very good performances in there. A lot of credit to their captain Zoe Quested for figures of 2 for 9, picked up some important wickets in her second over. Lois Gable 2 for 10. Paige Roche managed to pick up a wicket, and Lauren Plum 2 for 19. The only concern for them would be the 21 runs they gave up of extras. I'm sure that's something they would like to clean up in that wide department in particular. Giving up 20 runs because of wides, and some of the minimos as well certainly hurt Upminster quite a bit. So Gunnersbury, with a great late fight back, they end up with 104 runs. And Upminster have a little bit of a challenge in the second innings. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screens for the start of the chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. We're set for the start of the second innings. Gunnersbury setting a target of 104 for Upminster. It was a really good fight back by them right at the end. Some useful lower order contributions for them. And they now find themselves in a position where they have a defendable total. We'll take a look at the bonus point equation here. So if Upminster can chase this down in 7 overs or less, they'll take 4 points from this game. And Gunnersbury will leave empty-handed. But if Gunnersbury can just restrict them to under that 74 mark you saw, then Gunnersbury will be leaving with all 4 points. Should be an exciting matchup. We got a very strong top order here. You got Sanette Filion-Lo, who's one of the most accomplished athletes we've had on ECN. And alongside her, Paige Roche, absolutely wonderful, powerful hitter as well. Two top cricketers. And Shimako Kato, the Japanese international, will be bowling this over. And yeah, she'd be delighted if she could get rid of one of these two. It would be just to kind of start that Upminster need. You know, that these two can get going if they're out there, say at the 4th or 5th over, then they could just take this game away from this Gunnersbury side. So here we go. Just moments away from the first ball, and got a long on in place, and the fielder at deep mid-wicket is just coming in, and second fielder out in the deep is at deep cover. So long on and deep cover, the two fielders outside the ring. It's going to be Kato to bowl this first over. Here we go. First ball. It's nicely blocked out there by Filion-Lo. Of course, I've got the great pleasure of welcoming Alicia Maxine, who played earlier today in the commentary box. Great to have you here, Alicia.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great experience.
So how's it felt to play on the European Cricket Network for the first time?
Oh, it's been a great experience. Thankful for the opportunity, to be honest with you. Never played in front of cameras before or in a Astro pitch, to be honest, so it's been definitely an interesting day.
It's your first time playing on an Astro pitch as well. What kind of experience was that? I mean, did it help that the bounce was just a lot more predictable?
I'd probably argue that actually it's less predictable than a normal wicket. Yeah, very limited exposure to Astro wickets here, especially in the leagues that we play in, so the bounce has definitely been interesting and a little bit unpredictable at times.
This is pushed away towards mid-on for a single. Filion will get off the mark. Yeah, that's very interesting you say that, because I guess a lot of European cricketers who are used to playing on Astro all the time, they find it so challenging to play on turf wickets. I mean, we've sometimes seen when European sides have toured the UK that playing on a turf wicket can be very challenging for them.
Yeah, no, it's definitely different. Every club's different. Some clubs play solely on an Astro and some don't, so.
This gets to be pushed away towards cover. Roche gets her bat down in time. So you play quite a bit of disability cricket for Essex. You also mentioned that Amara and Bethany Law play alongside you.
Yeah, we do. We're one of we're 3 women within that setup on the Essex Kestrels. So it's great to be able to be playing with them as well today in a hardball fixture.
Digs that one out there for Filion-Lo. Good length here by Kato. What's it been like to see so many players from the Essex disability side playing both on the men's and women's side?
It's been a really nice exposure for us. I think disability cricket is quite underestimated, and the difference of abilities of players, so it's been great.
Oh, nicely played over there by Filion-Lo. That was a good shot.
It was a great shot. Nicely cleared away off the leg.
He's going a little bit straight here, Kato, and then pulled away magnificently behind square leg. It's going to be 6 runs here off the first over for Upminster. Kato won't mind that too much. Of course, we'll just take a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. That counter is now up to 52. So hoping to break that streak very soon. We haven't had a golden ball yet here in Hornchurch. This streak was broken over in Bucharest. So do you know much about the golden ball?
I don't. I've not had much exposure at all to European cricket.
Yeah, so the golden ball is a European cricket rule where if the game is tied, it comes down to one ball right at the end, and if the batting side can make 2 or more runs, then they win.
Similar to a super over, just more stressful.
Much more stressful, and they're always so chaotic, and it's a real treat when we do get one, but they're often hard to come by. Oh, nicely played away for 4 runs. A good shot there by Roche as putts over, starts with a boundary.
Yeah, well punish that looser ball out to the side.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you know Phil Law quite well, too. He put together that Havering 11 side. What's your experience been like working with him?
So Phil and I tend to open quite a bit with Essex when he's playing. He's a great guy to open with. Knowledge of the game is incredible, and he's an all-round great guy. Tells you when you're wrong, which is needed, especially as a developing side. And today it's been great having him in our dugout as well.
Well, what's your season been like so far over in Essex? I mean, how have the early part of your season been?
We are 3 wins, 1 loss. Loss away to the Isle of Wight. So not all bad, still in it. Big push though needed from us in the next 2 games.
To go down the ground, it's just going to fall short there of Ellie Shaw. They'll manage to pick up a run. I'm just going to take a look at this here to check if Paige Roche has been able to make it back safely. Ooh, that looks tight, doesn't it?
That is impeccably tight. Impeccably tight with grounding of that bat. Oh, sorry. That is impeccably tight.
Yeah, it does look that this just hasn't quite been able to slide her bat across the line there, so she could be in a bit of trouble. This does look very close. Let's just see. That's been given out, so huge wicket here. Absolutely massive for Gunnersbury. The dangerous Paige Roche is going to have to make her way back to the dugout.
Huge wicket there. Very, very close.
Yeah, it just seemed like her bat kind of got stuck and wasn't really able to slide it.
No, she didn't. That corner just dug into the ground a little bit where it's a bit drier after the rain. You can see there, drops it. Instead of sliding in, sort of bashing it down. Unfortunate there, definitely.
Yeah, unfortunate way for Roche to get dismissed, and Upminster lose their first wicket here. Not the way they would have wanted this opening partnership to be broken, but just a kind of early breakthrough that this Gunnersbury side need defending this target of 104.
100%. The Upminster women have done incredibly well in the field, so definitely the breakthrough that Gunnersbury have been looking for.
Yeah, bashed away. That's a wonderful shot there by Phil Yoon. Just came forward, met it on the half volley, and stroked it away for a boundary.
That's a quality shot there. Watch the ball all the way onto the bat. Incredible strength that she's got.
So you mentioned just prior to the game that Hutton's not the club you normally play for.
No, it's not. So I play for Bishop Stortford ladies teams. I'm second team captain. But Phil asked earlier in the week if I'd come and play, and 100% love the opportunity to play on the network.
Any chance we could see your club playing on ECN in the future?
I'm sure the girls would absolutely love that.
With a width on offer here, and this cuts that one away. Just beats the fielder at point, another boundary. I mean, you've got to get rid of Phil Yoon quick, because if she hangs around for another 5 or 6 overs, you could just take the game away from the side.
100%. This is the danger batter here. If she's not dismissed, then the game's going to run away very quickly for Gunnersbury. Quality shot there.
Yeah, how many of these players have you played against in the past, and are there a few new faces for you as well?
Definitely a couple of new faces. More from the Upminster team. Faced Gunnersbury before. Stortford and Gunnersbury used to play against each other in the Southern Prem, so know a couple of the faces on that team. definitely.
That's cut away, and they're going to pick up another run here. So some good running between the wickets, and the good news for Upminster is also that Filion Low will keep the strike heading into the third over. Upminster are 19 for 1. Take a look at the standings over here. So Gunnersbury, 3 wins out of 3 for them. Upminster, 2 wins, 1 loss, and then they had that 1 match abandoned against Hutton last Saturday. I'm sure you're glad that the weather is a lot better this weekend, because we had a lot of issues with rain last Saturday.
100%. I'm glad the sun's out. Best type of cricket weather this. Rather be warm than cold.
Yeah, how do you feel about the way your side played this morning? I mean, results haven't quite gotten your way yet, but there's certainly been a few exciting players who've been able to make the most of the moment of getting to play on ECN.
Yeah, no, definitely. We have quite a young side here, so getting used to the surroundings as well. I think it's always different playing with cameras and knowing that people are watching regardless of where you are. It's been very hard, like, what quality batters we're coming up against, and it's just finding ways to get them out and dismiss them quickly, to be honest. It's just not been our day.
Beautifully played towards point, and it's going to bring Hayes on strike, who's going to get set to face her first ball. So how many of your Upminster, I should beg your pardon, Hutton teammates have you played against in the past?
None of them.
None of them. I mean, you've played alongside Amara and Bethany, but have you, so it means they're mostly all new for you then?
Yeah, they're more or less all new. I play with Beth and Amara, and I've coached a couple of the girls as well. But in terms of playing against, none of them.
Tell us a little bit about your coaching. We were talking a bit about that prior to this match. Do you coach the disability side? Do you also do some coaching elsewhere?
So I coach for Essex. I'm doing my level 3, but I coach in the girls' county age group and then the school delivery over Harlow.
Struck down the ground, and I'll pick up a run here. That's Daly coming across, and just going to be a single.
Yeah, no, so it's a great opportunity playing with some of the girls that you coach. Frustration at times as well, but it comes with a game of cricket. It's a great learning curve as a coach to play with kids that you work with, to see how they are different.
If you were to get dismissed by someone you coach, would you be proud of that, or would you be disappointed that you'd thrown away your wicket?
I'm always disappointed to get out. Little bit of banter maybe with them, bit of stick, but depends. I'm glad there's one girl from Upminster who's unfortunately not here today, but it would have been great to have her keeping whilst I was batting. But it's always a good opportunity to get wickets.
That's a beautiful ball by Shaw. Absolutely picture perfect delivery. Just hits the top of the off stump. Shaw's been receiving so much praise in our chat for a performance there. This was a ripper of a delivery.
It was a great delivery. Not much the batter can do there apart from watch it hit the bails go.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, that would have gotten you a wicket in any format of the game. And then in T10, where you've got to look to attack every ball, that was just a sensational delivery. And yeah, Gunnersbury defending a slightly below par total here, but they've gotten off to the start they would have hoped for. They have this very dangerous Upminster side at 22 for 2.
Yeah, it's the start that they needed, start they've been looking for. Upminster, dangerous side still. Some gun batters still in that lineup, definitely. Got Lois Gable coming to the crease as well. But Gunnersbury need to keep the pedal down in order to get something out of this result, definitely.
So it's going to be Shay Daly coming in to bowl this 4th over. Shay Daly, an overseas cricketer for this Gunnersbury side. Does your club have a number of overseas players as well?
Yeah, so the women's side, we've got one overseas player, Australian international, Danny Eckley. Great pace bowler, being a massive asset to this side that we've got going. Men have got Cam Fletcher, New Zealand international.
Oh, that was so close to Going on to her stumps. I think she just managed to get a little inside edge on that. Oh, could very easily have chopped that one on. Oh, it's a close call there for Fil-Yun Lo.
That's the warning that she needs, I think, to be honest with you. Come down the wicket slightly to the spinner, completely timed it. Yeah, Daly's unlucky there, definitely. You can see on her face, all smiles from Daly.
I mean, as a coach, when you see something like that and you see a bowler bowl a terrific delivery and then it takes a little edge and goes through a 4, I mean, how do you teach a player just to mentally cope with that? I mean, you probably have to instruct them, just take that as a personal victory.
It's always a victory. The closer you get to the stumps, and it's the areas you challenge. With a batter of her calibre, the fact that she's come down and missed that and it's not gone for a 6 or a 4, it's a great learning curve. You know, every match is a learning curve, every ball's a learning curve, whether you're batting or bowling.
It's been a good over so far for Daly. 2 dot balls to follow up that little inside edge, which went for a 4. Oh dear, that one just slipping out of her hands. That's certainly going to be a no ball. It doesn't matter that it's been put down. It was a no ball, and they pick up a couple of runs here as well. And Lois Gable falls over at the other end, but 2 runs here for Upminster, and a free hit's coming up.
Free hit is definitely lethal with a batter of her calibre. Lois did well to get back into her crease there. Didn't connect with that correctly at all. Top edge. Unlucky with the run out there opportunity.
Well, this one is hauled out towards long on. It's going to go away for 4 runs, and she's certainly able to capitalize on that free hit.
100%. Spectator getting involved there to stop the ball running off. Those kind of free hits, that you've got to take them, especially in the T10 format.
Stroked out towards a square leg, and nice bit of fielding there. Just 1 run. There was just considering the possibility of maybe pushing for a second, but the second run just wasn't on.
No, it brings Lois on to strike for a first ball facing.
It's going to be a dot ball there as we come to the end of the 4th over. Upminster are 34 for 2. I'd just like to hear your opinion on this. We had a little bit of a chat during the first match when Gunnersbury were playing against you guys. When Zoe Moses was suspended after bowling a couple of beamers. Of course, Tina felt very strongly that shouldn't have been the case, and that really the umpire should use their own discretion about whether it's dangerous bowling or not, and that, you know, it was a real shame for Zoe Moses. And then, you know, we've had certain people on ECN, of course, Corey Rutgers, who often covers games for us, said that, well, it should be at the batter's discretion. And, you know, he was talking a lot about the men's game where it's like, you know, if I see a bowler coming up and he's constantly bowling no balls, as a coach, I'd like to see him stay on so we can get as many runs from that over as possible. What are your thoughts on that?
Personally, I think no balls, batter discretion. We all know how to duck out the way of a ball. This is the umpires today have most warnings I've seen given playing cricket. Very rarely we see a warning given. Maybe a talking to, try and bring it down if you can, but yeah.
A slap down the ground towards long off. I mean, to be fair to the umpires, they are following ECN regulations, which are very, very strict about this, but that was just a general comment about some of your domestic games as well.
Yeah, I think no balls are a learning curve for a batter and a bowler. As a batter, can you look to punish that fuller delivery? And then as a bowler, how do I adjust myself, my line, my length, my release point to make sure my next ball isn't a no ball?
Yeah, especially, you know, at this level. I mean, the odd ball might slip out, and, you know, if it's not dangerous for the batter, don't suspend the bowler. Let them finish the over. Let them learn about what it's like to bowl after going for a few early boundaries. Nicely played there by Sunette. She'll get that away for 4 runs.
Great shot there. Getting her hand through that ball nice and quickly.
Another one that we spoke about as well, this was probably during the second match, was when there's a free hit and you clean bowl the batter. I think it should just be a dot ball. I think there was a really unfortunate one where it ricocheted off the stumps and went away for a couple of runs, because that goes down as byes against the keeper as well.
Yeah, it's a very harsh thing for a keeper. If it's a free hit and you get bowled, dot ball or dead ball, whatever way you want to look at it, yeah, it's harsh.
That's a nice ball there by Hannah Cullen. Just forcing Phil Yoon to play a forward defensive shot.
Yeah, we've been speaking about Cullen's bowling as well. From our point of view, it's a great young bowler, hard to face, nice bit of swing as well, and great with the bat as well.
I was really unlucky with the way she was dismissed in the first innings. A full toss that was caught out at long on.
Great grab from the keeper there.
A brilliant grab there by Kylie White, who's also captaining this Upminster side. We come to the end of the 5th over, and Upminster are 40 for 2. They're slightly behind the rate at the moment. The required has now gone up to 12.8. According to Win Predictors, just swung in favor of Gunnersbury now, 65% for them.
It's very interesting. It's nice to have a win predictor on. I think Upminster got off to a really good start. They do need to pick it up though, to start to challenge Gunnersbury a little bit, letting Gunnersbury get a bit comfortable with the bowling. Partnerships are broken down a bit. They need to really keep going for it, to be honest.
A lovely ball there by Shaw, and Cable will scamper across to the other end, brings Phil Yoon back on strike. There's been a lot of comments in the chat about just how lovely Shaw's action is. Could you just break it down a little bit for some of our viewers?
You know, it's a great action. She stays nice and tall throughout, which always helps. Got a bit of height on her side as well, but she's got 2 right-handers on strike, and that front arm really pulling down nice and fast, keeping it all streamlined, and the way that she can shape the ball in to a right-hander is a quality as a bowler that you always need. She changed it up as well in one of our games. She came the other side of the wicket. Be interesting to see if she's got any variations in grip or anything. It's quite hard to see on the camera, but she knows how to move the ball naturally, which is great.
That's a terrific delivery. I mean, many a batter would have struggled to face that.
That's a great delivery. Unlucky not to get more there.
Getting some good pace as well.
She's getting some great pace. For the length of run-up she's going off, the ability to generate the pace that she has is incredible. The mechanics of it is great as well. Great take there from Kylie White.
What do you think is the key to her getting all that pace off a short run-up? Is it just how she snaps her wrist right at the end?
She snaps her wrist at the end. The mechanics of how her arms are moving is great as well. Everything's so streamlined. She's not going too high up in the air, so she's not losing any force from the run-up she's putting in. And her follow-through is probably one of the best follow-throughs I've seen of a child of her age. Have a look there, head straight down, and then go.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. No ball has been signaled there. Would have had a wicket. Let's just take a look at the front foot there. Oh, dear. Oh, what an unfortunate way to be denied a wicket.
It's very, very unfortunate. Again, the way that the bells have gone off and the stumps have fallen over there just shows you the pace that she can generate. It'd be interesting to see the response that she has now for this free hit. I feel that Upminster need to go for it, whether it's come down or play a big shot. Kind of got to go swinging at this point, halfway through.
Big let off here for Gable, though. I mean, she could have been on her way back to the dugout, and I must have been absolutely relieved to see that no ball signal.
Could be another one.
Oh, yeah, just taking a look at the square leg umpire here. Could we have another no ball? The question's certainly being asked, but we'll take a look at this side on. The square leg umpire just wasn't quite in position to see that, so that was a no ball. I think Could have been a no ball on the free hit. This could have very easily been a free hit as well. So I guess it kind of evened out for Shaw in some ways there. Was a bit unlucky with that front foot no ball. This could have been another free hit in this ball, but she will end up picking the wicket of Lois Gable. Unfortunately for her, couldn't quite get going. She was really, really struggling.
Yeah, struggled to get going, really. She's just sliced that. You see the bat's turned in her hand, so instead of hitting through it, she's hit under it. So it's always going to be an opportunity for whether it's another fielder or the bowler herself. She's unlucky there.
Yeah, really, really unlucky, especially when you see that delivery for the free hit in the end. Could easily have been a no ball, as Upminster are 43 for 3. We've spoken quite a bit about your coaching career. Have you done much coaching on the men's side as well?
Not on the men's side, and a bit of boys cricket and junior stuff. Yet to do any men's cricket. It's quite hard as a female to get into that kind of area. But I've started my level 3, so I've been learning alongside the likes of Ben Green and Chris Rushworth. So it's been a great opportunity to meet players from up and down the country.
You must have been very excited with all the young players we saw during the men's series. I mean, there were some 15, 16-year-olds really standing up against fully grown men in their late 20s and passing whatever test was thrown at them with flying colours.
100%. I think the way that coaching has been approached from now on is changed massively. You're teaching the kids to stand on their own 2 feet and really go for it. None of this being scared of the ball or anything like that. Everyone has to bat. Everyone needs to learn to bowl, and it's just a great way to approach the game.
Just making a few tweaks to the field here for the left-hander. It's Danny Cox who forced the run out to get rid of Esther De Lange. Going to get set to face her first ball here. Gets a wicket there. That's a brilliant ball by Hannah Cullen. Top of the off stump. Exactly where you want to bowl it. And Cox has to depart for a golden duck.
It's not the best way to be dismissed as a batter, a golden duck. It was a peach of a delivery. You don't see much better than that in men or women's games, to be honest with you. Shaping away from that left-hander.
Oh, let's just take a look at this. I mean, that is a terrific ball. Absolute ripper of a delivery.
Ever so slightly moves away at the last minute. It's why it's so important, meeting the ball on that bounce if you can. It's unfortunate, but it's a great delivery from the youngster.
Captain Zoe Quested has now made her way out to the middle, and she's got to find a way to put together some kind of partnership with Sunette Filiun Low here. They've got experience out in the middle. That's one thing. I mean, Zoe Quested's had a long and accomplished career for this Upminster side, and then Sunette, obviously heard about all of her exploits for South Africa and also in their athletics career. So kind of need something big here. Upminster's chances now down to just 3%.
It's unfortunate they had such a great start in the field and they've just not been able to punch the balls like Gunnersbury have in the end of their innings.
I mean, how demoralizing is it as a fielding side when you see the number 10 come in and make 23 runs of 9 deliveries?
It's never a nice feeling as a fielding team when your number 10 comes in and does a great innings like that. But that is the job of every batsman, especially low order. It's a very good shot there.
Brilliantly played there, and a lot of people who think coaching is just about the technical side, how to play those beautiful shots and learning to just master your technique. But how much of it is just teaching these players to deal with the mental and psychological side of the game? Because they often say at this kind of a level, most of the game is just mental.
At this level, it is mainly mental. Especially, it's an area of the game that not a lot of coaches have exposure to. It's all well and good saying, "Oh well, it's fine, move on," but being able to talk to a player of any age and explain that it's okay, feelings are good, but using them and how to stay on top, especially within the disability side of it. Lots of players that do struggle with that aspect as well.
Struck hard, firmly down the ground, and really, really well fielded there by Bhatt. That's going to be a single as Upminster bring up their 50. Probably taken them a bit too long to get there from their liking.
You can hear the power off that bat and the sound it's made. It's a cracking shot.
Here's a look at the fixture you guys have coming up against Gunnersbury. Could you tell us a little bit about Molly Faulkner, who's coming in for the first time, or have you not had a chance to play with her before? I know you said that you're new to this team, so you might not know a lot of your teammates.
I've never played with Molly, so it'll be a interesting first experience, but hopefully she can come in and do a job for us. Fielding is definitely going to be an important part for us in this match.
Good use of the feet there by Phil Yoon, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Nice footwork there, just comes down the track and is able to meet that on the half volley.
Yeah, it's a great piece of footwork there. She's definitely, from today, the one player that has been able to come down consistently to the ball down that wicket. It just shows the player of her calibre that she is.
Looks to go big this time, and manages to beat the fielder out in the deep. That was a leaping effort there. Gets it away for 6 runs, so back-to-back boundaries.
It's a cracking effort from the fielder there. Can't ask much more as a captain or a player to go for every ball that's hit towards you.
44 needed of 16 now. Certainly not impossible, but will be challenging. However, they'll still have some hope while she's out there. Shea Daly under some pressure to start off this over. 2 consecutive boundaries. That's beautifully played there. Oh, it's just going to get past the fielder and find leg and make that 3 consecutive. She's just starting to shift up the gears here, Sunette. Took a horrible bobble as well.
That is one of the worst things as a fielder. This outfield today has definitely been very unpredictable, whether it's the rain that came last night or just the outfield in general. There's some horrible bobbles out there, so not much as a fielder she could have done. Weights going the other way to the ball.
Is there anything as a coach you can tell a fielder to do to try to deal with these unpredictable bobbles?
On this pitch today, it's been the spin, especially this morning where it was still damp. It's taking the bounce and either turning away from you or into you. So just taking your time with it, setting yourself in. Gunnersbury do it brilliantly, but the walking in the field is something that's so neglected, but is so important to a fielding side to make them a strong and effective side as well.
Oh, well, managed to get a hand to it. Was that enough to save the 4 runs? Yes, it was. A great bit of fielding.
Stinging him there from the hand. Great hand, though.
Well, they're going to pinch an extra run here of overthrows. It's not only the extra run they managed to get, but it also means that the dangerous Phil Yoon, who's crossed the 50 mark, will get back on strike.
It's great to see his first 50 of the day.
Yeah, we did have a few 50s last weekend. But yeah, first 50 we've had so far today. Oh, that's lovely there by Daly. Just a little change up by the looks of it. Dot ball to end the over. 18 runs come off it though, so it was pretty good from Upminster's perspective.
It's a great from Upminster's perspective. I think Gunnersbury was saying that's too expensive of an over to give away.
So 36 needed off the 2 overs. That's a pretty steep task, but how would you approach this if you're Upminster? I mean, if you're Zoe Quested, are you just looking to push for a single here, get Phil Yoon on strike, or would you ask her to be just as aggressive?
Aggressive mindset is definitely important, even as the newer batter to the crease. I would be looking to get your teammate on strike, Yoon on strike a bit more. Punish every ball. It's not a format designed for dot balls. Got to run it if you can.
What would you say are some of the key tactical differences between T20 and T10 cricket? Because a lot of players have played plenty of T20s before, but we saw this on the men's side and on the women's side, that there wasn't too much T10 experience there. I mean, there's plenty in Europe, but in England, not so much. How hard has that been to adjust for some of the players and captains?
For me, it's my first time ever playing a T10. It's very, very hard to adjust. The first game versus Gunnersbury, the mindset wasn't on for myself, I think. It's get going from the beginning.
That is
And
high and
huge.
handsome. Sorry to interrupt you there. What an enormous 6 by Phil Yoon. And she's just giving her side a little bit of a hope here. Please carry on.
It's a great shot. It was massive 6 there. She's letting herself loose now. She's definitely going for it. But from T10 aspect, it's a completely different mindset to a T20. everyone has to be aggressive. Even those that won't bowl or bat necessarily, everyone has to be an aggressive player. There's no room for switching off at any point, which is hard.
A full toss, and this is going to get punished as well. Oh, the margin for error is so small when you go up against Phil Yoon. Good use of the feet once again, turns it into a full toss and bashes it away for a 6.
Yeah, you could see straight away from the release point that she was going to come down to that. It was a great shot yet again. A little bit too full of a toss from the bowler. You want to see her maybe doing it on her toes.
Let's take a look at that wind predictor. It was at 3% about 10 minutes ago, now at 31. That goes down the ground again. Is this a catching chance? No, just over the fielder's head. 3 consecutive 6s here. Flat batted right down the ground. I mean, that's almost like a tennis shot, isn't it? It's a bit like a forehand.
It was a great shot. Just watched it all the way, slightly wider of the crease. Locked and loaded in her legs. See you later. The ball is gone. The bat's done all the work. Straight out the middle of that bat.
My word, Upminster, the wind predictor, had them down to 3%. Now they've got some hope here. It's about 50-50 and make that another boundary. This over's gone magical. 23 runs off it, and all of a sudden, Upminster have moved in front.
It's been a great over from both the batters. Making it hard. The position that Gunnersbury were in to now, the wind predictor's completely changed in favour for Upminster. So it will go down to the wire at this rate.
That's T10 cricket for you. I mean, in 5 deliveries, this match is just flipped on its head.
It's the magic of cricket, but yet alone T10 cricket. You've got 11.4 needed off the overs.
Oh, looks to dance down the track again and bashes that away for 6 more runs. It's raining 6s here in Hornchurch. What a wonderful shot. Comes down the ground and hits a towering 6. 29 runs off the over. An absolutely massive game-changing over. Well, on ECN, we often say it all happens in the 9th, and certainly it all happened there. Upminster now need just 7 runs off the last over.
I mean, it's a great, great end, and it's a great match of cricket, this. Again, use of the feet coming down slightly to the wicket, meeting that ball and sending it over the boundary line. Quality shot, and you love to see that kind of cricket. It's a great profile for the women's game as well.
Well, well, well. Shimako Kato has the pressure of bowling this final over. Take a look at Sinette there, just ready like a track runner, just ready to sprint right out of the blocks, I think. I think we know what Zoe Quest is going to do here. Unless it's there to hit, she's probably just going to push one away for a single and get Phil Yoon back on strike. Kato just trying to get this field setting spot on. What do you think about the field they've set here?
Yeah, it's a good field. At this point in the game where they are going to go for it, you still want people out on the boundary, trying to cut off those and gain those catching opportunities if possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little dab and run, to be honest with you, to get your stronger batter on strike at this point in the game. But we'll see what happens.
Here we go. 7 needed to win off the last over. It's pushed away towards cover, and well, they do manage to get Phil Yoon on strike. Yeah, smart batting here by Quest. That just kept those dot balls down to a minimum. Dot ball percentage is everything in this format.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's something we learnt from the first game. There's no room for dot balls in this format. It doesn't allow it. Smart play though from Quest, getting Vehicle back on strike.
She could win this with 1 shot here, Phil Yoon low. We've already seen her hit on numerous 6s. That's going to be played down the ground. And it's going to be aided by a slight misfield now. That was traveling at the rate of knots towards Shea Daly, but I just don't have margin for error at this point in the game.
Is unlucky there, misfield. Through the hands, through the legs. Hit with an incredible amount of power.
2 runs away from a victory here. Upminster, what a sensational comeback by them. They were down and out at one stage, and now just a couple runs away from notching a victory. Oh, it's up in the air. Catching chance. Huge moment. Will they take this catch? No, it hasn't. It's been gone down. And they'll pick up the 2 runs here as well. Oh, they had a chance. They let another opportunity slip by here, Gunnersbury, and they will be kicking themselves with the way this game has ended. The chance was up there. You had the umpire in the middle as well, which might just have added to the confusion. The ball landed safely. They get a couple of runs, but Phil Yun Lo, what a knock. A knock for the ages. Absolutely sensational batting, a solo performance by her, 87 runs of just 39 deliveries to get her side to victory when they seemed down and out.
No, that is an incredible innings from an incredible individual batter there. You can see the happiness from the Upminster girls celebrating that. Unfortunate in that last ball going up in the air. I don't know, maybe it was a miscommunication between the fielders. They both went for it. Umpire didn't move. It's unfortunate, but it's still the intent there just to stop that for going for 4, so can't fault that. It's an unfortunate way for it to end, but cracking game from Upminster. Fight from start to finish, both with ball and bat.
Here's a look at the fixture coming up for your side, Hutton, as they'll be going up against this Gunnersbury team. So as they say, a wounded tiger can often be pretty tough to go up against. Gunnersbury will absolutely have to win that game to just keep up with Upminster in the race to win this ECS-W, so we're looking forward to that match. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and well, what an exciting innings it was. Gunnersbury started really well. Their run rate was very low at the start for Upminster. The required climbed up to 16. They couldn't build any kind of partnership. You look at the rest of the batters. Roche out for 5, Hayes with just the 1 run, Gable with just the 1, Cox departed for a duck, and Quested managed to get some singles at the end, 7 of 5 for her. But it just looked like Gunnersbury were going to cruise to victory at one point.
It 100% did. Those wickets in the middle definitely put them in a great position. But it's great innings from Quested there, showing how the importance of a partnership, no matter how small, only 7 runs off 5 deliveries, but it's got them over the line. It's given your batter that's been settled in the chance to let loose, and we've seen some great 6s in this game.
I mean, just describe that innings there by Sunette Phil Low at the end. That was one of the finer knocks I've seen in the ECS.
I think it's one of the finer knocks that I've seen in a very long time in any format of cricket, men or women's. The confidence that she has and the ability to send a ball away over the boundary. It wasn't clearing it just after it was miles over the boundary, and it was great to see.
I think what just made it so much more special was doing it under pressure, doing it while all those wickets were falling around you. I mean, what kind of a mentality and a mindset does that take?
That's an athlete's mentality. You can tell from the experience she's had competing at a high level of any form of sport. You can just see it when she's at the crease. She's settled, she's not phased. She kind of looks like she switches everything else off. She's not interested in what's going on. She knows where she is. She knows the bat's in her hand and what she needs to do. She got the job done. I think that's a really key thing when you're out at the crease. It's focusing on your job, which is to score runs and stay in for as long as you can, and she has, as you can see, 87 runs off 39 deliveries, which is a great knock. Pretty
much a solo performance there, carrying her team to this victory. We'll take a look at those bowling figures there. Some good performances by Hannah Cullen, Ellie Shaw. They were brilliant. But I would like to say just a word about Bhumika Bhatt. I mean, your heart goes out to her. I mean, she's had a great day so far. Was very unlucky in that 9th over, going up against a quality athlete. She went for 29 runs. I mean, how would you talk to her after that? I mean, she must be feeling gutted right now.
Yeah, heads will be down. We've got another game though, so I think it's really important. It's part of the game, especially as a spinner coming up against batters of this calibre. You are going to get hit for runs, and it's the bounce back that you have afterwards.
So we've come to the end of match number 8. Upminster take this one by 6 wickets and just expand their lead at the top of the table. Gunnersbury will be looking to be hot on their heels. Alicia, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box. Thank you for bringing all your wonderful insight and all your stories. And I hope to hear from you again soon. And good luck for your upcoming match.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
We'll take a quick break here on ECN. We'll be back on your screens in 33 minutes time for the start of match 9.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny London, where we are in the penultimate game of this epic series, and it sees Hutton go up against Gunnersbury. Let's go straight out into the middle for the coin toss.
So thank you so much. Thank you.
Right, awesome. Right, Gunnersbury to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It looks like a tails. It's a tails. They're going to have a ball.
Thanks, Ty. So there you have it. Gunnersbury have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Great to see them handing over that centenary booklet over to Hutton as well. It's an absolutely monster year for Gunnersbury. They'll be playing at Lord's later this year, celebrating 100 years, the oldest cricket club for women in the UK. And they've been playing a blinder so far. And really they want to cement their place at the top of the table, and they need to get points against a Hutton side who are still scratching around for their first win. The good news for Hutton, though, is that they have picked up points consistently. Every single game they've played, they have got that consolation bonus point. Of course, it's not the same as picking up a win, and that's exactly what they want to do at the final time of asking here. They've got a lot of very talented teenagers in their side, and if they can just get their bowling and batting firing at the same time, maybe, just maybe, they can spring an upset against the big favourites, Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury, of course, in their 100th year are looking to add another trophy to the collection, and the ECS-W would certainly be a glorious one to add to their shelves. So they've got 2 games left, and this is a very important one if they do want to stay at the top of the table. Taking you through this penultimate game of the day, it's going to be a thriller, I'm sure. It's Nish and Nish. The news from the toss is that Gunnersbury have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this fixture here between Gunnersbury and Hutton. Oh, this should be a terrific match. Gunnersbury, of course, need a win. They now fall to a 3-1 record thanks to an absolutely brilliant innings by Sinette Filion Low. An innings for the ages. Just taking away that game from Gunnersbury when they looked set to win. So they've got to win this game against Hutton now. It's an absolute must-win for them heading into what will probably turn into a final in our final match of the day. We got one more fixture coming up after this. The postponed fixture, match 5, will be right at the end of the day. So should be really, really fun. Looking forward to what should be an exciting next 10 overs. The teams have now made their way out onto the field. Gunnersbury, the pressure's on for them here. They'll want to secure a victory in this match. So here we go. It's going to be Shimako Kato bowling this first over. A big moment here, so let's see how Gunnersbury can start off. They'll want some early wickets here. Hutton have kind of played around with their batting lineup and made some changes once again. Runs have been kind of hard to come by for this Hutton side, but they'll be hoping to post something here that can really challenge Gunnersbury. They've got the bowling, Hutton, and they've done all right in the field, but yeah, scoring runs has been a challenge for them. And, well, got the opportunity of welcoming Sinette Filion Low into the commentary box. Now, Sinette's resume speaks for itself. I mean, we've spoken a lot about it over these last few days, and whenever we've had you out there playing, as we'll just watch this first ball here by Kato. That's going to be knocked away for a single. So 2-time gold medalist at the Commonwealth Game, 4-time Olympian for South Africa, and you managed to win a silver medal for your country as well in Rio. It's absolutely great to have you on here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to speak to you. And wow, yeah, it's amazing to be here in Hornchurch this afternoon. It's a lovely day here in the UK and just really enjoying the cricket.
It's knocked in towards mid-on. It's going to be another single. Well, it's an honor to have an athlete of your caliber playing here on ECN. And first of all, I'd like to just go back to that previous innings before we really dive into our conversations. That was incredible. How did you feel while you were out there in the middle? I mean, you dragged your team to a win when it just felt like they were out of the game.
Well, athletics has taught me a lot, and I will never lose faith. And I just said to myself, just keep watching the ball. Just trust my skills and my instincts and my hands. And it was just so lovely to be out there. And I told my captain, well, we've got this. And with that second last over coming up, I just gave it my all. And it's wonderful when you bat and you hit the ball out of the middle. But most importantly, I'm just so happy that I could have won the game for Upminster.
What was your mindset like heading into that 9th over? I mean, you scored 28 runs in 5 balls. I mean, you just constantly backed yourself to clear the boundary.
Yeah, I think that is something that I will always do. I always back myself, and I just back myself to hit the ball over the boundaries. And when it's in my slot, I will always go for it. And it came off, so which I'm very happy about.
Yeah, so we'll now just dive into your career. We've got the next 9 overs to chat about this. And please get your questions in the chat as well. I can already see a couple of questions coming in there, which we'll start to get into. Of course, made your debut for South Africa back at the age of 16. Making your debut at the age of 16, having grown up in Rustenburg, especially during a time of real change for South Africa. What was it like to have the honor to represent your country?
Well, my cricket journey started like when I was 8 years, 9 years. Even before that, like 4, 5, I always played cricket with the boys, and my friends was always like the boys. And then I started my cricket under 8, under 9s with the little ones, with the boys. And then I went on to play for South Africa in 2000. I made my debut against England in the ODIs here in England, and that same year went to the World Cup. And to have been given that opportunity at such a young age to play for my country was amazing. I was still at school. I did all kind of things back in Rustenburg, athletics and cricket and tennis and netball. So for me, always it was just to enjoy my sport, and to have gone with my cricket at a young age to represent South Africa was very, very special. And I just enjoy cricket so much, playing it, and having the opportunity to play here is amazing.
No, it's been great to have you here on ECN. And just going back to that World Cup, I mean, South Africa, you ended up in 4th place during the round robin, then went on to make it to the semifinals.
Yeah.
What was it like to just play in those big games, representing your country, knowing that you were so close to bringing some glory for your nation?
Yeah, and I remember still so well, we played against Australia in the semifinals in Christchurch, and even then South Africa was very amateur still. And to play against likes like Australia and England, which always were the powerhouses of world cricket, and to go on and then play in the semi-final against Australia. I think I scored 28 that day in the semi-final, and we came very, very close. And I still remember it so well, playing against Karen Rolton and all those big names, Catherine Fitzpatrick, the quick fast bowler, and yeah, I think South Africa did very well back then, and I hope we can win somewhere along the line the World Cup.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you heard about the news
yeah,
from over in Lords.
I was there yesterday.
South Africa. Yeah, that was actually one of the questions in the chat. If you've been to the match, I mean, that must have been a perfect day to go, day 3.
Yeah, it was awesome. I enjoyed it so much. It was so special to see Adam Markram getting his 100 yesterday. The atmosphere at Lords was just... It was so wonderful. It was Australians, it was South Africans, it was there were so many different kind of supporters, but it was just such a beautiful day out at Lords, being sunny, warm South African kind of day, like 30 degrees. And to see we got so close, and I've heard we've won. Yeah, I'm proudly South African today.
Yeah, just for a second, I want to return to the cricketing action here for a second. So Bethany Law departing over there, a big wicket here for Gunnersbury. She departs having scored 7 runs. Good glove work there by Kylie White to get rid of her. And Hutton are now 9 for 1. Just what Gunnersbury needed, of course. They'll want to get back on track after suffering that loss to Upminster in the previous match. I don't know if you had a chance to hear Keshav Maharaj's interview after winning that. He kind of emphasized how important winning that was for South Africa when the country's kind of going through some of its own internal turmoil. How much do you think that World Test Championship means for your country?
Yeah, I think for South Africa, and being so close every single time, coming so close, semi-finals with the Protea women, the Protea men, reaching finals of World Cups, and just not getting over the line every time. So I'm so happy for the country. And yes, South Africa have our problems, but when it comes to sports, there's just something about us as sports persons and sport people to really ignite and bring the nation together in winning. So I think the rugby winning the World Cup, and now the cricket winning the Test champs, it's I think South Africa will always, well, almost, for South Africa to win that Test match, especially against Australia. Australia is such a phenomenal side, and we've done so well, and to have done it in 4 days I think the boys can be very proud of that.
We'll just take a quick look here at the standings for this European Cricket Series. So your side currently sitting
Yay.
at the top of the table. Gunnersbury with a win in this match will move above Upminster, and then your final match of the day will become a final.
Yeah.
It'll be a de facto final, so looking forward to that. That is granted. Gunnersbury do win this match. Got Alicia Maxon out on strike. I had the great pleasure of having her in the commentary box earlier. Gave us some great insight into Essex disability cricket, and it's wonderful to just hear from a cricket coach and her unique insights into modern cricket. She'll just stroke this one away. It's going to be 4 runs. A wonderful shot.
Which is really nice about this tournament is when he's in the gap, it's 4. And the outfield being so fast. I'm just so happy that we have wonderful weather. Last week was a bit disappointing with the rain. And before I came this morning, they said it's raining in Upminster again. But now it's such a beautiful day. And it's so wonderful that the girls get the opportunity to play and to get the exposure as well. I think the game of cricket and women's cricket is so much evolving, and to have this live streamed and going out in so many places around the world I think it's very, very good for cricket.
It's going to be another single here. So shortly after you concluded your cricket career, you decided to switch over to javelin, and I believe I read that athletics was always like your first love and your real passion. What motivated you to make that transition?
Yeah, so because I always played cricket, my coach, well, that was almost well bowled. My coach always said to me, because of my arm of my cricket, I will be able to throw a javelin. He always called me back. He said, always, Viljoen, come, you need to throw a javelin, you need to throw a javelin. And I said, oh no, but I don't know, because very technical. And then about 2 years later on, I got it right. And it just came very natural to throw a javelin. And and then I won the national school championships. I went on to winning it 2 titles. And then in my final year at school, I was offered a bursary to go to Northwest University in Potch in South Africa, and then I had to make the decision whether to continue with cricket or to pursue an athletics career. And back then, it was not that difficult of a decision because cricket was amateur, not like the professional like it's today and these days. So I was so sad to leave my cricket and then to continue with my javelin. I don't regret it because what I've done with my athletics and what athletics has taught me in the Olympic Games and everything I went to, and having the privilege to be 19 and to go to Athens in 2004, which was my first one. Looking back now, I'm very, very proud of everything that followed later.
Yeah, it must have been incredible to have your first Olympic Games in Athens, the home of the Olympic Games. I mean, that must have been an incredible experience. I'd just like to go back to some of the Olympic Games you've participated in as we just take a look at the power play here. Hutton, 24 runs of these first 3 overs. Going along pretty steadily. They're just starting to improve over by over. This might not be something that's great for you to recall, but London 2012, when you finished just 38 centimeters, I believe, short of picking up a bronze medal. That must have been psychologically very tough for you. How were you able to pick yourself back up and use that experience to go again?
Yeah, so going into the London Olympics, I was world number 1. And I think the whole of South Africa expected me to win the Olympic gold coming to London. I had a wonderful build up towards London 2012. I threw a new national record just a month ago before that in New York, 69.35, which is still my record till today. And going into the Olympics with that confidence and knowing the good year that I had leading into the London Olympics. And then on the final night, I qualified with my first round, and then in my final night of the Olympic Games, I was 5th until the last round. And then Linda Stahl of Germany came, and she threw me out of the medals, and I lost the medal with 30 centimeters, as you said, 38 centimeters. And it's a feeling you can't describe to someone to finish 4th, because you end up winning nothing. Whether you finished 40th or 4th, you're so close. I was very sad, I must tell you. I had to get the tears out because that is what you as an athlete work for, is to reach success, but it's not guaranteed. So that's the hardness of sport. You're going to be successful or you aren't. And then you have to find something deep inside you to come back after after disappointment. And I think it's not by winning that you learn. I've learned the more I got defeated and everything I lost in life, and when I experienced disappointment, that is when I saw my true character. Because I could have given up after London and said, well, I've done it and that's it. But I wanted to win an Olympic medal, and I told myself, okay, let's go again. I got the tears out, I got all the emotions out, and I think at the end of the day, what I've also learned is you can be sad, and you have to work through emotions when you're sad. And then I picked myself up and I came back stronger. In that specific year, 2014, I won the Commonwealth Games bronze in Glasgow, after silver. 2015, then I won World Championships bronze in Beijing. So the whole cycle leading into Rio was a good one. And and on the night of the Olympic final in Rio, there was 7 of us that threw 64. And I had that recollection of London again, and I thought, oh boy, here we go again. Anything, and that is the thing about field events. Anything can happen in a. Oh, good catch.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt your story for a second there, as Maxine will have to depart. She was batting wonderfully, 14 runs of 8 deliveries. I think when she was in the commentary box earlier, she was talking a little bit about how transitioning from T20 to T10 cricket was such a massive shift for her. I think I'm sure you've experienced something similar. She's come out with a very positive mindset here. Made a quick fire 14 runs, but her innings will be cut short.
Yeah, and I was just standing there and praying, please, God, just don't let it happen again like what happened in London. And I ticked them off 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And when you are fourth, you know, oh boy, anything can happen now. And I still remember it so well. The girl from Polish came and she threw the javelin. And when she left it, I just thought, oh boy, that's going. And it missed my mark, I think, like we're also with a few centimeters, but this time around I was in the other position. So my 64.92 that I opened up with in Rio was good enough to keep me in the medals for 6 rounds. But to stand on that podium and get an Olympic medal, to bend down and to know what you have sacrificed standing there and winning that medal for your country, and looking back now to be an Olympic silver medalist, and you will always be remembered as Olympic silver medalist. So very proud about that, and just to have kept going and never stopped believing. So I never stopped believing, and I think that was my reward at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's certainly an incredible story. It just shows you like the value of perseverance and having that courage. I mean, many an athlete would have been absolutely dejected and would have let the London 2012 games send their career into disarray, but to come back after that, to win in Rio, win the silver medal for your country, was incredible. Did you draw inspiration from other South African athletes in the past, such as Marius Corbett? I know in the men's side, was that the case for you?
Yeah, so Marius, he was training in Potch just before I went to university, and he won the World Championships in Athens. And yeah, just to see, I think what make us South Africans really is sometimes when we get written off and then we come back and we find something in our DNA to show what we have. And Marius winning, oh, it was overfroze, winning the World Championships medal in Athens as well. I think he still have the most beautiful memories of that as well.
I was just taking a look at this overthrow here. Hutton will just try to find a way to manufacture as many runs as possibly. Come to the end of the 4th over, and Hutton are 30 for 2. So Hutton going along at about 8 .8 and over here. So we went into your Olympic experience quite a bit, but you managed to win a couple of gold medals for your country in the Commonwealth Games. What was it like competing in the Commonwealth Games, and how did the experience differ to the Olympics?
Yeah, it's more or less the same. I think the Olympic Games stays the pinnacle, but the Commonwealth Games is also, you are in a village and you are in a team environment, and a Commonwealth Games has the same feeling, not exactly the same feeling, but team-wise, it is almost the same than the Olympic Games, and to still compete for your country, it's still amazing to be on an international stage and to win something for your country. That always made me feel like, wow, I've done something well for my country, and to be able to go to 4 Commonwealth Games. I went to Melbourne in 2006, and then I won in Melbourne, and then New Delhi in 2010, and then the Commonwealth Games that was in Glasgow and in Australia. So yeah, the Commonwealth Games, I think it's a little bit more not so intense like the Olympic Games, because the Olympic Games, the amount of pressure that you have to endure in an Olympic final and everything like that. Where the Commonwealth Games is not all the nations, but you are still out there on your own competing. So, but that's what you train for, to be in that moment and to show what you have. Oh,
Wicket's just fallen there. Sorry to cut off that story. Just looking to fend at that one. Takes a razor thin edge through to Kylie White, who's already managed to do one stumping, and she'll pick up a wicket over here. That was just Pierce trying to play across the line. She's had a good day so far today. Had a couple of good knocks earlier today, but will have to depart for 7 runs as Hutton find themselves 36 for 3. Now, eventually, after the end of your javelin career, you did make a return to cricket. Now, earlier when we were talking, you mentioned how your coach said that your strong arm was something that you could translate the javelin throw as well. Do you feel there are any other skills that translate between javelin and cricket, including the mental side?
yeah, I think with the cricket and the javelin, it takes a lot of concentration. With the cricket, it's not always easy because you don't know what ball you're going to get. But with the javelin, you have a little bit more control over your throw itself. But I think cricket, being in a team environment, it's lovely to be in a team environment again, where a team are behind you. In the javelin, it's an individual sport, so it is just you and your javelin. That's a nice shot. Oh, 4 runs.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Robinson. That's going to go away for a boundary. Yeah, interesting you say that, because that you are in a team environment, but cricket's quite a unique team sport in that it has a lot of individual aspects as well. It's not like, say, rugby, which is very popular in South Africa, and also football, which is popular in this country, where you really are kind of knocking the ball to one another. In cricket, you're often out there on your own. You're bowling on your own. You're batting on your own.
Yeah, so it still stays individual. So you have to bat, and you have to bowl, and you have to field. So it still stays individually. But then to contribute as an individual towards a team goal is wonderful.
So we're now going to come into the commentary box, and I have the great pleasure of having Sunette Filiun-Loh alongside me here. Thank you once again for being alongside us. We'll just turn back to the action here in Hornchurch. You've had a chance to play against both these teams so far. Any observations on them? I mean, what do you make of the quality in these sides?
Yeah, I think Gunnersbury are very good balanced side. They have good batters, they have good bowlers. And I think the game later on is going to be a very cool game to be a part of. And Hutton as well. Hutton they are Essex-based players, and I had the opportunity to play against Hutton last season when I was playing for Upminster, and the quality overall was very, very good. I wish they can only be a little bit more teams in a tournament like this, and I hope the clubs can maybe next year enter a few more player clubs.
So going back to your return to cricket, we'll get into that after this delivery here by Mercier. It's going to be knocked towards mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single here. Robinson out there alongside Pamantar. It didn't take you long to find your feet back in cricket after taking a break. He scored 255 runs with an average of 42.5 in the domestic T20 season for the Titans. Then you returned to Gauteng, where you enjoyed a lot of success as well. And then you came here in Upminster. I mean, we had your skipper, Zoe Questa, in the commentary box. And, well, she was just singing your praises and was very disappointed when to hear that you'd left to play cricket over in Wimbledon, I believe, where you now play your cricket. How did you find it so easy to just come back to cricket after leaving the sport for so long?
They always say it's like riding a bike. If you learn how to ride a bike when you're little, I think it's all about game time, and I'm blessed enough to be very sporty and athletic, and I think it just came back so naturally. And I think I just wanted to play with my whole heart. After my disappointment of not going to Tokyo, I started to play cricket, and I just started off to play for
that could be a minimo, so costly error there for Gunnersbury, and Hutton are going to need all the help they can get, trying to get their first win of this ECS. Just goes beyond Kylie White, and that's going to be a minimo.
And the boundaries, that's so short. If it goes through the gap, it's 4.
Yeah, just 45-meter boundaries. I mean, that must be quite unique for you. Did you wish boundaries were always this short?
Yeah, because when we play, the boundaries are a little bit bigger. And someone asked me just earlier, is the T10 tournament boundaries a little smaller? I said, yeah, for sure. But Hutton must just keep going here, keep rotating, keep batting. Because we have seen here anything close to 100 is a competitive score. So if they can get anything close to 100, it will be good for them.
So then, after playing in the provincial cricket over in South Africa, you came to play here in England for Upminster, and you averaged 97 during your season for Upminster. How did you find it so easy to bat in England? This is supposed to be a tough country to bat in.
Yeah, my first net session that I had in Upminster, in South Africa we learned to cut and pull, and that's our food is the short ball. So in England I had to learn to wait a little bit longer. The pitches are a bit slower, and playing with the Duke ball was also something I had to get used to. Shot. In South Africa we play with the kookaburra, so when I came to the UK I had to, and the Duke ball was swinging also very much. I always wanted to do that. I always wanted to come to UK and play cricket over here, and when I got the opportunity to come to Upminster, I grabbed it with both my hands. And then I played for the men 30-11 on a Saturday, and on a Sunday I played for the women. So I just batted, and it was a brilliant season I had at Upminster. Most fondest memories, scoring good runs for both the men and the women, and I had a wonderful privilege to come back to the UK this season. And this season I'm playing for Wimbledon ladies, and I'm the captain for this season.
This is going to be a
leg buys,
I believe, so they'll pick up another run here. What's it been like so far playing for Wimbledon, and what differences have you experienced versus playing for Upminster?
Yeah, so Wimbledon, they play in the Surrey League, where Upminster plays in the Essex League. So I played 2 games for Wimbledon so far. And it's also both Upminster and Wimbledon plays in Division 1 league, and where it doesn't matter where I find myself in, I always want to contribute. So to play at Wimbledon and contribute for them is something. If I put my head and my heart towards something, that I will go fully for that. I'm very busy at Wimbledon. I'm coaching, I'm managing, I'm umpiring, I'm playing.
Been doing a bit of everything.
Yeah, so
I don't think there's much else left for you to do for
that. So the director sent me a message the other day. He said, "Wow, Sini, you are very busy, and thank you so much, because I'm the leading coach of the under 9 and under 11 girls. So I'm coaching them, and then you have to organize fixtures. You have to contact the opponents.
Oh, it
that
was a
would have
little
been a
something.
great
Would have been
catch.
an incredible catch if
Catch.
White had held on to that.
Wow. Great stop, though. But that's my kind of personality. The busier I am, the happier I am. So it's good that I keep me busy and experiencing different kind of formats and playing different kind of clubs and being across Wimbledon. It's so exciting. They build like this big marquee tent for the Wimbledon Championships that's coming up. Wimbledon is going to short.
Oh, supposed to overrun that a little bit there,
Right.
Shimako Kato. That's going to go away for 4 runs. It was a full toss on the pads. Nicely turned around the
nicely
corner there by
clipped away.
Parmenter.
And they're busy reconstructing everything there. So Wimbledon is going to close for 2 weeks now with the Wimbledon Tennis Championships coming up. I was a little bit there at the tennis courts the other day, walking around and going into the museum and to experience other sports as well and to see how other people live out their talent in another field is so amazing. So I hope I can get a ticket to go watch the tennis.
Do you
Maybe.
take much inspiration from other sports? I mean, you are a multi-sport athlete, but
Yeah.
you look at cricket and javelin, of course. Rugby is huge in South Africa as well. Do you look to all these other great athletes and try to draw inspiration from them?
Yeah, so for me, it is amazing to see how everyone is good in what they do and to see how everyone got different talents and exceeds in different fields and draw inspiration from all the great sports people around the world. But for me, it's beautiful to see if someone is good at something and they really flourish in it, with the golf and the tennis, and I'm happy if I can watch all kind of sports on TV.
No, certainly. As we just take a look at the fixtures coming up later today over in Czechia. So it's been an exciting day of cricket. The hosts managed to win earlier today against Croatia. Gibraltar picking up a victory against Croatia in match number 3. So it's been a good series so far in Czechia as they are now moving on to the T10 series after a week of T20Is. I would like to now go on to another athlete who's kind of picked up your mantle for South Africa, talking about Joanna van Dijk.
Oh, yeah.
And she won the silver in Paris. Have you spoken to her much? Does she reach out to you for advice? And what does it feel like to see another South African athlete go and win medals for the javelin throw for your country?
Yeah, it's Joanna, she's also from Potch, and we had the same coach. We trained on the same run-up, and to see someone winning an Olympic silver in Paris and in your same sport, I think as an athlete and as a coach to have had 2 athletes winning silver at the Olympic Games, with her as well winning the Olympic silver. It's incredible for her to win an Olympic silver at such a young age. Still, she has a long athletics career left, and to win Olympic silver for her, I think, will also mean so much.
Will you be giving her much advice heading into LA in 2028?
Yeah, no. So we don't have that much contact. I always see her when I see her. Oh, that's out.
This could be a stumping. We'll just take a look at this side on. So let's just have a look at whether we could have another stumping here. Kylie White already did a sharp bit of glove work earlier.
Oh, that's out.
Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, quick hands.
Very quick hands. And I think that's going to be the end of Robinson's innings. Just going to take a look at it one more time and maybe just try to freeze it at the point where the bails are whipped off. She's had a great match so far. Kylie White's taken a catch. Been involved in the stumping as well. Could be the 3rd dismissal for her. And that frame right there, as we just go one frame forward, might just be the evidence we need. And I think that's it. I think Robinson is a goner here, and I expect the umpire will raise her finger.
This is so cool to have this, to see the stumping and the runouts and the replays, to go back, and this is really nice.
And yep, it's been given out here. So Robinson departs having scored 9 of 12. A shake of the head for her. Struck a nice boundary, was looking good out in the middle, but unfortunately for her, she can't quite convert the start into a bigger innings as Walks back to the dugout there. Scar Larbison, 9 of 12. You work a lot alongside young athletes, and just returning to ECN for a second. How great has it been to work alongside so many teenage cricketers, especially the ones who performed here in the ECS?
Yeah, so I hope they've learned something from me as well. So I get that question a lot, and for me it is just to show whether you are 17 or whether you are 37. If you have your dream and to go on and to do well, and to play with them, I enjoy it so much. Where I play, and the youngsters have been doing really well in this tournament. Oh, catch.
Oh, a chance was
Oh,
put down there by Putt. Would have been great for her to get her 3rd wicket. She's come back well from the last match when she went for a few runs in the 9th over. Popped up in the air and almost
oh.
took that. Yeah, it must be just such a wonderful experience, and we'll kind of get into this a little bit more and talk about the women's sporting evolution in general. And you've, of course, witnessed the evolution of women's sports firsthand. You spoke a little bit about how cricket, in particular, has changed in South
Oh.
Africa for being a lot more amateur to where it is
Yeah.
now. What kind of an opportunity do you think it is for some of these girls to get to play on broadcast TV
Yeah.
at this point in their career?
Well, if I was like 16, 17, and some of them playing here, 17, 18, and to have the opportunity like this, playing where everyone can see and the world can see you, they're very fortunate to be in an era where women's cricket are so big, and to get broadcast like this and to have commentary, they're very fortunate. And it's for me, I really hope that opportunities like this will be given regular. And I've been following the European cricket around the world, and to see the different kind of nations that has been playing cricket now. I just saw the Czech Republic. I competed in the Czech a lot, like in Prague, and one of my records I threw in Prague as well. So to see the Czech, oh, almost having a cricket team is just like wow, and all the European countries coming up now and having cricket teams and getting the opportunity to play. Countries that never played cricket and now can play cricket, and especially women as well. So that is really cool.
Yeah, I think the great trend about women's cricket in particular, since you're talking about Europe, is that I think in a lot of the countries, especially with the men's game, it tends to be players from sort of native traditional cricketing
Yeah.
nations. But if you look at the women's game in Europe, you often see native-born Europeans. So the Greek national team, 100% native born and bred Greeks.
Yeah.
But what do you make of that? The fact that native Europeans who don't come from traditional cricketing backgrounds are taking up the game.
Yeah. So it is just like it's oh, so that is the replay the same shot?
It's pretty much identical to the last shot, wasn't it? Well,
I was just thought, is it the replay or was it the same shot?
yeah,
It's
just kind of
exactly the
it just kind of pops up and
Okay.
lands right at the edge of the pitch once again.
again. Yeah, so I had the lady that I was staying. So I'm staying with different kind of families while I'm here in the UK. So there's families that's taking me in while I'm here. And one of the girls that I'm staying with, she has the wonderful opportunity because I think her mother is from Greece and her father is from America. She has all these wonderful opportunities to play for any country. Oh,
Oh,
great!
what an incredible catch for a
The
moment. I
catch.
was just concerned that it might go down just because you had two fielders right there, both going for the same ball.
Yeah.
Might have been a lack of communication, but the end result is Gunnersbury are able to hold on to this. Let's just take a look at this here. Well, they
Oh.
both went for the catch at the same time.
Oh, someone took it. As long
Uh,
as the ball was being catches, so that's good. Oh yeah,
oh, that could very easily have ended
Yeah,
quite nastily. I mean,
absolutely.
we've seen some
and we've
pretty...
seen some pretty bad accidents happening on a cricket field. That's why it's so important to communicate and call when a ball goes into the air. But the catch was taken, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, Ellie Shaw managing to hold on to that. Emily Metcalf was alongside her there. Lauren Palmenter departs, having scored 14 of 12 deliveries. Got one ball to come in the 9th over, which so far has brought about just the 3 runs as Shea Daly bowling superbly in this over. Darcy Sturt making her way out to the middle. You had the great privilege last summer of accomplishing what would be a dream for many South African athletes. You were inducted into your country's Sports Hall of Fame. Just take us through your emotions when you got to experience that.
Yeah, I had to go back earlier to South Africa to attend that evening. I was here in the UK, and Upminster said to me, "No, I can't miss an opportunity like that." So I had to go home, and man, oh man, I had tears that night in my eyes, because all the Olympic medal winners back from 1992, from Barcelona, Atlanta, Sydney, Athens, Beijing, London, Rio, got inductee into the South African Hall of Fame, and to be in the company of all the Olympic medal winners of South Africa, and to have a function like that where they played the national anthem and you walked into a room and everyone was standing up when you walked in, and to have that opportunity to be given something like that, and to be amongst my fellow Olympic medal winners, good ball. I was so happy that I could have been there, and it's a night that I will always remember, especially to have seen what you have done for your country, and not to be rewarded, but to know, wow, okay, I've done something right to be inducted in that, and that was a special night. Yes.
Just pushed away towards square leg. They're going to scamper here for a single. Will they consider going for the second? No, they won't. That's a strong throw back in there by Cullen, so they'll have to settle for just the one run. So I now like to look ahead a little bit into your future. So you're currently playing cricket for Wimbledon. You mentioned you're coaching and doing pretty much every role for Wimbledon Cricket Club. What do you envision your athletics future to be like? And could you see yourself maybe doing some coaching in javelin as well, and looking to bring up the next generation of javelin throwers?
Yeah, so currently I'm playing back home for, they're going for a run. Oh boy. Oh,
could be
man.
a run out here. Could be a run out.
Go run. Oh my word.
Well, that's what happens when you go for the run. You know, sometimes a little error might just help you out.
Oh, the wicket is not happy.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the sequence once again. Oh dear, Kylie White tried to hold on to it but couldn't. All ends well though for Hutton.
Yes. And so you see, when you're brave, it pays off.
Fortune favors the brave.
Yes, exactly. So I'm back home. I'm playing for the DP World Lions for the women. The Bull Ring is my home ground. Really enjoying the Wanderers. I'm coaching a high school team back home. And when I have the opportunity between my cricket, I will help little ones with the athletics and coaching. She's playing golf. One of the daily, she's having a golf swing. Or she's putting.
Swing and a miss there for Shankar.
So wherever I find myself, I
well caught there by our friends over at Two Circles.
Coaching and whether it's cricket, whether it's javelin, I would like to help the next generation of athletes coming through. Good ball.
A great ball right on the wide line. They'll scamper across here. Pinch the single. Might as well go for the second. It's the last ball after all. Throw going to the keeper's end. It's probably going to be a run out. So they'll get at least a run out of this. We might just have to look at the replay here to confirm. So they do complete the first run. I'll see that right here, and then, not even in the frame. That's going to be a run out. So the innings will end with a single. Decent batting performance, you have to say, for Hutton. They're going to end up with 72 runs here. Very solid total. And for a side who've had their issues this series, I think getting to 72 is something that is very respectable, and Gunnersbury will certainly have chase on hand. I'm sure you'll all be supporting Hutton over in the Upminster dugout. But we'll now take a look at the highlights of this innings, and I'll just get into one last question as well before we allow you to leave. Let's just take a look at some of the key moments from this innings. Bethany Law making 7 runs of 8 deliveries, struck a 4. I mentioned she'd be stumped by Kylie White. Great bit of glove work there, very sharp. Pierce opened the batting alongside Law, making 7 of 9. She was caught out in the deep by Kylie White. And this would be the end of Maxine's innings. It came out with a much more positive mindset. She was talking about that when she was in the commentary tent during our previous match, and just said that she started to make that little transition towards the T10 game. Yeah, that was a moment that Minimo was just slipped away and went for 4 wides. We saw some good shots played by Parmenter, struck a couple of boundaries, 14 of 12 for her. And this was the second stumping that Kylie White would be involved in, this time getting rid of Robinson to make 9 of 12. Bhumika Bhatt had a chance to pick up her 3rd wicket. But unfortunately for her, the ball just popped right out of her hand, and that'll be the second Minimo we saw this innings. This one went right up in the air, and well, all's well that ends well, as they say. Ellie Shaw managing to hold on to that. Emily Metcalf alongside her. Yeah, this was that rather funny sequence in the last innings, and the putt over there as well.
The putty. Oh.
And this was the last ball, a run out at the end for Shankar, pushing for the second run in the final ball. We'll leave you with a scorecard here while I just get this final question in, because we've been very grateful that you've given us your time for this innings. When you reflect on your career, what do you hope will be your legacy in cricket, athletics, and also in South African sport?
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to be known as someone that whatever I did, I wanted to be the best. And I always strive to be the best in everything that I did. But I think the most important thing that I want people to remember by me is humanity. To always stay humble, no matter what you achieve in life. Never take anything for granted. Always be thankful for what you have, and never be bigger than the game, whatever you achieve ever in life, because that is, yeah, you can be good in sport and you can achieve a lot in life, but if you don't have humanity and kindness and empathy towards people, that is what people will remember you by. Not your achievements on the field, but how you treated people off the field and how you made people feel. And that is something that I live my life by, with every day, to be humble in everything that I do, never to get anything to my head. And I think that what I was blessed to have such a long career. I'll always be thankful for what I have, and always, I don't know, I was born with something inside me. It's almost unexplainable, and I will always be thankful to God for all my wonderful talents that I can showcase to the world.
Those are some great words to live by, and thank you for saying them on air. I'm sure many people will take at them and take some real inspiration from those words. Sinette, thank you so much for giving us your time during this innings. Enjoy the second innings, and good luck for your final match of the day.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're going to take a quick break here on ECN, and we'll be right back for the second innings of match 9 as Gunnersbury needs 73 runs to win.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London, where the chase is on here for Gunnersbury as they look to cement their place at the top of the table. First inning score from Hutton, 72, and I think Gunnersbury are going to gun for this one, see if they can get it in 7 overs or less, which would give them the bonus point going into that final game thriller against Upminster. But the job is not done yet. They still have to knock those runs off the board, and it was another spirited performance really from Hutton, wasn't it? They're such a young side, playing with a lot of teenagers, still players learning the ropes of this game, but they've performed excellently both today and last weekend. It was good to see Alicia Maxon getting some runs. Of course, she was in the commentary box earlier today with Nish, and great to hear her story. And Lauren Parmenter again picking up another useful knock of 14 runs. But Gunnersbury certainly have their eyes not only on this prize, but the big prize of the ECS-W trophy. And they're on the hunt here, as it will be Caroline Bolton to face the first delivery. Bowled by Lauren Parmenter. That one, though, just a bit too wide for umpire Lizzie's liking. Caroline's been joined out in the middle by Zoe Moses to get this run chase up and running for Gunnersbury. First runs scored off the bat. Caroline Bolton just knocks that one into the offside for a single. And the reason why this game is so important is that Upminster are currently at the top of the table. They've got 13 points. And Gunnersbury, though, if they win this game, they will go up to 14 points with the 3-point victory. If they get the bonus point, that will put them up to 15 points. And that means that going into the final game, of course, if they win it, they will take the crown. But it still gives them the opportunity then, if they win this game with a bonus point, to lose the final game against Upminster and potentially still take the trophy. That would be the case if they lose but take that losing bonus point, and then it would all go down to net run rate. So hold on to your hats. Also, get out your calculators, because we might need them. But Gunnersbury, that's all ifs and buts for now. They need to win this game, and they need to win it quickly if they want to give themselves the best possible opportunity of taking home the trophy. Of course, Upminster, I'm sure, will have a word or two to say about that in the final game. But Hutton as well, they would dearly love to pick up their first win in this series at the final time of asking. That one though just eludes the fielder in the covers. In fact, it's through mid-wicket, of course, for the left-handed Zoe Moses. And it goes through the legs here of Alicia Maxon and just races away for the first boundary of this run chase. Speaking of Upminster, how good was it to have Sonette Valjean-Leuve in the commentary box with Nish? Absolute superstar. I know Nish was absolutely buzzing on the back of having that conversation. It's not too often you get to talk to a world-class athlete, and Sonette is certainly one of those, both, of course, in her athletics pursuits, also with the cricket bat, as we saw in that amazing run chase in the previous game. I know she's ready and raring to go in the final game. Zoe Moses goes back-to-back boundaries. Wind predictor already up at 92% for Gunnersbury. That one's going to creep away as well. Chase is on there for Molly Faulkner, but the ball will win. It's good to see Molly out there. She didn't take part last Saturday, but she's got her opportunity out in the middle. Be interesting to see if she does get a bowl as well. But Lauren doesn't really have the luck on her side on that occasion. Gone for 3 boundaries in a row, but certainly 2 of them probably shouldn't, and with a bit of better fielding, a bit more luck, wouldn't have gone to the boundary on that occasion, though. Nothing the fielders could have done about it. It was just a classic French cut that raced away to the rope. And again, Gunnersbury employing this left-hand, right-hand opening combination. That's worked well for them this time. Moses and Bolton out there. Especially when you've got bowlers who are maybe tired, been a long day for all the sides. Wreaks havoc with their lines when they have to change left hand, right hand. Lauren on that occasion just falls foul of the offside wide line, but that's a much better delivery, and he goes straight through the gate, and that is a wicket to end the first over. Lauren Parmenter is duly rewarded for her resilience. She just kept on going in that over, despite luck not being on her side, but there was nothing lucky about that one as it takes the top of middle stump. It's an excellent wicket, and it's the first to fall for Gunnersbury as Zoe Moses departs, but she's pretty much done her role there. She's scored 12 off just the 5 deliveries, all 12 runs coming in the form of 4s. And when Gunnersbury are on the hunt for a quick run chase, that's exactly what you need your opener to do. 54 matches since a golden belt ball. Me and Nish have been crying out for one all series, going back almost 2 weeks now. And we've only got 2 games left to try and get the golden ball. It would be great to see another golden ball in the women's game as well. Remember fondly the golden ball we had in Portugal between the Portugal national team and the Norway national team on the very first meeting between the two sides. Portugal's first ever appearance on the international stage, and it went to the golden ball. Now would be a good time to break that streak, but Gunnersbury certainly on the hunt for the win. So it will be Abby Little to bowl the second over here. Big appeal, and the finger goes up. Just stayed a little low on that occasion, but Abby Little comes straight into the attack, straight into the wickets. And both openers now for Gunnersbury are back in the shed. Caroline Bolton departs for just the one. Take another look at this one. It was actually pretty low, and it was a short delivery, just didn't get up at all. It was almost on the downslope by the time it arrived at the stumps. Just a question whether it was pitching in line. That's a marginal call. I don't think there was much doubt that it was going to go on to hit the stumps, and when you go back and across in front of those stumps, you always give the umpire a decision to make, and the decision on that occasion went in favour of the bowler Abby Little. It's 2 balls and 2 wickets here for Hutton. It's been an excellent start for them. 15 for 2 on the board for Gunnersbury. Shimako is the new batter. She was mighty impressive in the previous game as well. In that loss to Upminster, scored 24 off just 10 deliveries, including the 4 fours and a big 6 as well. Love to get something similar here to get her side near to that target of 73. Since getting that wicket, Abby Little just straying a little too far down the offside. Better delivery, but it's been pumped away, and we're going to have to check where that bounces. It's been signalled 6 on the ground. It was a lovely stroke from Shimako Kato. Just gets to the pitch of it and strokes it away, and I think that's just landed inside the rope, so it will be centimetres shy of a 6. 4 runs though, nonetheless. It will have to be changed from a 6 to a 4. Still though, an excellent effort. Well, the umpire clothesline comes out here as Abby Little ready for takeoff, but just being stopped in her tracks by Mel. I think they're just having to overturn the signal, because the signal on the ground was 6 runs, and it definitely was 4. You could see it was dangerously close to the rope, but the rope wasn't disturbed. Certainly 4 runs. Shimako, though, we know she can clear the rope. Maybe she'll target that area once more. Of course, we're in the power play. First 3 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. She does go again. This time it's certainly a 4. 2 bounces, races away, and it's an excellent start to the innings here from Kato. She moves her side onto 25. So already a third of the way to the total, despite losing those 2 wickets in 2 balls. Such is the depth in the Gunnersbury batting lineup as well, that they're able to switch things around a bit and still hunt down those runs in quick fashion. It was good to see Caroline Bolton being promoted up the order. In the previous game, she came in all the way down at 9, 10 even. Did a decent enough effort at the top of the order. It was unfortunate that she got one that just stayed a little low, really, from Abby Little. It was a good delivery first up. As Hannah Cullen is the new batter who's joined Shimako out there. She'll be facing her first delivery at the end of the second over. Just chips that one down the ground. It's an excellent piece of fielding, a direct hit, and it would have been out, as Harriet Robinson gets a tidy pickup. Underarm bowls it at the stumps, and how close was this one? Take a look on the replay. Certainly would have been out, as Hannah Cullen has more or less given up the ghost on that one. Does get her first run though. Down the pitch, smacked hard, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. Clatter into the sight screens. Abby Little, well, she did well to get out of the way of that one. We've seen some nasty injuries to the bowlers in the last 2 weeks on that occasion. Abby Little decided her shins are a bit too precious for that delivery, and it will race away for another 4. So it's 16 runs are coming off that over. Gunnersbury certainly on the run rate here to try and get that bonus point. The equation for that is 42 off 30. As I welcome Nish back into the commentary box, and we'll have a look at the standings to see what this means. Trying to explain it at the top of the innings, Nish, and there's lots of if, buts and maybes, but certainly Gunnersbury, if they get the 4 points here, even if they get the 3 points, it sets up such an intriguing final game against Upminster, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It turns into a de facto final. That's going to be a wonderful way to round out what has been a couple of great weeks of cricket, if we include the men's action as well. Gunnersbury, the way they're batting right now, the bonus point is certainly on for them.
I don't know. There's a few questions being asked by the Gunnersbury players before this innings, because the bonus point is probably not something they're used to playing with, and they wanted to make double sure exactly what the equation was so that they can try and get that bonus point to go into the final game.
Yeah, if they can get that 4-point advantage, it will help them mightily. All of a sudden, it means that net run rate could play a role in that match as well. So There's so many different outcomes to analyze, so many different ways that the result of this game could affect who wins the ECS-W. So there's just so much to play for over these next couple of hours. You know, it's the kind of day you need your calculator out. You need to be looking through all the different probabilities. It's just going to be a wonderful conclusion to a brilliant couple of weeks of cricket.
I think to boil it down, or will after this over, or this delivery from Lauren Parmenter, it's been chipped away, but there is a fielder out there and she does an excellent job, does Rachel Pearce, to stop that one going to the rope. They'll just have to settle for a single. The only way that Gunnersbury can lose the final game and still win the series is if they get a bonus point in this game. And that's exactly what they know. They want to give themselves maybe that safety blanket of going into the final game knowing it's not necessarily a winner-takes-all contest. It still could be, because we'll have to look at the net run rate. Of course, Gunnersbury's net run rate will be boosted if they do get the bonus point win. And that, I think, means in all likelihood, if they lose the final game and still get the consolation point, that should be enough. Because if they get the consolation point, that suggests that they haven't been beaten badly. Brilliant piece of fielding out there in the deep by Abby Little, tumbling away. Not easy when you've already just had to bowl an over, and she flies away to stop that one going to the rope. If they lose the final game and it's tight, that suggests their net run rate won't take too much of a battering, and then they would take the win. But I know both of the sides, both Gunnersbury and Upminster, are going to go into that game with one thing on their mind, and that's taking the win. And then it doesn't matter what else happens.
The interesting thing is Gunnersbury already have a better net run rate than Upminster, and we'd imagine the way the situation this match is right now, that they'll probably go on to win this, and if they get a bonus point win here, that could really, really make things challenging for Upminster in the final match of the day. And you know, they'll be watching this game very closely and just hoping, desperately hoping, that we see an 8th over in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hutton would be doing an excellent job if they take it that far, because Gunnersbury know exactly what the equation is. They're going for it. You can see by that shot there as it's clubbed away. But outstanding fielding once more by Rachel Pearce in the deep. They do run back 4-2. It's a safe 2 in the end. But you've got to commend the Hutton players, most of them youngsters, how they've thrown themselves around in the field. They've bowled well as Lauren Parmenter gets to the end of her over. It's 39 for 2 at the end of the power play. And they've really been a credit to their side. And a lot of the neutrals here, I think, would be gunning for them to try and get a win on the board before they finish this series. Of course, they were unfortunate in that very first game that it was abandoned when they were in a good position. They were 66 for no loss in that game. In the end, the rain gods were not merciful, and Hutton, as a result, weren't able to get the win, or the potential win.
Yeah, Zoe Quested was actually quite honest when she came on commentary that Saturday and said that she wasn't sure if her side were going to go on to win that game, but well, based on some of the batting we saw from them, and in particular from Sunette in that last match, who knows what they could have done in that fixture. But yeah, the rain's going to end up playing a role in who wins this European cricket series. The fact that Hutton and Upminster had to share the points in that match will have an impact on the standings.
Yeah, it's the only game that did have a no result. Of course, there were some rain-affected games in that first day back last week. And the good news is, of course, we don't lose that final game, because that's the game that's coming up at the end of the day today. So this is match 9, and the next game will actually be technically match 5, because that was the one that was lost to the weather at the end of last Saturday. But the way it's worked out, it's actually been a brilliant way to end the series, because, as you were saying, it'll end up being almost a final. So that will be something to look forward to. But we've still got, well, a maximum of 6.5 overs to look forward to here. And Anaya Shankar has started off excellently here in her first over, just allowing a couple of singles through. Anaya, she's another one, just 13 years old and such a good bowler. Just bowls line and length. And that was another excellent delivery that went straight past the bat of the Japanese international. She's playing against international players and completely holding her own out there.
Kato was batting brilliantly in the last match against Upminster, and then she got run out in rather suicidal fashion, which cut her innings short. This is played up in the air, and it's going to take a hop. Good bit of fielding there by Lauren Parmenter, who fires a throw back in.
Again, another example of Hutton being excellent in the field.
Up in the air, and it's going to land safely here. Going to be a big chase for Molly Faulkner. Won't be able to get there in time. And, well, I got a gentleman just standing, well, I should say lying down right in front of the camera and enjoying the sunshine.
Is he a statue? Is he alive? Absolutely unmoved. He has failed his trial for the Park 11.
I don't think he's still moved an inch. I'm just having a look at him now.
It's a Saturday afternoon, I guess. The sun's out here in East London. Not a care in the world. That's what we like to see. 47 on the board for Gunnersbury. Unfortunate that one for Shankar, that it did go away for the boundary. And this one, again, just chipped over her head. It will be 9 runs then to come off the over as Gunnersbury inch closer to that bonus point win. It's still going to be an interesting one, though, because I think if Hutton put in a few tidy overs here, suddenly the Gunnersbury nerves will start jangling once more. It's 48 on the board. They're well above the run rate. It's just a question of how quickly they can try and get these runs. But again, Hutton, they want still a few moments to celebrate and certainly want to pick up a few more wickets.
Gunnersbury 48 for 2 here. 4 overs in, a good start for them. Need to go at just 8.3 and over from here on out to win, and they're certainly on track at the moment to pick up bonus points. That will certainly make everyone over in that Upminster dugout a little bit twitchy, a little bit nervy.
5th over here will be bowled by Scarlett Robinson. Again, it's great to see some of the youngsters being given a go, but this time it's just a little too short down leg side, and it's been clubbed away. That's an excellent hit off the bat of Hannah Cullen, who herself is certainly one of the younger players out there. She's 14. Scarlett Robinson, she's 14. So it's the battle of the 14-year-olds here. And, well, we were talking all week, weren't we, Nish, about the fact that we could get a teenage 11 for the ECS. I think we could equally get a strong teenage 11 for the ECS-W here.
You could easily do it for both of them. And what's been amazing about this last couple of weeks of cricket is a great blend of youth and experience. We've seen some veteran heads do so well throughout this series, as well as the men's series. And there've been some amazing young players who are certainly making a name for themselves in front of the cameras, getting this opportunity to play on the big stage.
Such has been the success of both the women's series and the men's series that a lot of these players are already asking when the next year's series is, because it's always in the first year, you never quite know what to expect. Of course, we're involved, we know exactly what to expect, but if the call comes out from the organisers to the local teams, they say, hey, do you want to play in a T10 tournament? Sometimes there can be a few reservations, but as soon as they get out there, the setup here in front of the cameras as well, they just love the whole environment and they can't wait to come back. And we've had that. I know that Upminster men's side, they are certainly interested, and you just come here, you see what's happening, and you can't help but want to get involved. So I think the organisers for next year, I've heard they want to put it into the school holidays as well, so that should help with availability, especially for the kids. I think the organisers will be batting away the inquiries for next year. It's been a great response from Scarlett Robinson, found her line and length here, but she's coming up against a force of nature in the form of Shimako Kato, as that one goes away for 4 runs.
Nicely played there by Shimako Kato. Plays that perfectly into the gap right between the two fielders. And just going back to the interview we had in the first innings, I think Sinette spoke about what a great opportunity this is for a lot of these younger players to get to play in front of the cameras. You know, she spoke about the start of her career and why she actually chose to go with javelin ahead of cricket, and mentioned that at the time cricket, even at the international level for South Africa, and we talk about South Africa, Test Nation was still quite amateur. But that if she'd seen something like this maybe when she was younger, when she had the chance to play on broadcast TV, the way that some of these girls have the opportunity to, she may have chosen to stick around with cricket.
Yeah, it's such an unbelievable experience, isn't it, for these youngsters? As I was speaking to also Griselda Brits, also a former South African Test player, and she said similar things over in Portugal, that when she was starting her international career, it still took a while till she ever played on TV in front of the big cameras, in front of the crowds. And some of these youngsters are getting the opportunity within the first few years of their playing career, as that one is clubbed away. This time, Scarlett Robinson just a touch short. It's not a bad delivery still, but Kato just hoiks that one into the leg side. It's an excellent shot. Just gives herself a bit of room, 1-2 step down the pitch. Gunnersbury now just a few big blows away, 8 runs needed off 13 for the bonus point. Yeah, it was such a good interview, wasn't it, with Sunette, and I know there was a lot of love in the comments for her as well. Danish saying those were some golden words at the end, and brilliant to have an insight from such a world-class athlete. This one goes up in the air, chance for a wicket here, and it just falls agonisingly short. Amara Law going for the catch. I think she just about got there, but the ball was always spinning away for her. That would have been an amazing moment had Scarlett Robinson picked up the wicket. She's deserved it for her bowling in this over, but it just burst through the hands of Amara Law there. That's unlucky.
It wasn't the easiest of chances there, but one that they would have probably needed to hold on to if they were to try to salvage a point from this game. As we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for what looks like is going to be our final. It might be match number 5, but it's going to turn into a de facto final as the 2 top of the table teams, Upminster and Gunnersbury, are about to take on each other. Karen Burley into the lineup for Upminster. For Gunnersbury, Esther De Longa is back after taking a match off. That is going to be such a great game, a very exciting encounter. At the moment, though, it does look like Gunnersbury are going to take bonus points from this game, which will make that matchup very interesting, because it seems like Upminster will not only have to win, but win by a good enough margin where their net run rate works out, or pick up the bonus point.
Absolutely. I think we're going to have to fire up the supercomputer, because my brain will explode if I try to do the calculations. That'll be the second Robinson in the side then to get a go here, as Harriet has the ball in hand. And we have to just have a few words about Hutton here, because this will be the last time we see them on the network for this series. They've just been such a breath of fresh air, haven't they? They've brought this youthful exuberance with them. They've had so many teenagers take to the stage, and still early on in their careers showing fight, passion and excellence as well. And it won't be enough here, but it's against the Gunnersbury side who, as we heard earlier, have 100 years of cricket history. And Hutton are certainly a side to watch out for in the future.
I've loved watching Hutton play over these 2 days of ECS-W cricket. We've had so many exciting players there. Lauren Palmenter, such an elegant left-hander. You got Rachel Pierce as well, who's just been getting better and better throughout the day. Some good runs for her. You got Bethany and Amara Law, as well as Alicia Maxine, who are so involved in SX disability cricket as well. So just a number of players who are just a crucial, integral part of the local cricketing scene here. I think they've got a very bright future ahead for them here in Hutton. The results haven't gone their way. I'm sure they would have hoped that they'd managed to win at least one game this ECS-W, and they'll feel like they could have in their opening match if things had gone differently. They're obviously missing Erica Hobson. She's not available for today's play. It's gone up in the air. Chance for a catch here. That's been taken. Oh, what a great moment there. That's what it's all about. Anaya Shankar, well, look at that broad smile on her face as she holds on to this huge catch to get rid of Cullen. Looking to smack that away towards square leg. It just catches the top edge, and Shankar tracked the ball brilliantly and took that grab. Huge catch, and that's certainly a nice moment here for Hutton. Won't really change the outcome of this match that much. Still expect Gunnersbury to go on and take the bonus point in this game. But yeah, just little moments for them to cheer about in this series.
What an amazing catch that was from the 13-year-old. It's never easy when it comes skewing off the side of the bat. But she came leaping forward, went into the full knee slide and takes the catch. It's an outstanding effort and real just reward as well for Harriet Robinson. She's bowling brilliantly with a bit of that leg spin, turning it on a pitch which is difficult to turn it on as well, with nothing going on that AstroTurf. But a thoroughly deserved wicket for the 2 teenagers. Although 2 runs required, as Emily Metcalf comes in at number 5 for Gunnersbury, and here will certainly be one of them. So that will level the scores. And Shimiko Kato has got 1 ball left of the 6th to try to finish off the game. Of course, if they manage it in the next 7 balls, it will be a bonus point victory for Gunnersbury. But another highlight to add to the collection there for Hutton. And it will be knocked away into the leg side. Actually makes its way all the way to the rope, and that will be the end of the game. Congratulations to Gunnersbury as they pick up the bonus point, which sets up a tantalising final game this afternoon. Shimiko Kato finishes 39 not out of 18 deliveries. Outstanding effort from her as Gunnersbury take this one against Hutton by 7 wickets. But hats off to Hutton, who've been outstanding throughout this series. Yes, the results haven't gone their way. They weren't also helped by the rain on the first day, but they've been such a delight to have on the network as we take a quick look at the fantasy dashboard. Karen Burley in for Upminster, and Esther de Lange, who sat out the previous game, she's back in, and that's a big boost for Gunnersbury as well to their batting lineup. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights of this run chase. It was a bonus point run chase in the end, as it started off nicely by Caroline Bolton and Zoe Moses. Moses in particular was parting the field here with some of her boundaries. 3 she scored in all, a quick fire 12 off 5 before she had to go from an outstanding delivery from Lauren Pimenta. That one went straight through the gate, and Caroline Bolton had to depart not too long after. Abby Little digging that one in short and getting the decision in her favour. But that brought Hannah Cullen and Shimako Kato to the crease, and they pretty much sealed the deal as their partnership was worth 56 in the end. And despite some outstanding fielding from Hutton, the boundaries just kept on rolling. Shimako Kato in particular, 6 fours and 1 Maximo of her batting, and there's the big Maximo scored by Hannah Cullen as well. And then the question was just whether they would get that bonus point win. They did seal it in exactly 6 overs, so with 6 balls to spare. That was unfortunate that Amara Law wasn't able to hold on to that one. In the end, though, Harriet Robinson did get a well-deserved wicket, as that was a brilliant piece of fielding by Anaya Shankar to catch out Hannah Cullen. But it was then down to Shimako Kato, deservedly so, to hit the winning runs as Gunnersbury take this win. So hats off to Hutton, who will finish this series winless, but certainly with a lot of spirit, as we take a quick look at the batting scorecard for Gunnersbury. And they knew they wanted to chase and chase quickly, and that's exactly what they did, with Zoe Moses at the top doing some quick fire damage before Hannah Cullen and Shimako Kato did the rest, with Emily Metcalf doing her job perfectly, scoring just the 1 off 1 delivery. As for the bowlers then, Hutton 5 used, and almost all of them are teenagers, so it shows that they've got a future in this format, and we'd love to see them back again next year. Abby Little picked up a wicket, as did Lauren Pimenta and Harriet Robinson, with that outstanding catch from Anaya Shankar at the end. So there you have it, match 9 is done and dusted, and it's a big bonus point win for Gunnersbury against Hutton, which sets up an absolutely tantalising final game, which is coming your way in just about 35 minutes time. It's a winner takes all contest. There's still some calculations to be done. What is clear though is that Upminster, they need to win. As for Gunnersbury, they can just about afford to lose, but they certainly aren't going to go into the game with any kind of attitude like that. Both sides are going to go all guns blazing for the win, and at the end of that one, someone is going to lift the coveted ECS-W trophy. So a bit of a longer break now, 35 minutes before the final game comes your way. It's the final game not only of today, but of course of this epic tour of Hornchurch. It's been brilliant time so far, and it looks like it's about to finish with a bang. So join me, Tina and Nish, as we take you through that one, and it's not one you want to miss here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the very final game of this epic tour to England, and we very well might have kept the best one until last. It's Upminster against Gunnersbury. It's a winner-takes-all contest, and we're going to go straight out into the middle for the coin toss.
Upminster to call.
Head.
Heads is a call. It's head.
We're going to bowl.
Now you're going to bowl.
Thanks very much, Tyrone, for the last time on this tour, and it's Upminster who have won the toss, and they will have a bowl. They're really backing their chasing prowess, and why wouldn't you when you have someone like Sunette at the top of their order? She was an absolute superstar in the game that just transpired between these two sides, and it was really down to Sunette that Upminster were able to chase down the total posted by Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury, though, they're looking out for a bit of revenge, and really anything can happen in this final game. Remember, whoever wins this will lift that glorious ECS trophy. So it's everything to play for. It's the final game. The fans are out, the sun is shining, the barbecue's on, and it's going to be an absolute thriller. For the final time, it's been an amazing 2 weeks, but I'm going to hand back to Nish in the commentary box. And Nish, the news from the toss is that Upminster have won, and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that update. And with the net run rate equation, I think that certainly favors Upminster to have a bowl, because that means in the second innings, they'll have a good idea of what they need to chase down and in how many overs to pick up the victory. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. Gunnersbury about to take on Upminster. Gunnersbury's record is now 4-1. Whereas Upminster 3-1-1. Karen Burley is in for Upminster. Esther DeLonga, she's in for Gunnersbury. Took the last game off, but she's back for the big game, and they'll certainly need her leadership, her batting skills, her presence in the field. We'll take a look at the win predictor. Upminster coming into this match is 58% favorites. I'd say it's a coin flip. It's a 50-50. I mean, Gunnersbury won the first encounter. Upminster won the second. They've both been rather close and entertaining matches, so anything could happen here. Flip a coin and tell us how that works out. We'll just take a look at the playing field now as the umpires are making their way out to the middle. We've got Remo Chandaria and Mel Juniper umpiring this match. Lizzie Condor is our third umpire, and match referee is Tyrone Peters. So here we go. ECS-W comes down to a final. Wasn't it great in some ways that the rain came down for that last match because of the postponement? We're now in a situation where we have a de facto final at the end of the day, and that just works out so brilliantly. It just means that this series is going to come to an exciting conclusion. I mean, you never really want to see the rain come down, but I think this time around the rain has done us a little bit of a favor. The scheduling means that we're going to end up with the match that we wanted to round out this series. And boy, this is going to be such a fun game between two quality sides that really entertained us throughout this series. Both of them blessed with such talented players, both with the bat and the ball. Their fielding has been exceptional as well. It's been a real joy to cover this ECS-W over the last couple of weekends. And it's come down to this, the last match. You might as well call it the final between Gunnersbury and Upminster. They're just going to have to wait a minute here as we wait for the clock to tick to 5:45 local time, and then we'll be ready to get underway. Zoe Questet to bowl the first over. She so often does. Got two players with international experience out in the middle for Gunnersbury. Kato, the Japanese international. Esther DeLonga, former Dutch captain. And here we go. The clock has turned to 5:45, and we're ready to get underway. That's a wonderful ball there by Cuesta to start off. She's bowled superbly this series, in particular today. Managed to get wickets. They've just struggled to go up against her. Wonderful left arm bowling, and she's bowled the pressure overs as well. Usually bowls the first over and then one in the death as well. It's a lovely delivery, just pitching on middle stump. Gets it to shape back in a little bit there. Starts off with a couple of dot balls. Another dot ball here. Great bowling by Quested. So the expected score to start things off here for Gunnersbury is 89. Yeah, I wouldn't feel that 89 runs are going to be enough against this Upminster side. They'll want to get to something at least in the hundreds, maybe even above 110 to really challenge Upminster. Let's get some bat on that one, Kato. She'll pick up her first runs as Gunnersbury open their account. Esther Longa comes on strike. Former Dutch international cricketer, played for the Dutch national team from 2005 to 2016, and also plays her club cricket back home for Kampong CC. This is struck down the ground, and oh, it's just gonna get past Shava there and go away for 4 runs. It's a nice looking shot here by Dalanga. It did take a nasty bounce off the surface, a little bit of a trampoline bounce, which just made it that much harder there for Shah. Just goes through her hand. She didn't manage to get a hand to it. Anyway, goes for 4 runs. Full toss that struck into the gap. Beautiful shot there by Dalanga. Wonderful placement. It's going to go away for 4 runs. We'll take a look at this shot one more time. Just given some width there. Was a full toss as well. It's just brilliant batting to punish that delivery. So a couple of boundaries to end the over. It was a pretty good over until those last couple of balls. And Cuesta just so annoyed with herself. She still has her hands on her head. We know she holds herself to a very high standard. We had the chance to interview her last weekend. We'll take a look at the calendar for this year's European cricketing season and look at all the terrific destinations we have planned for you. We're going to be back in England in the end of July over in Wimbledon. So we'll be back in this country again in just about a month and a half's time. Of course, today is not only the conclusion of the ECS-W, it's the end of our tour of Hornchurch, and it's certainly been a great couple of weeks here. Oh, nicely clipped away. That goes straight to the fielder at square leg, and Holly Mini will just fire the throw back in. So it's going to be Georgia Hayes, wicket keeping in this match. Holly Mini has taken on the responsibility with the gloves as well at times. Got a hand to it, and that just prevented it from going away for a forward. Good afternoon to Julian Dawson. I should say good evening. Now that it's 5:45, he's joining us in the chat. Does feel a bit like the afternoon with all the sunlight here in the UK. Having grown up in Southern Europe, as this is struck down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Kato is continuing from where she left off. A wonderful stroke. Got such a strong bottom hand. Takes a couple of paces outside the crease and then just smashes that away for 6 runs. Plum bowls a full toss and ends up getting punished from it. Yeah, Julian Dawson says that he's back from his Lord's adventure. He's been over at the World Test Championship, and that it felt like the Newlands today. Well, yeah, the South Africans always celebrating long into the night that they've managed to clinch a World Test Championship, finally getting some ICC glory. Huge shot over here, and it's taken. Well, you talk about great South African cricketers. There's one right there. Pylyun Low holds on to that catch. And what an important grab here to get rid of Kato, who departs on 9. This is a huge wicket, absolutely crucial one for Upminster. It's a brilliant take out in the deep. Kato just backing herself to clear the fielder in the deep end. It ends up being a catch for Phil Yoon. A very comfortable height, at chest height, able to take that catch. Kato will depart after hitting a 6. She ends up making 9 of 7. So Shaw is going to come in here at number 3. Swing and a miss there. That ball just pitching outside the off stump. It was full in the channel. A brilliant delivery here. Swung quite late as well. Just very difficult to play. And maybe just a first up, you want to play it with a straight batter. Full face of the bat. There you go. Shaw just rehearses a shot that she probably should have played there. Might not have been a good idea to just go across on your very first ball. Bit of width on offer here, and Shaw trying to cut that one away. It's another dot ball, so Plum gets a wicket, getting a couple of dot balls in. Julian saying that the weather today is a lot different from last Saturday. It certainly is, Julian. I think you just picked the wrong day to come down. That was probably the wettest day we've had this series when you made your way down here. But I'm glad that we were able to postpone this match, not abandon it. And in a way, it's just worked out perfectly, hasn't it? Because it was supposed to be the last match on a Saturday, and we would have instead have had Gunnersbury against Hutton as our last match of this ECS. But the fact that things have worked out, that the postponement means this match ends up being our last match of the day, it means we've got a de facto final. We've got a final to end this ECS-W. Two sides. We're at the top of the table. Winner takes all, or something like that. Upminster need to hope that things work out in terms of net run rate. We'll dive into that. The approximation is that in the second innings, based on what we expect is a reasonable score for T10 cricket, we'll probably need to win with about 9 or 10 balls to spare. But we'll give you the exact number once we know what Gunnersbury's score is. End of the second over. They find themselves 20 for 1. A good chance to welcome Tina Gough into the commentary box. So a lot on the line here, and the standings tell you exactly why.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much become a final here between Gunnersbury and Upminster. Locked at the top of the table, Gunnersbury 15 points, Upminster 13 points. You have to say the rain hasn't been in Upminster's favour, as they did have to share those points with Hutton on day one. We'll never know what happened in that game. It could have been that Hutton picked up their first win of the series. As it is, though, the rain affected that one, and it's been a stroke of brilliance, actually, especially by the organisers and, of course, the teams being flexible with their schedule to be able to come back for this game, as that one's flashed away, and it will go for 4 runs. Esther de Lange looking dangerous early on here. She's got such quick hands, and that one bobbles, unfortunately. There was not too much that Zoe Quested, the captain, could do about that one. Usually such a safe pair of hands, but that one bounced, unfortunately. Yeah, it's great that we've been able to reschedule this game, and hats off to everyone who made that possible, because it's brilliantly poised. The fans are out in force. The sun is out here. It's a glorious Saturday evening. It's the perfect way to cap off what's been an outstanding 2 weeks here at Hornchurch.
Absolutely, and we got that final for the men's series that really took us by storm between the Sharks Cricket Academy and the Old Brentwoods. It looks like we can get something similar here between Gunnersbury and Upminster. Oh, nicely played there by de Lange, hit behind point and managed to grab themselves a single. A huge responsibility here on de Lange's shoulder. She's probably going to have to score the bulk of her side's runs. Oh, just a little inside edge there. Onto the stumps. What an unfortunate way for Shaw to get out. Oh, my goodness. It's the old French cut onto the stumps. And really, really unfortunate way for Shaw to get out. I mean, she's had such a good day today as well. Been brilliant with the ball. Made a few runs as well. Gets that little tickle on it. And it's onto her stumps. And it's just that look of disappointment as she sees her bails. on the pitch. Gunnersbury lose their second wicket, 25 for 2. Lois Gable gets herself another wicket, and she's having a brilliant day, Lois.
Yeah, well bowled. Lois, still a teenager herself, but it's really unfortunate actually for the youngster Ellie Shaw. How many times have we seen a shot like that over the past few weeks, and even today, skim off the inside edge and fly away for 4? Her teammate Zoe Moses played that shot to perfection in the previous game, but that time luck was not on her side for Ellie Shaw, and she does have to depart as Gunnersbury then lose their second wicket, still in the power play, 25 for 2.
Oh, wonderful ball there by Gable, and just inviting the drive there from Mercier, and terrific effort. That's Karen Burley, who's been inserted into the lineup for this match, and she saved a certain boundary. This is an incredible fielding effort, and she gets a well-deserved round of applause. Let's take a look at this one more time. That's a terrific ball. I mean, that's what you want to do. That's a test match kind of delivery, and then take a look at Burley here. Oh, saves what could have been a certain boundary. We'll just take a look at this to confirm if it's fine. Oh, I think that's good. I think that's perfectly fine. What do you think there, Tina?
I think she's just about okay. There's that next frame. she does a little wiggle on the boundary there on the replay. But I think it's just about okay. Certainly deserves to not go for a boundary because it was an outstanding effort there by Karen. And it will just be signalled byes. So it doesn't go for 4, just byes signalled. No 4 signal there from umpire Rima, and what an outstanding effort. That's exactly what you want to see out there, and a round of applause from the crowd doesn't really do it justice. It was absolute scenes there, as I know that Upminster fans are out in full force, and they've been enjoying what they're seeing from their girls so far.
Gable has bowled so well this series. Picked up her 5th wicket earlier this over. It's just the kind of lines and lengths she bowls. She bowls those very probing lines and lengths, just trying to force you to play that drive, and that's exactly how I can get a wicket. Challenges both edges of the bat. This is going to come into the commentary tender, actually probably just to the right. It's going to be a 4 to end the over. Very good looking shot there. Nice forward stride, gets to the pitch of the ball, strokes it away for a boundary. Third over ends up going for 11 runs as Gunnersbury are 31 for 2. A chance to dive into the chat once again. Good evening to Paul Kempin, who's joining us. Rob W is in attendance here as well, and well, he saw Sinette's catch early, called it a jalebi catch, and he got those signs up. He's got a few signs out here, Rob W, and it's been great to see him at the ground cheering these signs on. Well, got a fire truck in the distance. Always concerning when you see that, especially with the sirens on and going at the speed it is.
It's quite a great British scene, isn't it? The red fire truck went the one way, fire engine, if we're in England, and the London bus went the other. It's almost like we've just put in a AI green screen for typically British backgrounds, but we're very much live here at Hornchurch, and this game is also very much alive. 31 scored by Gunnersbury in the power play. Good news for them is Esther Delanga still out there. She moves to 14 off just 5 deliveries. Found the rope already on 3 occasions. Lucienne Mercer as well into the attack after the wicket of Shimako Kato, and of course Ellie Shaw departing more recently in the previous over. Mercier's already got a boundary to her name.
Knocked away towards square leg, and fires the throw into the keeper's end. Good backing up, you have to say. That was brilliant backing up. Just trying to catch the back of the fielder's shirt who did that. Was in the perfect position. And that could easily have gone for overthrows. Yes, little moments like that. I mean, we've seen overthrows cost sides in this series, and when you see some brilliant backing up like that, it can make the world of difference.
Well, we had the helmet hit in the previous game as well, but I'm loving the fact that the throws are coming darting in.
We'll toss it. Oh, that was an attempted one-handed catch there. Paige Roshan managed to grab that. Probably would have been the catch of the series. Good effort, but it just clears her fingertips and goes away for 4 runs.
Trying to channel Saba Nassim earlier today, who put in that spectacular one-handed grab on the ring here in front of us at mid-off. On that occasion, though, just needed Paige to grow a couple of inches, and she might have reeled that one in. But Gunnersbury going pretty decently here as that one runs away for 4.
Struck out towards mid-wicket, and there's Sinette to field that. I think one feature of both these sides is that they're so good at rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. They punish the bad balls for boundaries, but they make sure they don't face too many dot balls.
Yep, absolutely. They know where the gaps are, and even if they don't clear the rope every single time it goes into a gap, they do run, and they run hard.
Just looking to clear the fielder with extra cover, and it will. It's just going to stop short of the boundary rope, though. Big chase here for Danny Cox, who's going to fire the throw back into the bowler's end.
The second time in the over, it's just been chipped over the inner ring, tantalising for the Upminster fielders, but perfect judgment from the Gunnersbury batters. They know if they just try and get their hands through the ball, they'll have the opportunity to try to clear this inner ring.
Oh, the second time this innings, a Gunnersbury batter chops one on. What an unfortunate way to get out. This time is Lucien Mercier, who's just managed to chop that one on, drags it onto her stumps. A wider delivery comes off the inside edge of her bat onto the stumps. Let's take a look at this. Oh, well, you never think you'd clean bowl a batter when you're bowling that kind of a line.
Yes, unfortunate one, isn't it, for Lucien? Maybe just accused of not quite getting her feet out towards that ball. It was very wide, ended up fishing for it outside off stump, but she went hard at it. Unfortunately, we've seen that ball race away so many times to the rope, but twice now in this innings. The luck hasn't been on Gunnersbury's side, and they lose their third. It's the end of the fourth as well. 40 is on the board, so certainly the run rate is decent enough here for the Gunnersbury side. They just keep on losing wickets.
A green on their shirt, but they certainly haven't had the rub of it
Nice.
so far this innings. There we go. It's going to be Lois Gable to continue. Good move here, I have to say. Delanga will just haul this one over the rope. That will comfortably clear the rope for 6 runs. I don't mind them bowling out Lois Gable here. She's a wicket-taking bowler, and if she can get 1 or 2 more here, if she can get rid of someone like Delanga, that just puts Upminster in such a commanding position.
Yeah, absolutely. Delanga, you reckon, here holds the key for Gunnersbury. She's got a wealth of experience, international experience no less, and she's been a key part of this Gunnersbury side. And if she can go big here, then she'll have her side in a good position at halfway, as that's a lovely shot through the covers, and it's going to bisect the fielders perfectly, despite the on-rushing fielder out in the deep. Zoe Quested just uses her hands on that one, waits on it, and gets it to the left of the one fielder, to the right of the other. Perfect boundary from Esther.
Delanga once again just going at an incredible strike rate, 29 of 9. Given some width here, it's going to cut it to the offside, and Delanga will get the single quite comfortably. Metcalf will face her first ball of this innings. Still got plenty of batting to come, though, Gunnersbury. Just looking at some of the batters they have. Shay Daly, the Australian international cricketer, got Moses as well, who we saw make some runs in that last match against Hutton. Just going to have to keep chipping away here, Upminster. Keep in mind, Gunnersbury can still win this ECS-W if they lose this match, because they have a better net run rate than Upminster. Swept away towards square leg, and Delanga will get back on strike for the last ball of the 5th over.
Slightly risky single there, but Esther actually gets comfortably home in the end. What I will say about Gunnersbury, and something that I've very much admired from them, is that they've changed the batting lineup pretty much every game. They've given youngsters a chance near the top. Emily Metcalf here, just 16 years old, and it would have been very easy to throw in maybe some of the more experienced players, as you said, the likes of Shay Daly. And they haven't done that. They've stuck to what's worked for them so far this series, and absolutely has got them in a great position as we get to the halfway mark, and it's 52 runs on the board as we say hello once more from the commentary tent. And this game is slowly heating up. I know it's quite warm out there. It's warm in the tent. This looks like it could go all the way to the wire.
Yeah, it certainly could. I'd say Upminster are probably the slightly happier of the two sides right now, but Gunnersbury are definitely not out of it. They've got plenty of batting talent still to come. Esther Delanga, the main wicket for them, is still out there. So the key really is just try to build a partnership these next couple of overs, and then have the opportunity to really accelerate in those last 3, as they did so well when these sides last played each other earlier today. This is struck down the ground. It's going to be a single. Yeah, if you just take your mind back to the second match between these two teams, Gunnersbury lost a lot of early wickets, but they showed they have plenty of batting depth, made some runs late in the innings. So really just about building a foundation and ensuring your best batters are still out there during those death overs. Into the gap, and that's going to go away for 4 runs again. She's hit some beautiful shots through the offside here, Delanga.
Just a bit too much width on offer there from Page, and it gets cut away brilliantly. Second time, as you say, that it's gone straight through 2 fielders. Even the third time, in fact, that she's done that, and it's been an excellent innings from her so far. I will say for Upminster, it was an excellent toss to win, wasn't it? They won the toss, called correctly, and decided to field, and that gives them the opportunity to know exactly what they have to do going into that second innings. They would have probably known that as well. It's always difficult when you bat first in a situation like this, because the game feels a bit less in your control. Then you just have to put X amount of runs on the board and hope that you bowl well to restrict the other side. But on this occasion, they will have on black and white exactly what they need to do. Of course, not only to win the game, but to win the series.
That's a full toss there by Roche. She's going to get punished for that. Metcalf strikes it away for a boundary. A good-looking shot, just pulled it away towards square leg. Yeah, nice front foot pull there. Away it goes for 4 runs and strikes the European cricket banner. Paige Roche only really started bowling today. She didn't bowl an over during Saturday's action, and the 4 overs she's bowled today prior to this over went for 53 runs and managed to pick up 3 wickets. Straight back, and oh, that's the 3rd time she's managed to get a hand to something that's been struck back to her, but hasn't been able to get it each time. Let's just take a look at this replay. Oh, there was one that she managed to get both hands to. This time she got one hand, and you could just tell she's getting frustrated that none of these are sticking.
That was like a great Macbeth impression. She was just looking at her hand in absolute disgust that it didn't stick. And it'll get from bad to worse for her, as that one will race away for 5 wide. So this game here is looking like it could become very exciting. And there's an exciting game coming to its conclusion over in Czechia as well, as it's again Czechia women against Croatia women. Remember, Czechia won the contest earlier today, beating Croatia by 8 wickets. That was their first win of the series. But Croatia, they need 16 runs in the final 12 deliveries to get the win against Czechia, to get revenge on the Czechia side who beat them earlier in the day. So certainly another stream to call up, as this one is also not one you want to take your eyes off, as Danny Cox didn't take her eyes off the ball there. Both games looking like they could be going right down to the wire.
Yeah, now come down to just 12 needed of 10 for Croatia, so just getting even better and better for them as we just take a look at this scorecard. 36-14 for Esther Delanga, the top scorer for this Gunnersbury side. It's just incredible. I mean, what a way to round out a terrific day of women's cricket here on ECN. Got the action here in the ECS-W, some brilliant cricket over in Czechia as well. It would be some result for Croatia if they can win that match. They were very disappointed when they hosted Czechia and failed to win a game against them at home. But to go away and win in Prague against a strong Czechia side would be a huge statement for Croatia. And a massive sign of their development, as this is a full toss. Definitely a no ball, and it's going to go away for 4 runs, and that's going to be a boundary here for Delanga. It's a 5 up, not a 7 up, as, yeah, no question over there. I mean, that's almost shoulder height, and, well, it's going to get a warning for that.
Oh,
and,
let's not do this, Nish.
I know you've got your opinions on it. I don't want to bring up that topic again. I actually brought that topic up with Alicia when we had her on earlier on commentary, and she did state that she's never seen or heard, I should say, as many warnings as she's had over today's play. That is a brilliant 6 there by Delanga. Wonderful way to capitalize on the free hit.
I suppose you can't say that you're not warned here on the European Cricket Network, and we do try to be as fair and obviously as clear as possible with our rules and regulations, which if you've got a spare couple of hours, you can look on our website to read those. Otherwise, you can just trust us.
smacked away, and oh, well, would have been a heart-in-mouth moment for Delanga there. Anytime you strike a ball towards Phil Yoon, it's always going to be a very nervy moment. It was a full toss that was served up, and Delanga just backing herself to clear the fielder. Oh, not too far from Phil Yoon's fingertips, and Delanga brings up her 50 in just 17 deliveries.
One outstanding innings from Esther so far. She'll still feel like she's got some more runs in the tank, though, as she wants to put her side in the best possible position going into the run chase. 86 on the board. That expected score is wrong. It shouldn't be 89. Certainly, they're going to be looking at 100 plus here, and maybe even towards that 120.
It would take something really special for them to be bowled out for 89 or end up with just 89 runs. Probably something similar to what the Aussies were hoping for earlier this morning. A nice delivery there by Cox. Just gets it inside that wide guideline.
It's turning into a real thriller over in Croatia. I don't have enough eyes to keep my eyes on all the action here, as they now need 10 off 8. And they run for a singles, it'll be 9 off 7. Let's go back to the live action here, though, in London.
Clipped away towards square leg. That's just going to slip underneath Lois Gable, and Phil Yoon will fire that throw back in and to Danny Cox at the bowler's end. If Delanga just hangs around here for another, say, couple of overs, this could turn into a pretty ugly score. From Upminster's perspective, win predictor certainly thinks so. Gunnersbury chances up to 84%. Must-win game, keep in mind, for Upminster. Gunnersbury can still win this ECS-W if they lose, just because they have a better net run rate. So you just got to ask yourself, I mean, what's realistically a score you could probably chase in about 8 overs and a bit if you're this Upminster side. And at the moment, looks like Gunnersbury are going to end up with a pretty solid total.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's going to be more than 10 and over required at the bare minimum. Looking at the runs at the moment, as we take a quick look as well at what's happening tomorrow on the network. Of course, we are sadly on the very final game of our epic tour of Hornchurch, but still plenty more to come from Czechia. It's the final day of women's action. 5 more T10s to bring you. That one's cut away and cut brutally by Esther Delanga. And after the women's action, we have an ECS as well coming to you from Croatia. So fear not, we have you covered. We have your backs as always on the European Cricket Network. And make sure to give us a like, a subscribe. Especially, I know there'll be a few new fans in the chat looking and following their teams here in this ECS-W. Make sure to engage on all of our channels. Show us a bit of love. Show us a bit of hate if you want, as we love to hear from all of you, as this has been an outstanding tour from start to finish, hasn't it? Croatia, meanwhile, needs 6 off 5 in that epic run chase over there. And this one, if it continues going like this, will have to be an epic run chase from Upminster as well. Remember, they'll need to keep their eye on the bonus point. So whatever the score is here, if they chase it down in 7, they have won the game and the series. Otherwise, if the score goes slightly higher, then they can just about afford to not get that bonus point if they chase it down in about 10 balls to spare. But we'll try and get the exact calculation to you at the halfway mark, when of course we know exactly what Upminster will be chasing. That was a brilliant stop on the boundary, wasn't it, by the youngster Kaya Shah out there.
Pick up another run here at Gunnersbury, just keeping the scoreboard ticking. This over so far has brought about 8 runs in it. It's been better than the last 3 overs, which were very expensive from Upminster's perspective. Can't you finish it off strong here, Roche? Delanga will play this towards square leg, and more importantly for her side, she'll keep the strike heading into the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th on ECN. Just take a look at, I think that's Joe Ross and Billy Whitlock who have come down to watch the game.
Absolutely. They've heard that it's going to be a thrilling finish here as well, and the Hornchurch lads are in. We have to give them a shout out, don't we? Not only for their exploits on the pitch, but also their hosting skills. They've been absolutely outstanding the last 2 weeks. And we've felt thoroughly well looked after, already looking forward to coming back next year. And I know there's been a lot of talk about teams already wanting to put their names in the hat, both for the ECS and the ECS-W. And that is sure to be bigger and better than ever as we look to come back here next year. Still work to be done in the middle here as we go into the 9th. It will be bowled by Danny Cox as that one is whipped away. Will just be the single though.
I wonder if the two of them were involved in any of the cricket Hornchurch who were playing today. We do know that their first 11 had a timed match earlier, 120 over.
Just a couple of singles to start this 9th over. This one chipped down in the ground. Should be stopped by Paige Roshan is. There's a decent over so far for Upminster. Anytime you go into the 9th, 10th overs and don't give away too many boundaries, you can be happy with that. As Gunnersbury do pick up the 100 though, 101 now on the target for them. And make that 105 as that's a beautiful shot from Emily Metcalf. Absolutely middles that one. Pretty much on middle stump, but she just takes a step forward and gets right in front of that and sweeps it away for 4 runs. Excellent shot on Upminster here. Just left scratching their heads, thinking how can they break this partnership, which is now worth 65. 2 balls left of the 9th then, 7 runs coming off it so far. Bit of a commentator's curse there as that was the first boundary in fact 10 balls. But a brilliant comeback there. This was a potential stumping, as certainly she was out of the crease and yeah, just about got her bat back down, but it was all academic anyway as the stumps were missed there by Georgia Hayes. Anything that's a dot ball though at this stage is precious to Upminster.
Yes, just went over to have a quick chat with Joe Ross and Billy Whitlock. So they've just come back from a game. They were playing against Upminster down the road for the Hornchurch seconds. And yeah, Hornchurch picked up the victory there. I can just have a quick look at the play cricket scorecard. I can see that Joe Ross picked up a wicket. I'm not entirely sure, though, this is completely accurate because it doesn't really show where Billy Whitlock bowled. We could probably have a word with him later. But yeah, they bowled out Upminster for 136. At least based on what we see on play cricket. But yeah, they did win their game. They were playing down the road, and yeah, well done to them. I know the first 11 are involved in a timed match as well, 120 over game. George Hankins playing in that match, and well, he wasn't too happy with the way he was dismissed. Claimed that it came off his thigh pad.
It can happen.
That's beautifully in the gap, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. A few people coming in now that we're into our last match of the day. That's going to be 4 runs.
It's another brutal and brilliant cut, isn't it, from Esther De Lange, who now moves to 67. Nelson is up 111 on the board for Gunnersbury. And this is turning into a tough, tough run chase for Upminster, knowing, as we do, they not only need to chase it, but they need to chase it with balls to spare. And that's certainly not going to help us. There's a big swing from Esther De Lange. Zoe Quested, who's bowling this 10th, has her hands on her head because there was nothing wrong with that at all as it races away for 4 byes.
Yeah, it's not too far from striking the stumps. Could very easily have been a wicket for Zoe Quested. Certainly deserved one for the way she's bowled. Always just a tough bowler for batters to negotiate. And also takes on the toughest responsibility. Often bowls the first and the last over. The captain taking on the pressure overs. Just looking to scoop this one around the corner here. It's going to be a big, big chase there for Holly Minnie, who puts in another great effort there. Got to say, Holly Minnie and Karen Burley have done a superb job fielding out in the deep. Let's just take a look at this here just to make sure it was clean. I think it was perfectly fine. And yeah, that will confirm. Brilliant dive there by Holly Minnie. Just taps that ball back when it looked destined to go for 4.
she had no right to make that stop. It was racing away down the hill, seemed destined for the rope, and she puts in a brilliant dive. Outstanding work, given that Upminster need to save every single run they can. That was an excellent effort. No stopping that one, Esther de Lange. I'm a bit confused why Upminster don't have someone out there. How many times has it gone through that area? They've got a long on, a long off, a cow corner and a deep mid wicket. I don't think Esther's hit one shot down the ground, and she's hit 4 or 5 boundaries through that point cover region.
Especially with the kind of bowling tactic they've had, which is to bowl a very wide line. I mean, they haven't been bowling particularly straight. They're looking to just land it inside that wide guideline, but haven't had the boundary riders on the offside. Yeah.
Well, there's the straight ball.
That's going to be a wicket. Well taken there by Shaw. And we see one that's bowled straighter. And de Lange strikes it out towards the fielder at long on. We've spoken very highly of Kea Shah as the skipper, Zoe Quested, and the two of them combined for this wicket. De Lange will depart with a couple balls to go in the innings.
Excellent innings comes to an end from Esther de Lange, who I know wasn't feeling 100% earlier in the day, but she's put in a monumental shift for her side here. 73 runs off just 30 deliveries, including 10 fours and 3 sixes. Take a bow, but equally great catch by Kea Shah. And we were saying she hasn't hit too many straight, but that's what happens when you bowl it straighter. You bowl to your field, and then you force the batters to hit it a bit straighter as well. And the outcome is that Upminster do pick up their 4th wicket, 1 ball still to play, and it will be Shea Daly who has the honours.
Oh, that wasn't too far from the stumps at all, but they will be able to pinch a single here right at the end. Gunnersbury off buys, and yeah, just to go back to your point about Esther de Lange, just looking at her wagon wheel, 30 runs through that region, and they didn't plug that gap in the end out in the deep, compared to just the 13 through mid wicket. The innings comes to an end. Gunnersbury will be very pleased with this total, 122 runs. That's a very challenging total, you have to say, which Gunnersbury have posted in this first innings. And keep in mind, Upminster, they need to chase this down with plenty of deliveries to spare, and we'll get the exact equation for you during the innings break, or maybe by the end of this highlights package. We'll take a look at some of the key moments from this innings. That was a good graph there by Sir Yun Lo to dismiss Kato. Good bowling by Lauren Plum. So Lois Gable get involved in the action as well. She managed to take a wicket to get rid of Shaw. Shaw just a little bit unlucky coming off the inside edge of her bat, chopped that one on. And Mercier would fall in similar fashion. Just a little tickle off the inside edge of her bat as she was trying to reach out at a wider delivery, and it ended up ricocheting onto her stumps. Shaw and Mercier rather unfortunate with the way they were dismissed. De Lange, though, she batted superbly. 73 of 30, yet another fine knock for her. She's been such a reliable run getter for this Gunnersbury side, and teams have really struggled to bowl to her. Batted with a strike rate of 246, struck 10 fours, 3 sixes. There was just nothing they could come up with to test her. She would get up on the second ball of the inning. Is a good catch on the deep by Kea Shah, but by that point she'd already done the damage, and Gunnersbury find themselves 122 for 4 at the end of their innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard here, and this is a formidable total, and it's mostly thanks to one batter, De Lange, who makes 73 out of her side's 122 runs. Emily Metcalf with a good contribution, 17 of 13. She was part of a very steady 4th wicket partnership between the two of them. We did see that cluster of wickets fall in the middle, and Kato, Shaw, and Mercier fell. We just wondered if Upminster could really apply the pressure and get a couple more wickets and maybe restrict this Gunnersbury side to something under 90 or under 100, but that wasn't to be. It was just a brilliant knock by De Lange. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Zoe Quested 1 for 19, Lauren Plum 2 for 20, Lois Gable 1 for 21, and they end up giving up 14 runs of extras. Paige Roach giving up 26 runs in her 2 overs. Danny Cox giving up 29 in hers. Come to the end of the first innings of match number 5, or what's really our final match of this European cricket series. This was a game that was postponed from Saturday. Gunnersbury have set a target of 123 for Upminster. We'll get the exact figure of what Upminster need to pick up that net run rate advantage to go on and win this ECS. But this is looking like it's going to be a pretty tough task for Upminster.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the very final run chase of this epic tour to England, and it's delicately poised here with Upminster needing 123 runs for victory, but that doesn't tell half the story, as they need either a bonus point win or a tight win to take the crown and to lift that glorious trophy. So the easiest way for them to do it is if they do it in 7 overs or less, and they will take the win for today. They'll take the 4 bonus points and they will leapfrog Gunnersbury into first place. Just trying to work out the calculations of how the net run rate will be better for Upminster if they don't get that bonus point win. So the bonus point win would lock both sides on equal points. And I think we've worked out the equation that for Upminster to take the trophy here, they would have to win this game in 8.3 overs or less. So that is the equation, as Sunette has been an absolute star of the show so far, will face the first ball. And she knocks that one away for a single. She's joined out there in the middle by Paige Roche, and it's Ellie Shaw, the youngster for Gunnersbury, who's opening up the bowling. It's nicely played away by Paige as Upminster embark on what could be an absolutely glorious run chase. As for Gunnersbury, they are going to do everything in their power to stop those runs being achieved. So to reiterate, the golden total is 8.3 overs. That one's clubbed away, and that will help their cause as Upminster get their first boundary of this run chase. And it's unsurprisingly off the middle of the bat of Sunette, who you imagine if she's out there for a while, Upminster could well be in with a sniff here. Gunnersbury, though, they've got so many young bowling talents. Ellie Shaw bowling this first over. Hannah Cullen, she's been outstanding as well. Bhumika, she's only 20. She's one of the older players in this side. She's picked up wickets. Remember, she picked up a wicket on her very first ball on the network. And they've also got the experience of Shimiko Kato, international player, herself only 22. You can see just how promising and how prolific this Gunnersbury side are. You can see that run rate's up beyond 12, but in reality it's even higher. If we basically call this an 8.3 over game, as soon as the 8.4th ball is bowled, we know that the title will go to Gunnersbury. So it's absolute thriller on our hands here, which will unfold in the next half an hour or so. That's a brilliant delivery by Ellie Shaw, zips it through, and it's taken nicely by the captain, Kylie White, who will certainly be wanting to lift that amazing trophy supplied to us by Local Lifestyles in just over half an hour's time. But it's all anyone's guess here how this next half an hour will fold out, and I certainly don't want to call it on my own, and that's why Nish, for the last time, will be joining me here in the commentary box, and it's already starting with a few nerves out there, and that's just me in the commentary box. This one could go down to the wire.
Certainly could, and what a brilliant over by Shaw. She's been such an impressive player. She's received so much praise in the chat. Just take a look at some of the upcoming events on ECN. So it's our final day here in Hornchurch. We'll get some action tomorrow in Czechia. Any updates on that last match there between Croatia and Czechia? Just to have a quick look at it, it does seem like Czechia managed to win by just 3 runs, so heartbreak for Croatia. It would have been such a huge victory for them to go on and beat Czechia. Pavlo Senjung with a top score of 32 of 19 for Croatia, but ultimately they fall just short. Hopefully, though, they do take some encouragement from it and come back even stronger tomorrow. However, yeah, it's our last day here in Hornchurch, and they got that series over in Finland starting from Monday. So the cricket will continue to roll here on ECN as this is bashed away for 6 runs. A shorter delivery there by Kato, and it's pulled with real ferocity.
You don't want to be giving those kind of freebies to Sinet, and I think that one did just go over the rope for 6, didn't it? That's the perfect start to the second over for Upminster, but they've still got so many runs that they need to get 110 of them. Brilliant first over from young Ellie Shaw, who they've continually thrown the ball to have Gunnersbury in pressure situation, but the teenager seems absolutely impervious to the tension out there.
Just taking a look at this one more time, yet just beyond the rope, so yeah, it's going to be given a 6. Here we go. Shimako Kato went for 6 on her first ball. Has she got a comeback delivery? Looks to go for the wide Yorker there, but just ends up pushing it a little too wide, and it's always tough bowling to Sinet. The pressure of it can just get to you sometimes as well. This is going to be a very good battle between a Japanese international cricketer and very talented player in Phil Yoon Lo with an exemplary resume. Looks to go big, and that's just going to clear the inner ring. 1 hop over the rope, 4 runs. Good over so far for Upminster.
Yeah, absolutely. You need really Sinet to be taking the majority of these balls, really. Nothing against Paige Roche at all, because she's an outstanding batter as well. She showed that in the previous game, but Sinet, she's just a world-class athlete. And if they are going to chase down this big total in 8.3 or less, then you imagine Sinet has to get a big proportion of those runs.
11 runs off this over so far, and there are a couple of deliveries in. Bit of width on offer here, and just placed perfectly into the gap. Doesn't look to overhit that. It's all about timing and touch.
A very similar cut shot that we saw from Esther de Lange in the first innings, and I will say in the defence of Gunnersbury here is that we're still in the power play, so there's only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, so they can't plug too many of the gaps at the moment. They do have the protection out at long on and at cow corner. Just needs to straighten it up a bit here, Kato.
Full toss right down the ground. Safest part of the field to hit it. It's going to race away for 4 more runs, 4 consecutive boundaries.
Given that Kato is one of the key bowlers for Gunnersbury, Upminster can be very happy that she's gone for runs so far. 19 of them, still 2 balls to go. So they really can't afford any slow overs, and already caught up with the fact that they only gave 7 runs away in the first.
Shorter delivery and pulled away magnificently. That's going to go away for a maximum. We're just starting to see our South African heritage here. The cut shots, the pull shots are all out.
Yeah, absolutely. As that one was dug in, didn't quite get the Yorker, or the bouncer I should say, directed straight enough, and Sinet was able to throw her hands at it, and this over's now worth 25 runs. Still a ball to come as well.
Yeah, for those of our viewers who are just tuning in, I mean, please go back to the match we had earlier, the second innings. I had a chance to interview Phil Yoon Lo and really dived into several topics over the course of that interview. That's going to be a rare dot ball here. Kato changes the angle, comes around the wicket, and sneaks in a dot ball. Yeah, it was just brilliant getting a chance to talk to her. I managed to dive into topics such as South African sports or experience playing at the Olympics. And, of course, there's a reminder why this is such a high-stakes match. These 2 teams at the top of the table battling it out to grab the ECS-W crown. But, yeah, just to continue the point, Olympic experience, what it's like to win those gold medals at the Commonwealth Games as well, making that transition from cricket to being a javelin thrower, and then the mindset of a champion as well. And it was certainly great to talk to her. She's so humble, but also has an incredible drive. And well, that's ultimately why she's an Olympic medalist and got a couple of Commonwealth golds to her name as well, and is sitting in the South African Sports Hall of Fame.
It's a pretty good achievement. Well, multiple good achievements. I certainly think she'd be proud of this one as well if she does manage to get her side over the line, as that's a brilliant late cut from Paige Roche. She is a absolutely formidable batter herself, and she's taken inspiration there from Sunette, who plundered 24 runs off the previous over. There was a wide ball as well, and Ellie Shaw has come back to bowl her second here, but an excellent shot.
I love that shot there by Roche. I mean, just uses the pace of the ball, guides it towards deep third. Brilliant, brilliant cricket. Just played it nice and late. Oh, gets a little inside edge, and that's going to be a single. Now Gunnersbury will be looking at that and saying, well, why did that get chopped onto the stumps? That happened to us a couple of times. Good running between the wickets, though. Roche will grab herself a couple of runs. So Ellie Shaw, she's had a great day so far. Picked up 3 wickets. The economy rate this series has been 5.67, which is just so impressive for T10 cricket. We had a chance to talk to Alicia Maxine a couple of matches ago. Down the leg side. She just gave us such a great technical breakdown of how Shaw bowls and how it's just so perfect and textbook. And there's a lot of praise coming in the chat as well by some of our real cricket nuffies.
Yeah, and praise indeed, and certainly deserves it. As Gunnersbury, they've stuck to their guns, haven't they, of really putting the youth at the forefront of their side. Ellie Shaw, such a lovely, repeatable action as well. Someone to look out for in the future. Just 13 years old, very tall already for her age. You imagine she's only going to grow, and look forward to following her career. So yeah, see at the bottom of the screens there now the equation for the bonus point, because that's actually more significant than just the win for Upminster. 83 off 27 balls needed for the bonus point, but we can add another 9 balls to that. So from 7 overs plus another 9 to take us to 8.3. So in reality, the equation to win the ECS-W is 82 off 35, if my maths is correct. So when you see 26 balls at the bottom of your screen, add 9, and that would be the equation for the ECS-W crown. That one's well fielded in the deep by Esther De Lange. Good to see her in a hot spot as well, using all of her experience out there on the rope.
Such a tough task, isn't it, for Upminster? I mean, they did pull off something absolutely remarkable in their last victory against this Gunnersbury team, and I mean, they'll have to go at 18s from here on out to try to achieve that. Push towards the offside, and I'll pick up a single here. Good power play from Upminster's perspective. They get 43 runs off it. As Upminster, according to the win predictor, got 64% chance to win from here. That's pretty fair, but Upminster don't just want the win. They need to hope that they get this victory with the right margin so they can catch up with the net run rate deficit they have with this Gunnersbury side. We'll just take a look at the comparison between these two teams. So they're 12 runs ahead of where Gunnersbury were at this stage, and have lost 2 less wickets as well. But you can see that Gunnersbury really got that big acceleration near the end of the innings when De Lange just teed off and was playing some exquisite shots.
Yeah, she really put her side in the driver's seat here. It looks like Bhumika Bhatt will bowl the 4th over. Just a shout out to Ellie Shaw as well. She finishes without a wicket in this game, but another excellent over from her. Went for just the 11 runs, which in the context of the game, with that run rate up towards the 18s, 20s to win the series, that's an outstanding effort. Her final 4 deliveries just went for 3 singles.
Smacked away for Maximo. What an incredible shot here by Phil Yun Lo. She just loves to play that stroke. Got a full toss there, danced down the wicket, then just used that momentum to bash it away for 6 more runs.
It's a brave shot because she's coming down to the leggy, who gave that a bit of flight. Of course, she's then hitting it against the spin into the leg side, but it doesn't phase her one bit as she batters that one away for 6.
She just backs herself to clear the boundary rope. I think she was commenting on this when we had her on, that these boundaries, she just said they're too small for her. I think she's pretty honest about that. Cut hard, but straight to Kato, so it's a good shot, but hit straight at a fielder.
Well, if she can throw a javelin almost 65 metres, then she'll have no problem at all clearing a 45-metre boundary.
Oh, could be a chance for a stumping here. Yes, it is. That's going to be the end, so it's a wide, and it is a stumping. Umpire Rema Chandaria raising her finger out at square leg. Oh, Roche was just looking to dance down the wicket, and it's really good bowling here by Putt. Just pushes the line wider, and Roche can't quite reach out to it. And then some sharp work by Kylie White. Let's just take a look over here whether this is a clean stumping. Just watch her left foot. Oh dear.
Ooh.
Oh dear. Well. I mean, what do you make of this? You can see her left foot just moves the rubber base of those stumps, and well, she does whip the bails off. And the thing is, even though she just moves that rubber base, it doesn't actually mean the bails fall. So I think she's gotten away with one there, but it is a clean stumping by the letter of the law.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because her left foot disturbs that base, and the bail was kind of in midair as it was tumbling. Of course, the decision goes the way of Gunnersbury. It's an excellent piece of keeping in the end from captain Kylie White to grab it. It was a wide delivery, so it was a stumping off a wide.
Knocked in towards the offside, and Hayes will get off the mark. Does the right thing here, puts Phil Yoon back on strike.
I think Sinet has got to be quite greedy here. She smacked the first one for 6, took the single. I would almost be turning down those singles. I think she holds the key to the run chase here. She needs to face the majority of these deliveries if she wants to see her side home.
Oh, nicely played there. That is a beautiful stroke. I mean, we've seen her absolutely blast. I think that's Billy Whitlock over there. Just coming back from playing against Upminster. And the Hornchurch seconds managed to pick up a victory against their rivals. Let's just take a look at that. Yep, right there's Billy. And I think Joe Ross was playing in that match as well, joined by a couple of other Hornchurch players too.
Well, he's just done the fielding against Upminster men. Now he's doing the fielder against Upminster women.
Bit of width on offer here, and that's going to be cut away for 4 runs. Just beats the fielder inside the ring. Another boundary closing in on yet another half century. Kato just tried to dive down and get a hand to that, but she was unable to. You got a feel for Bud. I mean, she was carded for 29 runs the last time she bowled to Phil Yoon, and well, many a bowler would struggle against Phil Yoon, and she had a difficult time bowling to her.
Still though, if she can get this one through to either a single or a dot ball, you'd imagine Sinet might be looking for the single here to remain on strike. It will be an over that goes below the required rate. It will go for 18 if that's the case. Currently gone for 17. The dot ball is the perfect outcome for Gunnersbury because not only does it ratchet up that run rate, but it keeps Sinet off strike. The end of the 4th, Upminster 60 for 1.
That was a brilliant ball. Absolutely terrific delivery. Just didn't give her the room to free her arms and play a big shot in the end. Just a little bit cramped and no choice but to block that one out. Upminster going on a brilliant run rate. You can see it's above the required rate to win, but winning isn't enough for Upminster. They need to win by the right margin. As you mentioned, just take the bonus point equation and add 9 balls to it. They need to wrap this up by 8.3 overs by the 3rd delivery of that 9th over.
So the equation now, 63 off 18 for the bonus point win, run rate at 21. But it's 63 off 27 for the series win here for Upminster.
Gets that to the leg side for a single, so just smart batting. Doesn't play out a dot ball. I think it's a dangerous batter on the strike, and yeah, so 62. Needed up 26 to win the ECS-W here for Upminster.
Brilliant delivery though from Lucienne Mercier, who's come on to bowl here in a pressure cooker situation. The youngster gets it right on the money from her first delivery.
That's going to pull this one away. There's a fielder out in the deep. They're going to come back for a second run. No, they won't be able to. It's good fielding and a strong throw back as well. So just a single that will please this Gunnersbury side, they keep Viljoen off strike and ensure that it's just a single.
Excellent fielding there by Caroline Bolton. Came quick as a flash to her. She knew she just had to get the ball released to stop Sinet getting back down to the danger end. This has been such an exciting series, hasn't it? It's just been the 2 days of action. Almost a shame that it hasn't gone longer. But it's great that it's come down very much to the final run chase, the final innings of an epic tour so far.
I just tapped back towards mid-off, and it's going to be another single. So this has been a terrific over so far from Gunnersbury. I mean, even if these next 3 deliveries end up going for a boundary, it still wouldn't be a bad over from Gunnersbury's perspective. That's just how steep the asking rate is now for this Upminster side. They need to be going at 15s from here to pick up the advantage with the net run rate here, Upminster.
Lucienne Mercier is putting in what could potentially be a match-winning over here. It's just gone for the 4 singles. Hasn't given away a boundary yet. Even if she gives away 2 6s here, she'll still be going only 16s.
Oh, chance for a catch there. Just slips out of Bhumika Bhatt's hands. They'll get another run, though. But this has just been a terrific over. Just trying to play that one on the up. Had a chance to get a wicket there. Would have also been a valuable dot ball and prevented Sinet for getting on strike for this ball.
Just 15 years old, Lucienne Mercier. Someone, again, don't know what they feed them in Gunnersbury, but none of them seem to feel the pressure.
Straight down the ground, and that's heading into the commentary tent. And had a chance to do a little bit of fielding there, didn't you, Tina?
Well, I tried. I was trying to protect the trophies.
I mean, you did mention that you wouldn't mind if a ball was struck here, unless it was from Sinet. And it was Sinet indeed who managed to hammer one our way. She's on 55 of 20, as Upminster are 71 for 1 halfway through their innings.
Well, we've got these glorious trophies here ready to present at the end of today's play, and almost had a big grizzly-shaped ding in one of them. As we take a look at the upcoming events, of course. Hornchurch in progress, but it's the very final time for this year that will be the case as we come to the end of what's been an outstanding tour here in East London. But Czechia, that's just getting going with the ECIs happening today and tomorrow before we go into some ECS action. Plenty more to come on the network over the next few months.
Hit towards the leg side, and great fielding out in the deep by Kato. Single again, and yeah, just taking a look at the required right now to get the net run rate win. It's 14.9 for this Upminster side, so certainly doable, and certainly doable as long as Viljoen is still out there.
Well, I'm glad one of us has got their calculators out, because I'd be struggling. But thanks for that, Nish, and we'll certainly keep an eye on that as this chase could go down to the wire. So that's exactly 50 needed now for Upminster off 10 balls for the bonus point. That's looking increasingly unlikely, to be honest. But 50 off 19 balls is the equation for Upminster to leapfrog Gunnersbury into that top place and take home the still intact trophy.
Oh, precious, precious dot ball here for Gunnersbury. And with the steep task that Upminster have here, dot balls are like gold dust. Anytime you can get one in, as Gunnersbury will just make the task monumentally harder for Upminster. Hit towards the leg side, and yeah, once again, just dealing in singles. We've only seen one boundary for the last 10 deliveries. Need to start finding it at regular intervals here, Upminster, and relying on that batter right there in Viljoen to find them. Oh, this is good bowling by Daly. This is really, really good bowling. Nothing Viljoen can do except block that one out.
Just 3 runs come off the first 5 deliveries from Shea Daly, again combining with Lucienne Mercier and of course the bowlers before her to really keep Sonette quiet, but you can never keep her quiet for long as that one's clubbed away into the leg side, and it is a boundary to finish the over, but still it just goes for 7 runs, and of course Sonette will not be on strike for the 7th over. Upminster 78 for 1 now, and they need 45 in not many balls at all now. That must be 13 balls that they need it in to take the series title.
Exactly 18s needed now for Upminster to pick up a ECS-W crown as we take a look at the scorecard. A bit of a familiar sight there. Phil Yoon, the lone contributor of note for this Upminster side. They've got 78 runs and she's made 60 of them. A wonderful delivery there by Mercier. Take a look at this again. Back of a length, and ooh, that was quite nasty. Really just took off a length.
It's an outstanding delivery from the teenager. Georgia Hayes here just needs to get back on ball, get to the other end. I know it's not pretty cricket, but it's what needs to be done at the moment.
Yeah, gets a wicket there, Mercier. Hayes just plays all around that one, ends up missing the ball, and oh, this is a valuable wicket for Gunnersbury.
Yeah, full and straight, and lets the Grizzly do the rest. It's Georgia Hayes. Well, she goes down goes for the big swing. Again, I don't think it's necessarily the right shot there. Just needed to rotate the strike. Went for the big one, doesn't quite get a hold of it, but an excellent delivery from Lucienne Mercier, who picks up her first wicket, and Upminster fall to 78 for 2.
So the captain, Zoe Quested, making her way out to the middle, and you know, she did the sensible thing certainly when we saw Phil Yoon Loh just take the game away from Gunnersbury in match number 2. Rotated the strike well, hit a boundary just to keep the pressure on the bowling side. Just going to need to do something similar here, play a good supporting role. Well, they'll be hoping that Phil Yoon can get their side this target within the required overs to get that net run rate advantage. That's struck away towards the leg side. It's going to be a run, but just the one run of these first 3 balls. And I said at the start of this over, they need to be going at 18s. This is going to be placed into the gap, and a great effort there by Daly. Puts the dive in, got her fingertips to it, but the placement was just so precise. Goes away for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. It was actually a really nice delivery from Mercier, just dipping in to Sonette, the right-hander, which meant she could only really chip it down the ground. Still brilliant timing from her, though, as it races away for a much needed boundary.
Oh, hammered away. Absolutely blasted away. One of the biggest 6s we have seen this series. That was enormous.
That's when in-swing bowling can count against you, as it just swings into the arc of Sonette, and she does the rest, and suddenly the chase is on once more. It's 34 needed in 10 deliveries. I hope we've got this right. Now, our supercomputer, also known as Vinny, has been crunching the numbers.
Now goes straight down the ground, and that's going to clear Daly as well. Huge 6, massive 6. And those 2 boundaries, those 2 big 6s right at the end means they end up getting 17 off this over. So Sonette, as she so often does, gets those opportune boundaries and just gives her side a little bit of hope.
Triple punch there, 4-6-6. It's exactly what Upminster needed. The equation at the bottom of the screen's not as important. 28 runs needed in 18 for the win. But remember, the golden number is 8.3 overs. So they've got 9 balls here to get 28 runs. I don't even know what we'd call it. We have the golden ball tingle. We have the bonus point buzz, I think we've called it. This is the net run rate. Something with N. Net run rate nerves. There we go.
Net run rate nerves. Yeah, that's a really good one. That's a good Good ball there by Kato, just bowling it on a nice heavy length there, and it's just difficult for Quested to get that one away. These dot balls are just so precious.
Again, she just needs to get down to the other end. That's her one focus here, or smash a boundary, one of those two options.
Well, she gets her bat down in time over there, and they'll scamper across. So now 27 needed of 7. Oh, that is going to be tough. It really is. But if anyone can do that, it's that player right there.
I wonder if she knows. I hope at some point someone's got the message out to her, because they know, of course, that the bonus point is gone now. But hopefully she knows that the game can still be won. I hope Gunnersbury know as well, because we don't want this being left to guesswork.
Hammered away, and did that clear the boundary rope? Yes, it did. Just about. Goes away for a Maximo. Let's just take a look at this. I think it just landed right on top of the rope.
Absolutely hits the rope full on. And those are easy ones to call, because you can see the rope go flying and it pings off the top of it. 3 members of the Park 11 all scamper away. None of them are going to make the starting 11. The equation now is 21 off 6.
Yeah, you pretty much got the second half of this over, the first half of the next over, to pick up these 21 runs. Batting well outside her crease here, Filion Low. Oh, that's a terrific delivery by Kato. Absolutely nailed that wide Yorker.
What a ball. That is the dream delivery in this pressure situation, and the Japanese international delivered it with style. There's almost nothing Sunette could have done with that, apart from try to squeeze it away to third. That was an outstanding ball. 21 now off 5 is the equation.
Oh, gets that wrong. That's going to be a wide there, so it's now 19. Beg your pardon, 20. Needed of 5 deliveries. Yeah, 3 boundaries needed at least here. 3 or 4 boundaries. Imagine at least. I should be able to clear the rope here at some point, Filion. Oh, swing and a miss, and oohs and ahs from the crowd as that one has just been missed there. And yeah, Kato clearly got a tactic here to try to bowl that wide line and force Filion to drag a couple. But there have been 2 valuable dot balls after that 6.
And the thing is, Sunette can't face every delivery unless she gets a single, in which case she doesn't get the boundary. 20 off 4. 19 off 4.
So if she takes a single here, that would mean she'd have to hit
3 sixes.
3 sixes in a row.
Yep.
Yeah. She's done that. She's done that.
It's a pretty simple equation. Or she gets a 6 here, and it's down to Zoe Quested to hit 2 sixes or get a single and hope that Sunette does the job at the other end. By the way, she's 18 short of a century.
Strikes this hard, firmly. Oh, that is an incredible stop there. That would have been racing away towards the boundary rope, but that single means Sunette will be on strike to start the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th, but we'll find out in the 9th who is going to win this ECS-W. Upminster need to hit 3 consecutive 6s in order to win this European Cricket Series.
You know what the crazy thing is? Bhumika Bhatt would have almost been better not trying to stop that and catch it. If she let it go through for 4, the equation would have been more difficult. As it is, Sunette gets the single, and now she knows exactly what, well, we know exactly what she needs to do. I'm not sure if she knows. She needs to hit 3 sixes in a row, but she's got to do it against the outstanding bowler, which is Shea Daly.
Oh, that is just dragged out towards long on, and that'll probably be it. That will probably be it. Gunnersbury, even if they go on to lose this match, will be European Cricket Series champions. This has been a terrific effort by Upminster, in particular by Filion Low. Once again, just dragged her side into a position of achieving the improbable. That's going to be a dot ball. So at this point, they're playing for pride. Upminster just trying to win this match.
It would still be an outstanding run chase if they do manage to get these runs on the board. 123 is a formidable target in any game, let alone in what was essentially a final. That one will be a wide.
Yeah, I think Upminster just look back at that fixture they had against Hutton, the very first match of this series, and just wonder to themselves that, yeah, what if it hadn't rained in that match? Would they have been able to chase down that target? I mean, I know Zoe Quested was pretty honest and said, nah, that's a tough chase, and we might even have lost that game. But, you know, the way Filion has batted this series, the way Paige Roche has batted this series, I wouldn't put any target past them. They've certainly shown that they're a very strong batting unit.
Yeah, it's the highs and lows of this cricket, isn't it? That the rain allowed us to have this pretty much final, even if it is just a group stage game. But it did rob Upminster of potentially a couple of points. As we said, we never know what could have happened. And also it was the first day of action, so they had no way of knowing how the rest of the games would transpire. But it's a shame that there was that no result, because I think both Upminster and Hutton would have deserved to play that one out in whichever way it went.
Struck down the ground. It's just going to race away for four. It kind of just skidded off the surface, a boundary over here. And, well, there's still a lot to play for in terms of the match result, although it's going to be tough for Gunnersbury to get the victory here. It's just 10 runs needed of 8 for Upminster to win.
Zoe absolutely folded like a pack of cards at the non-strikers end, trying to get out of the way of it. I don't blame her one bit.
Oh, smashed away for a 6, and Filion just moves into the nervy 90s.
94 on the board for Sinet. 4 needed for the win, but she can win the game for her side and bring up her century if she hits this one away for 6. It's the final ball of the 9th.
Yeah, she'd certainly deserve a century if anyone does. Would be the first 100 of this ECS-W, but the way she's batted over these last couple of weekends, if anyone's going to get 100, better be her. It's a full toss, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the century and the victory. She raises her bat in celebration. A European Cricket Series 100 for one of the finest athletes that has graced the European Cricket Series Tour. Upminster take this victory. They win 2 out of 3 against Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury won't mind this, though. They'll still take the crown. Oh, but what a fantastic innings. And it has been such a treat to get to watch an athlete of Sinet Filion Low's caliber.
What a way to finish this series. I couldn't have thought of a better way to round off what has been a phenomenal 2 weeks. And speaking of phenomenal, that's one word to describe Sinet. She did almost everything in her power to try and get her side over the line. They did get over the line, just not quite in enough time. But she, I think, will remember that innings for a long, long time. 100 not out of 34 deliveries.
And it's incredible, though. I mean, because of the way the equation worked, they'll end up missing out on this crown by just a couple of balls, because she did manage to hit that last one for a 6, so they got 2 runs more than the target. And the way the net run rate equation works, if they had got to that mark a couple of balls ago, they would have ended up as the champions. So Gunnersbury end up winning this European Cricket Series by the absolute barest of margins. But I'm sure everybody who's turned up here in attendance and all of you watching at home have been so glad to witness what has been an incredible spectacle of cricket. Let's take a look at the highlights of this innings. And once again, the highlights package will be dominated by one very talented athlete in Sinet Filion Low, making 100 runs, 100 out of 125 her side ended up making. It was just an absolute treat to watch. To see one batter alone make 80% of their run side, it's just mind-boggling. It really is. Played some wonderful strokes. That was the dismissal of Paige Roche. A good bit of bowling there by Bhumika Bhatt saw Kylie White stumping her there. Yeah, these are some gorgeous cut shots by Villiers. I mean, as a player brought up in South Africa, would have been grown up playing those cuts and pulls. There was a chance there to get rid of Hayes. The chance was put down at cover. So we're just taking a look at some of these shots from what was an absolutely magnificent innings. One hop over the rope for 4 runs. That would be the end of Hayes. And we just watch Lucienne Mercier cleaning her up. And yeah, once Hayes departed, that certainly was a hammer blow for this Upminster side. Those few dot balls in the middle end up costing them because, as I just mentioned, they were 2 balls away in the end from taking this ECS-W crown. An absolutely thrilling encounter. It was a real treat to watch some of this brilliant stroke play and then bringing up the century in the manner that she did. Needed a 6 to bring up the 100, smashed the last ball for a 6. What a treat, and what an absolute joy it was to bring this fixture to you. We'll now take a look at the scorecard of this innings, and well, it's going to be dominated by one figure.
Yeah, absolutely will be, and it's almost the fairy tale ending, isn't it, that Gunnersbury, they get over the line, but of course Sunette, she gets over that personal line as well, finishing in style with 4.66. She gets herself in the European Cricket Hall of Fame. That's absolutely not to be sniffed at. I think, though, the athlete that she is, if she had the opportunity to trade in a few of those runs, to get a few balls back earlier in the innings, to chase this one down quicker, she probably would have done so.
Take a look at the bowling card here, and some good bowling figures. Ellie Shaw with figures of 0 for 18, Shimako Kato 0 for 35, Bhumika Bhatt picking up an important wicket in the sole over. She bowled of 17 runs. Mercier ends with figures of 1 for 28. So we come to the end of our final match of this European Cricket Series. Upminster take the victory, but Gunnersbury just about hang on by a couple of balls. They will take this European Cricket Series on net run rate by the absolute finest of margins. Upminster, well, they can be very proud of what has been a highly successful campaign for them, as we now have a chance to welcome you in to our commentary position. And well, we've been treated to some glorious cricket here on this fine Saturday. We had a brilliant conclusion to our men's series yesterday. It's been a great couple of weeks here in Hornchurch.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and as we were saying, it couldn't have been a tighter finish. The men's series was outstanding. Of course, we had, in the end, not quite a tight final, but still an upset, one that we couldn't have predicted a few, I think, days even before that series. And then the women's series, it was a bit spoiled by rain on day one, but somehow the cricket gods conspired for that to be the absolute perfect finish, because it meant that, of course, we had this game as the final game of the day. It was match 5. It came after match 9. We had to get our calculators out, and in the end, it was the dream finish.
Certainly was the dream finish. And you talk about Fillion Lowe. I mean, how incredible has she been over these last couple of weekends, and we just got to see the mentality of a true champion athlete.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was lovely to have her in the box as well. I know you really enjoyed interviewing her. It must be the first Olympian we've ever had on the network, and she's got that Olympian mentality, and she showed that with cricket as well. You spoke to her about how she chose javelin over cricket, but I think if she had chosen cricket, we would have been talking about the test match centuries she scored and the hundreds that she got in ODIs and T20s. Of course, now she's got 100 in the ECN, which, if you ask me, is the most valuable of all. Maybe almost as good as a silver medal, maybe, but, you know, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it certainly is up there. And, you know, just reflecting on these last 2 weeks, I mean, we've had an incredible couple of weeks here in Hornchurch. We've been blessed to have some great hosts. Thank you very much to Hornchurch Cricket Club and the ECB for being such terrific hosts to us. But the theme of these last 2 weeks has been the sheer amount of runs we have seen scored. That was the case in both the men's and the women's series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute run fest. I think we've seen the graphic where, of course, the series here have been the highest average runs across the board, and that's been so good to see both the women's and the men's side. It's a run chase here into the 120s. That's not to be sniffed at in any format, so it's been an excellent series so far. And while we're just getting ready for the ceremony, and hopefully the captain and the MVP, who, well, will be a surprise to us, maybe not too much of a surprise, make their way over to the commentary tent. Maybe we can also have a look at the series that's going on over in Czechia, because of course there's another day of action of women's cricket to bring you from there, and that's looking like it's going to be another thriller. We had, of course, a final ball finish in the game between Czechia and Croatia, and it looks like there'll be another 4 big games to bring you tomorrow, starting with, of course, match 6, and all 4 of those I think are going to be thrilling.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, take a look at some of these fixtures. Should be very exciting. Croatia, it's been great to just watch the way they've grown throughout day one's play. They came so close to getting a win against Czechia. And Gibraltar and the host nation, Czechia, will certainly be eyeing that ECS-W crown. So should be another terrific day of cricket tomorrow in Czechia. What a superb Sunday we have lined up for you on ECN.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to do a bit of headset maneuvering here, because I know, Nish, you're going to step aside. And of course, before we talk about MVP, before we talk about the winners as well, we do want to have a quick chat with the captain of Upminster, Zoe Quested. So you're going to have to step aside and upgrade to a better model. Thank you very much, Nish. Nish will quietly slip aside as I bring Zoe Quested in, and well, there must be a roller coaster of emotions in that final game. It was from me, and I was just sitting here in the tent. How was it for you?
Oh, it was amazing for us. We haven't, I don't think we as a team have played as well as that in a long, long time, and I think we're pretty gutted in a way, only because really we've only lost because of the weather. But I mean, full congratulations to Gunnersbury. They're a tough opposition, and I think we knew we was in for a fun afternoon playing them twice, and it's just been a whirlwind of a day. And I think even they didn't know that they'd won, and it all got very confusing in the middle of that innings. But it's been a tough day.
It's been a tough day, and it's been an amazing couple of days for you guys as well. Last Saturday, going back to that, it was not the greatest with the weather. As you said, you did have that 1-0 result, and who knows what might have happened in that one. Hutton were 66 for no loss, so it wasn't a guarantee that you would have won that one, but you at least would have had the opportunity to get those points on the board. The cricket gods sometimes are not just, but it was great that we had this almost as the final at the end of today. But how has it been for you guys? Obviously, most of you probably not used to playing in front of the cameras. You've got a lot of youngsters in your ranks as well. How has the whole experience been?
I think for us, we've never played in this camera sort of situation ever. This is our first T10 tournament. The lowest sort of over game we play is the 100. So this for us was, wow, it was a completely different game. It got us, and then for our first game to then get rained off, we then went into Gunnersbury a bit blind as to know what we was meant to be doing. So unfortunately, that was a close game as well. So we knew it was today was going to be tough. We had a few injuries as people got exams, so we replaced them with some excellent fielders, and who were just more than happy to turn up, field, and do a job for us. And we're really, really grateful for them and for everyone that's turned out today. It's just been an amazing tournament. We've got ages from 13. Are you still 13, Kaya? Yeah. So we've got 13, nearly 14, all the way up to 40 odd. I've got to be careful.
just stop there. Stop
there. Yeah, so for us, it's a young side. We have to really be careful, especially in the later parts of the innings. I didn't want to put the shoulders on Kaya. You can't ask a 13-year-old to just go out and bowl the last overs of a game, which could change everything. And I think that we needed to be fair, and we needed to get the experienced guys in to just try and get this over the line. And I mean, an amazing innings from Sunny really kind of helped us, really.
Yeah, well, while we're on the subject, Sunny, she's an absolute superstar, not only in cricket, also in javelin. We've been lucky enough to have her in the box, but how good is it to have her in the team, just from an experience point of view, and also she seems like a great person.
Oh, it's been lovely to have her. I think it was the first call we made once we realised we could have outside players in. We was like, Sunny, what are you doing this weekend? And she was like, I'd love to play. All she's wanted to do is come back and play for us. So, like, for us, it's amazing. She's great. She's great to have around. She's still my Duracell bunny. Does stops, gives everyone a boost. It's great to have in the field. It's annoying that her shoulder's sore because she can throw it in harder. But yeah, and we obviously haven't been able to bowl her either because of her shoulder. So, but an injured Sunny is still, it's just amazing. She just makes it so much easier for everyone else in the team. You can go in and bat at 3 or 4 knowing that she's on the other end, and you don't have to do much. So it just helps everybody, and it really helps the youngsters that haven't played in this tournament for their age. It just helps them that you've got someone so experienced at the other end, and they don't have to feel the pressure on them.
Absolutely, and I think she's probably forgiven a sore shoulder as well. She's done a few things.
No, I could have done with a couple of overs, actually.
I do want to let you go, and I want to say, of course, congratulations and commiserations, you said it in one word, for getting to second place. You'll get your medals after this as well, but thank you so much for what you've brought to the series. And well, the last question is, do you want to come back next year?
Oh, absolutely. I think we've enjoyed it. It's amazing for us. I I think even if it was miles away, I think we would still travel. I think it's just been such a fun tournament for us. And it means some of our lower teams, like in our second 11, it means they can come in and have a go and play against some really experienced players and opposition. So for them, it's helping their development as well as our own.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'd love to have you back next year, but I'm going to let you go. I know it's been a long day. I know the bar might be open as well. So you take a seat for now, but thank you so much, Upminster and Zoe Quested. I think they've been an outstanding side, so round of applause for them. So now we go on to the MVP, which I'm just going to go and assume is who I think it is. And that will be, of course, an absolute gun batter. We've already spoken to her about her a lot, and she's been someone who's transformed some of the games, especially if you look at the first game against Gunnersbury. It looked like Gunnersbury were cruising home, came in from almost nowhere and just went up a gear. Even your gear 1 is pretty explosive, and then we realised you had about 5 more gears, and I still don't think you've reached top gear, but I'd like to invite you in because the MVP for this series is Sonette Viljean-Le from Upminster. We'll just get the commentary headset on you. I know you're used to this now. Maybe hopefully get back to Comcam, because I do want to present you with this glorious trophy. We usually say, well, hopefully you've got room in your hand luggage, but you're not going too far, I hope, for now. But firstly, congratulations. It was thoroughly deserved. And we have spoken to you at length as well, but how was that final run chase for you? Did you know the equation? Me and Nish were on the calculators, but how clear was it for you out there?
Yeah, so Zoe said to me, come on, Sunny, we must just bet. And I said to her, well, I'll do my utmost best. So at the end of the day, it was just amazing to play here. I think we gave it our absolutely everything to try and win. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. And if you give your best, that's the only thing that you can ask for. Gunnersbury was an amazing opponent, really tough, had some quality bowlers, difficult to get away in the beginning, really bowled superbly well, and I will always back my skills, and I always keep believing that we can still do it. And to have come so close with Upminster, yeah, it's like a bitter pill, but I think we can be so proud of what we've accomplished throughout the tournament, and to be able to play for them, and they gave me the wonderful opportunity to be part of them for this tournament, which I'm so grateful for. They brought me in for the tournament, and I was so excited to play. They're my kindest and my dearest friends, and I was so happy to play with them, and I just wanted to contribute to the team. And at the end of the day, I've gave it my all, and we can give out our best today.
Yeah, I mean, you gave it your all, and it was an absolute outstanding effort, not only in that final game, but throughout. I'm going to give this to you already because my arms are aching and you're stronger than I am.
Okay.
But maybe just a word on the youngsters that you have in your side as well. They're going to be learning so much from you, but some of them are absolute star performers already.
Yeah, it's wonderful to play with them. They bring a different kind of energy to the team. They made me feel welcome from day one. Since I arrived last season with them, to play with them, it is just a special bunch of people. Age for me doesn't matter, and it's about the quality that you can bring to the team, and each and every one of them that plays with me have a special gift. And for me, I just want to contribute to them, feed off them as well, and just to be part of them was amazing. The youngsters are, I think, wonderful. They have a wonderful career ahead of them. They must just keep striving forward and keep pushing.
Well, they've certainly got you as a role model, and we've all loved watching you. So I want to say congratulations once more, as you are the MVP of this series. I know it's commiserations as well. You didn't quite get your side over the line, but one final question. Do you want to come back next year?
Oh, yes, of course.
We'd love to have you back. And in the meantime, you can go and rest your shoulder because that's heavy and you want to put it down.
This is very special.
And thank you
so
very much. And round of applause for the MVP from Upminster, Sonette.
Thank you.
So there you go, MVP, and I'd say very thoroughly deserved. But speaking of thoroughly deserved, I think we can all agree that the winners, Gunnersbury, have marched to the title. And, well, the marching was maybe a bit nervous in that final game, but I'm very happy to introduce Kylie White into the commentary box. as she will grab the trophy. But before I hand you over the trophy, I can't talk at all with that trophy in my hands because it's even heavier. But can you let me know how that final was for you? Again, it's kind of same question. Did you know the equation? Did you know how things were developing?
I knew beforehand that it was 8.3, but with bold number of overs of wides at the end there, and I'd lost count. So
that makes two of us.
When Suni hit obviously the 6 and it went for 100, I thought that was it, and we'd lost as well. And I was proud of the girls, but I thought we'll come here as runners up. And then someone said, "Oh, you're still winners," and I thought they meant, "Well, we'd lost, but you still won because you've participated well." I was a bit sad really, but to come here and to figure out we've won. I actually think we were the best team. Clearly, Sun's the best player, but I thought that we did really well, and I think they were. They did get the worst weather, but I'm just so proud of the girls. Guns has a long history. We're 100 years old. We're so proud, and every time we play for the names on the side of our shirt, who are absolute legends of the club, and also Middlesex and England. And we're really proud because we've brought this home for the club. And what more can you say?
Well, what a year this has been for you guys already. You've had the centenary. You're going to go to Lord's. Yeah. You're now going to have the trophy as well. You might have to take it to Lord's, I think, as well, because it's worthy of gracing the home of cricket. But let's just quickly talk about your youngsters. You said you've got such a strong team, and I think that's built on the foundation of your teenagers who you always threw the ball to. You let them bat as well. And how proud are you of those?
Absolutely, and this is the thing. I think Guns is a strong club, and it's got a big membership base because we've got good leaders. You think about our coaching staff: Beth Morgan, ex-International World Cup winner; Naima Datani, professional player; Catherine Dalton, who coaches in the Pakistan Super Leagues, played for Ireland. Good club people attract other good club people. That's how we get shade. We get the kids through from Highgate, which is a neighbouring club, and we're hard on them. They don't get it easy, but what we do is we back them all the time. We wanted to make sure that everyone came here and got a bat. The bowler's got a bowl, and if we win together, we also lose together, and they've got to be responsible for both of those things. And we are proud of it. And look, we mixed it up at the end there. Ellie Shaw, 13 years of age, bowled the first over and the third over. Look out for her as a left armer. She's going to be fantastic. Yeah,
she's already fantastic at such a young age. And I want to let you go as well. I know it's been the longest of days for you guys. You played 4 out of the 5 games. But maybe, I know you guys are sitting down, but if you want to come join me in the back of the commentary tent, because I think it has been a team performance. And you're going to have to come in and watch all the cables. But if you come along this way, we can pile in, as we'll get nice and cozy in the commentary tent. Because I think, as you said, Kylie, it's only fair when you've put in such a tremendous team performance that everyone comes up, and then you can see yourselves on the screen. We'll do some TV magic as well, as I'm obviously very proud to hand over this trophy. It's coming to us again from our sponsors from Loca Lifestyles, and well, we're lucky we don't have any champagne in here because we would all get very, very wet. Oh, we can go to the bar and get some if you want, but I'm not paying. But I want to say congratulations, a very well-deserved victory for Gunnersbury. A quick plug as well before we go that there's more women's cricket coming your way on the European Cricket Network tomorrow over in Czechia. But this has been it for the tour in Hornchurch. It's been an outstanding 2 weeks. I want to say thank you quickly to everyone who's made it possible, both for the men's series and the women's series. Nish, of course, who's been an absolute delight on co-commentary. But without further ado, I want to hand over this trophy and the highlights will roll. But first, congratulations to Gunnersbury and Kylie White, who will lift the trophy.
Thank you to the European Cricket Network. We thoroughly enjoyed it and can't wait to come back.
Thank you very much and well deserved.
Oh yeah, we should have plugged his Insta.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body my body.